Chapter 1817. A breakthrough, yes. Seeing that there was still some dragon blood remaining, the dragonbone divine's spear trembled in agitation. It swiftly warped back into a skeletal dragon and swallowed the remaining dragon blood. As soon as the dragon blood surged into its body, the massive body of the dragonbone divine's spear began quivering in agitation. It looked as if there were countless streaks of lightning flowing on its surface, and its aura swiftly grew stronger. It was only a matter of time before it broke free of its seal to recover its strength as a true ancient sage artifact. Knowing that it would take some time for the dragon blood to be fully assimilated, Zhang Xian turned his attention back to the gourd with a doubtful frown. He had known that this Dongshu gourd was exceptional for possessing sentience and being able to speak human speech, but to think that it would even be able to snatch the dragon blood from Sovereign Qianling's grasp, there was no doubt that it was an extraordinary being. Could it be a great sage artifact, or perhaps even an ancient sage artifact? Unable to stand the suspense any longer, Zhang Xian asked, "What in the world are you?" Given that the other party possessed sentience, there was a chance that it knew of its true identity. "I am a gourd," the Dongshu gourd replied with a shake of its bottom. Black lines streaked across Zhang Xian's face. Somehow, whenever he spoke with the Dongshu gourd, he felt like pummeling the latter. It took a moment of deep breathing to keep his impulse to draw his saber under control before he continued his questioning. "What I'm asking is, what tier of artifact are you?" The Dongshu gourd paused for a moment after hearing those words. "I don't know." "You don't know?" "I have barely gained sentience, such that my self-awareness is at the level of a child. I need to eat a lot of things in order to recover." That's right. As long as you give me sufficient food, I'll know what tier I am as soon as I recover." The Dongshu gourd shook its bottom as saliva seemed to drip from its cork. "Zhang Xian, where's my saber? I should just slice this darn fool in two and spare myself the trouble." That fellow had eaten two things so far, the meteorite and the dragon blood. Given that it was unaware of the tier of the meteorite, there was no reason to talk about it. However, the dragon blood was something that could potentially allow the dragonbone divine spear to reach ancient sage 4-dan dimension shatter realm, such that even the severely wounded Sovereign Qianling would have been pushed to his limits in order to protect himself. Yet, swallowing such a valuable treasure isn't even enough for you to recover your strength? Really, I should just toss you away and forget all about you. However, as Zhang Xian's rage subsided, curiosity began to get the better of him. Based on what the Dongshu gourd had said, it seemed like only things on the tier of the dragon blood could catch its interest. If so, just what kind of formidable artifact could the other party be? He had not thought much about it before, but thinking back, it was indeed weird that someone as powerful as ancient sage Qiuwu would set up a folded space and use the spiritual energy of the world to nourish a mere Dongshu gourd for tens of thousands of years. From the looks of it, nothing was as simple as it seemed. Perhaps the Dongshu gourd was even an artifact on the level of the 9 Hearts Lotus. Zhang Xian stretched his hand out to touch the Dongshu gourd, hoping to compile a book on it in the Library of Heaven's Path. But contrary to his expectations, nothing appeared at all. Perhaps it might have been because the Dongshu gourd was considered a living being that the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to analyze its information. Unless the Dongshu gourd executed a battle technique or had its consciousness destroyed, it would be impossible to compile a book on it. In the end, Zhang Xian had no choice but to shake his head. Regardless of what tier the Dongshu gourd was, it was relieving to hear that it might still be of some use in the future, even though it still was not reliable. "All right, you should take a rest for now." Seeing that it was impossible to get anything out of the Dongshu gourd, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to waste his breath. He stowed the other party into his storage ring before taking out the remaining otherworldly demon ancient sage corpses. The 2 corpses that he had used as a shield against the 2 ancient sages earlier were already filled with cracks, so they could not be used anymore. However, there were still a couple that were completely undamaged. This was a good time to start forging them. Zhang Xian drew out his soul and dived right into one of the great philosopher realm consummation corpses. In less than an hour, he had successfully forged it. After that, he moved on to the next one. In 4 hours, He had already managed to turn all of the otherworldly demon ancient sage corpses into soulless metal humanoids. The strongest of the 4 corpses was at Ancient Sage 2 Dan Consummation, whereas the weakest was at Ancient Sage 1 Dan Consummation. With them, he would not have to panic as much if he encountered the same situation as before. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. After forging the last corpse, he heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the sky, he noticed that dark storm clouds had gathered in the area. The surrounding space had begun warping, and it felt like a storm was going to descend upon the world very soon. This is the Ancient Sage ordeal. The Dragonbone Divine Spear is going to achieve a breakthrough. Ancient Sage Mo Ling also halted his cultivation and stood up. Looking over, Zhang Xian noted that flesh and blood had grown on the skeletal dragon, and pitch-black scales were starting to form on its body. Looking at those scales was like staring into the abyss, and it felt like one would sink into it. Even releasing its seal brings a heavenly tribulation. Zhang Xian was perplexed. The Dragonbone Divine Spear was already an Ancient Sage artifact, just that its strength had been sealed by Ancient Sage Ranqiu. Why would there be an Ancient Sage ordeal when it was just returning to its true strength? Under normal circumstances, the seal should only have been released when you achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. However, the fact that flesh and blood are growing out of its skeleton means that it is not its seal that had been undone, but that it had managed to achieve a real breakthrough. Ancient Sage Mo Ling said, "It achieved a real breakthrough?" Zhang Xian was stunned. That made sense as well. Even in its sealed state, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was already stronger than the Infernal Black Saber before its breakthrough to Ancient Sage. With the nourishment of such formidable dragon blood, even if its seal was not undone, it was perfectly normal that it would achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. As for Aeon of Ancient Sage, in the first place, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was an Ancient Sage artifact. Even though its strength was sealed, there was bound to be some Aeon of Ancient Sage harnessed within it. As such, it did not require Zhang Xian's help to break through. While the two of them were chatting with one another, the heavenly tribulation descended upon the world. It was a devastating force consisting of a mixture of heavenly flames and lightning bolts. In the face of such power, the skeletal dragon, perhaps it should be called a black dragon now, roared furiously and charged toward the heavenly tribulation. Its massive body swam freely amid the destructive forces, allowing the lightning bolts and heavenly flames to temper its body. Gradually, its scales grew more and more radiant. As expected of a weapon created by Ancient Sage Ranqiu, despite having just achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, it is able to push for a breakthrough to the blood reincarnation realm just from its sheer accumulation, reaching a level even higher than me. Ancient Sage Mo Ling also recognized the Dragonbone Divine Spear, and he could not help commenting. Ancient Sage Ranqiu was known as the strongest individual under Kong Shi's lineage, and the Dragonbone Divine Spear was also famed to be the #1 spear in history. Naturally, there was bound to be something extraordinary about it. If Zhang Xian could release its seal, it could very well achieve a breakthrough to the level that all cultivators dreamt of, the Dimension Shatterer realm. A thought suddenly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Could this be the real reason that Ancient Sage Ranqiu sealed the Dragonbone Divine Spear's cultivation? If he achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage right now and helped the Dragonbone Divine Spear undo its seal, the latter might just be able to push for a breakthrough to higher realms. Perhaps this was what Ancient Sage Ranqiu had intended from the start. They said that there's value in not rushing for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. Only with sufficient accumulation will one be able to reach greater heights. It seems like that's indeed the case. There were benefits to be earned from each time one challenged the Ancient Sage ordeal. The more times one challenged it, the higher one would be able to climb in the future. It was through challenging the Ancient Sage ordeal multiple times that Kong Shi had managed to obtain unparalleled strength. The Dragonbone Divine Spear had challenged the Ancient Sage ordeal once in the past. Right now, with its cultivation sealed, it had gained the opportunity to push for a breakthrough once more. If it put the strength that it had gained from the 2 breakthroughs together, its fighting prowess would surely surge to a whole new height. Watching as the ancient sage ordeal was gradually worn down against the resilience of the dragonbone divine spear, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. Even though I am unable to decipher its seal and allow it to reach ancient sage Fordan, its current might is already enough for me. At that moment, the dragonbone divine spear had already gained strength comparable to blood reincarnation realm consummation cultivators. In terms of fighting prowess, it did not lose out in comparison to the current vicious. As long as he had the dragonbone divine spear in hand, there would be no need for him to fear anyone. Even if he encountered Sovereign Chen Ling once more, he would be able to defeat the latter with ease. Hula. As the lightning clouds dissipated, the black dragon in the sky warped its body back into the form of a spear before flying back in Zhang Xian's direction. It lowered itself before Zhang Xian respectfully. Master. Chapter 1818. Looking for ancient sage Allfire, Zhang Xian nodded as he reached out to grab the dragonbone divine spear. In an instant, he felt boundless strength surging into his body from the body of the spear. It felt as if a simple flick of his wrist would allow him to pierce through space to enter a much deeper world. The powerful ancient sages that were way out of his league in the past had become existences whom he could slay with a single pierce, barely a challenge at all. Zhang Xian turned to ancient sage Emoling and asked, "Do you know where ancient sage Allfire lives?" "Ancient sage Allfire? Why are you looking for him?" "He's one of the old ancestors of the beast tribe. Many years back, he fought with Sovereign Chen Yong and ended up getting chased out from his place of residence. If I recall correctly, he's currently living in exile somewhere close to the battlefield of Fire Feather." Ancient sage Emo Ling replied with a perplexed tone. Even though he was not an otherworldly demon, he had lived in the otherworldly demonic tribe for many years, so he knew quite a lot about the otherworldly battlefield. "He's in the vicinity? Take me to his nest then," Zhang Xian said. The main motive for him wanting to upgrade the dragonbone divine spear was so that he could tame ancient sage Allfire. Since the latter happened to be in the vicinity, it was a good time to get it over and done with. This ancient sage Emo Ling felt conflicted upon hearing Zhang Xian's request. "I heard that ancient sage Allfire has quite the temper. Why are you looking for him?" Honestly, he really found it hard to follow the train of thought of the guild leader. Why would he suddenly look for ancient sage Allfire? "We still need more people on our side in order to guarantee a victory against Sovereign Chunling. Since ancient sage Allfire is in the vicinity, taming him would be great." Zhang Xian replied with a smile. "Tame him?" Ancient sage Emo Ling was rendered speechless. The other party was the old ancestor of the beast tribe, such that even Sovereign Chen Yong was unable to make him submit. "Are you pulling my leg?" "Guild leader, I know that you have an exceptional aptitude in formations, but beast taming isn't as easy as it seems. It takes a long time to nurture goodwill and build intimacy before a beast is willing to submit to you," ancient sage Emo Ling advised. He acknowledged that the new guild leader was indeed very formidable, but if he had to pick a bone with him, it was that his thoughts were scarily impractical. If it was that easy to tame the old ancestor of the beast tribe, Sovereign Chen Yong would not have had such a headache dealing with him before. Too lazy to explain the matter, Zhang Xian simply replied with a smile. "I know where you're coming from, but how do you know it won't work without giving it a try?" "Very well then." Seeing that the guild leader's obstinacy was working up once more, ancient sage Mo Ling knew that he would not be able to change the other party's mind, so he decided to say no more. Whipping out a map and a compass, he quickly verified their location before pointing in a certain direction. Ancient sage Allfire and the members of the beast tribe live roughly 200,000 li away from here. 200,000 li away from here? All right then. Zhang Xian nodded. He flicked his spear and pierced the space before him lightly. Sila. A spatial passageway materialized, and Zhang Xian quickly leaped in. "Let's go." When they left the spatial passageway, they were already 200,000 li away. A barren mountain towered ahead, and countless beasts soared above them. There were few differences between the beasts in the otherworldly battlefield and the beasts on the Master-Teacher continent. However, under the effects of the blood moon, their eyes were slightly red, making them seem exceptionally violent and savage. There was a large variety of beasts flying around the mountain, and their numbers were astounding. Instead of entering the mountain straight away, the two of them halted before the entrance. Zhang Xian turned to ancient sage Emoling and said, "Send a letter over saying that we're here to pay a visit to ancient sage Allfire." Ancient sage Emoling nodded. A name scroll flew forth from his fingertips and darted toward the barren mountain. A thunderous voice echoed from the name scroll and reverberated across the entire valley. Soul Oracle Emoling, together with the new leader of the Soul Oracle Guild, Zhang Xian, has come to pay a visit to ancient sage Allfire. Hong Long Long. The unexpected arrival of guests caused the many beasts flying in the sky to simultaneously turn their heads over to look at Zhang Xian and ancient sage Emo Ling with hostility reflected in their eyes. They were already filled with hatred towards sovereign Qin Yong for driving them toward this barren land. They had never heard of guild leader Zhang Xian before, but ancient sage Emo Ling was still a person whose name resounded far and wide within the otherworldly battlefield. A sempiternal realm beast flew over and said, "The old ancestor is currently in seclusion, so it's not convenient for him to meet any guests. Please come back another day." "It's not convenient for him to meet us? Tell your old ancestor that we come bearing goodwill. We intend no harm toward the beast tribe, and we believe that we could potentially help the beast tribe out of its current predicament." Zhang Xian said, "You are going to help us out of our current predicament?" The sempiternal realm beast sneered coldly. "Am I to believe that you are so kind as to help us without asking for anything in return? Please leave right now, or else I'll lose my temper." Voila! Many of the beasts flying in the air quickly gathered around with killing intent flaring from them. "I can assure you that your worries are unfounded." Seeing how wary the beasts were, Zhang Xian calmly placated them. "Have you heard the news about Sovereign Qin Yong being killed by the humans and that Sovereign Qinling and Sovereign Qianxing have sustained severe injuries and are on the verge of death? If so, you should know that the entire spirit tribe is on the verge of a massive revolution." Not expecting to hear such words from the young man, the sempiternal realm beast paused for a moment before replying, "I have heard bits and pieces of it." Even though they had been exiled to such a remote location, they were still able to acquire some news about huge events in the otherworldly battlefield. Since Sovereign Qin Yong has been killed, the previous promise with him doesn't have to be kept anymore. This is the ideal opportunity for the beast tribe to return to its homeland. Do you really want to live your life in this barren land, which lacks spiritual energy and delectable food? At this rate, it's just a matter of time before the entire beast tribe falls. Zhang Xian replied. The sempiternal realm beast fell into deep thought. The other party was right. The lack of delectable food was not an issue to them, but the scarcity of spiritual energy would cause the advancement of their cultivation to slow, and their eventual accomplishment would be limited as well. This was not an issue in the short term, but it was certain that the entire beast tribe would weaken as time went on. Eventually, they would become completely helpless against the otherworldly demonic tribe. "I know that you are unable to make the decision, so I'll have to trouble you to relay what I have said and the news that you have heard to the old ancestor. I believe that he will be able to come to a wise decision as to whether he should meet me or not." Seeing the look on the sempiternal realm beast's face, Zhang Xian advised with a wave of his hand, "All right, I'll inform the old ancestor of this matter." Knowing that there was some truth to what the other party was saying, and that it was indeed a good opportunity for their beast tribe to break out from its current predicament, the sempiternal realm beast hesitated for a moment before nodding. Its massive body turned around and flew into the depths of the mountain range. Watching as the sempiternal realm beast left, Zhang Xian softly chuckled. In order to tame ancient sage Allfire, he would have to get a meeting with the other party first, and in order to do so, he would need to offer the beast tribe something tangible. Roughly an hour later, the sempiternal realm beast finally returned. With a wave of its massive claws, it said, "Our old ancestor invites you in." "Thank you." Zhang Xian and ancient sage Emoling quickly proceeded into the mountain range. It really had to be said that the mountain range was truly barren. There were only sparse patches of plants, and they were all filled with spikes. There were hardly any medicinal herbs or greenery to be seen at all. If not for the boulders and the soil, they might have thought that they were in a desert. As there was no stream within the mountain range, the atmosphere was rather arid. This was indeed a climate that was unsuited for survival. Zhang Xian could not help but notice that the beasts he encountered along the way had starved looks on their faces. This was a natural phenomenon. It was similar to how if powerful beasts headed to the Tianxian kingdom and resided there for too long, it would only be a matter of time before their cultivation began plummeting due to starvation of spiritual energy. Even the smartest business elite would become no different from a barbarian when stranded on a remote island. The crowd soon arrived before a cavern. The sempiternal realm beast stopped at the entrance of the cavern and said, "The old ancestor is in this cavern. I'll be standing guard outside." "All right." Zhang Xian nodded before heading in with ancient sage Emoling. Before even getting far, they felt a gust of warm air blowing in their direction, threatening to set someone's hair alight. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Chapter 1819. All you have to do is become my tamed Bias. Ancient sage Allfire's main body was an inferno behemoth. It was through using lava to temper his body that he had managed to overcome his bottleneck and achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage. As such, it was inevitable that his presence resulted in searing heat filling the area. After walking for a moment, droplets of sweat were starting to form on ancient sage Emoling's head. As a soul oracle, his body was chilling in nature. Extreme heat was one of his nemesis. If not for the fact that he had already reached ancient sage, his soul might already have been jolted out of his body. He discreetly turned to look at the guild leader, and he could not help but be deeply impressed. The other party was only a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator, but it was as if he was completely impervious to such searing energy. Not only was there not the slightest droplet of perspiration, his soul was also extremely stable, showing no signs of fluctuations as a result of the heat. At this moment, ancient sage Emoling could not help but recall how the other party's body-soul compatibility rate was an astounding 100. Unable to withstand his curiosity, he asked through Jinchi telepathy, "Guild leader, is your soul unafraid of the heat?" "There was a time when my soul was afraid of the heat," Zhang Xian replied. "However, after the tempering of the heavenly flame, heat of such level can't faze me anymore." "Tempering of the heavenly flame? Wait a moment. You put your soul into the heavenly flame?" Ancient sage Emoling's eyes were on the verge of popping out. "Isn't there a heavenly flame ordeal at the Aureate body realm? Didn't you use the heavenly flame from the cultivation ordeal to temper your soul?" Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. This should not be a big deal at all. So why was the other party reacting in such a manner? Well, ancient sage Emoling took a deep breath to calm his nerves after hearing what Zhang Xian had said before explaining slowly. "It's true that what you have said is the typical way for ordinary cultivators. What we, soul oracles, often do is to have our soulless metal humanoid endure the heavenly flame in our place. Such a thing is possible as well?" Zhang Xian was perplexed. "This is how it works." Ancient sage Emoling began explaining the entire process to Zhang Xian. Due to the chilling nature of soul oracles, chances were that they would be burned to cinders if they challenged the heavenly flame ordeal. As such, soul oracles who had reached the introspective convalescence realm would usually possess an Aureate body realm expert and seal a contract with the latter, thus turning the latter into their soulless metal humanoid. The person who was possessed would have their soul preserved as well. When the heavenly flame ordeal descended, the physical body of the Aureate body realm cultivator would serve as the first line of defense, and the heavenly flame would naturally focus the bulk of its attack on them. After that, the soul oracle would use the possessed soul to replace them. And that was how soul oracles overcame the heavenly flame ordeal of Aureate body realm despite their fear of heat. Even though it was heartless and sinister, it was effective in ensuring the survival of the soul oracle. It was something that the soul oracles had come up with after infiltrating the otherworldly demonic tribe. The lineage that Zhang Xian had inherited was something that Lu Chong had taken from the ancient domain of soul oracles, so it did not contain such information. As such, he was unaware of this method. Fearing that the guild leader would misunderstand, ancient sage Emoling hurriedly added, "I understand that such a method is unconventional and savage, so we have always used the bodies of otherworldly demons for our breakthroughs." "I see. Such a method does lower the danger significantly, but having introspective convalescence realm soul oracles possess the body of an Aureate body realm cultivator is also extremely dangerous. Alright, I'll impart a cultivation technique to you. In the future, as long as soul oracles cultivate according to it, they will be able to overcome their weaknesses of flame, lightning, and yang attribute energy. Zhang Xian flicked his finger and sent a set of cultivation techniques over. It was the refined Heaven's Path soul art that Lu Chong was practicing as well, since he was the leader of the Soul Oracle Guild, and this occupation had willingly sacrificed itself time and time again to protect mankind. They more than deserved to receive those cultivation techniques from him. Cultivation techniques? Ancient sage Mo Ling initially did not think too much of Zhang Xian's cultivation techniques. However, when he took a closer look at them, he suddenly jolted in shock. Even his soul started fluctuating as a result of his intense emotions. As an ancient sage who had studied soul arts his entire life, there was no doubt about his eye for soul cultivation techniques. The techniques that had been imparted to him by the guild leader were incredibly profound, such that if one cultivated in accordance to them, one would be able to break free of the 5 soul declines and truly become an eternal being. At that moment, he even felt an urge to destroy his own cultivation to rebuild it from scratch. Seeing through ancient sage Mo Ling's thoughts, Zhang Xian sent another set of cultivation techniques over with a tap of his finger. It's already too late for you to cultivate from scratch, but I have made some modifications to resolve the flaws in your cultivation technique. These are my suggestions for you. Ancient sage Mo Ling immediately browsed through the content, and before he knew it, his body was trembling in agitation. It was as if the other party had explored his body thoroughly and uncovered all of its weaknesses. Every single word in the book was directed toward one of his openings, leaving him incapable of refuting it. It could be seen that if he cultivated according to the technique imparted, all of his flaws would swiftly be resolved. He might even be able to achieve a breakthrough soon. Despite only being at sempiternal realm consummation, he was able to see through my weaknesses and formulate solutions to resolve them. This is really... Ancient sage Mo Ling looked at the young man in front of him with utter astonishment. He had known that the new guild leader was extraordinary from his exchanges with Jiang Fengyu, but he did not think that the other party would actually be so overpowered. Everything had far surpassed his expectations. Just as ancient sage Mo Ling was still in shock, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Ancient sage Mo Ling, can I trust your words? Swiftly lifting his head, he saw a beast spanning 10 meters in length floating above large swathes of lava. There were many cracks reminiscent of a lava crater on his golden exterior, and he emanated a frightening aura. In terms of strength, he seemed to be on par with even Sovereign Qianling at his peak. It was no wonder that he had been able to unite the beast tribe together to stand against Sovereign Qianyong. Pleased to meet you, ancient sage All-Fire. Understanding the other party's prowess, ancient sage Mo Ling chose to put himself in a humble position. He bent his body and clasped his fist respectfully. This matter is a directive of our guild leader, and I am only following his instructions. He had no idea why the guild leader had chosen to make such a move, and he had even felt a hint of doubt earlier. However, the cultivation techniques provided by the guild leader had given him a glimpse into the young man's miraculous abilities, and unknowingly, a sliver of expectation had sprouted in his heart. Perhaps, if it was the guild leader, he might be able to tame this massive fellow. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. If that was the case, their lineage of soul oracles would gain a far greater say in the otherworldly demonic tribe. With such prowess, they would be able to stand their ground even if they turned against the 3 sovereigns. In the otherworldly demonic tribe, rules could be flouted at any time as long as greater interests were on the line. The only thing that could truly be relied on was one's strength. It was the one who commanded the greatest strength who would be crowned king. Guild leader? You mean that sempiternal realm little brat standing beside you? Ancient sage All-Fire turned his massive head toward Zhang Xian and sneered coldly. I thought that you soul oracles were so prideful that even Kong Shi was unable to make you submit? When did you fall so low as to recognize such a weakling as your guild leader? Ancient sage Mo Ling's face immediately darkened upon hearing those words. Ancient sage Allfire, you may insult me if you want to, but you risk turning the entire Soul Oracle Guild against you by insulting our guild leader. Sensing the underlying rage in Ancient Sage Mo Ling's voice, Ancient Sage Allfire was stunned for a moment. Oh, he really is your guild leader? He directed his gaze to Zhang Xian once more, but no matter how he looked at the other party, all he could see was an average cultivator. However, he suppressed the doubts in his mind and said, I have heard the news concerning the three sovereigns, but I know them very well. I have fought Sovereign Chen Yong, and I know the tricks that he has up his sleeves. There's no way that he could have been killed that easily. Besides, the otherworldly demonic tribe doesn't just consist of the three sovereigns. Even if all three of them died, there are still many other lords to take their places. If we return, the chances are that we'll only face a massacre. Since Ancient Sage Mo Ling acknowledges you as the leader of the Soul Oracle Guild, I would like to hear how you intend to bring our beast tribe back to our homeland. It's very simple. Zhang Xian smiled. All you have to do is become my tamed beast. Chapter 1820 Battling Ancient Sage Allfire. Boom. The cavern shook, and lava billowed furiously. Ancient Sage Allfire's eyes narrowed as he spoke with a voice that seemed to crush the world. What did you say? Alarmed, Ancient Sage Mo Ling quickly rushed to Zhang Xian's side and asked, What are you trying to do? He did not expect the guild leader to be so direct. However, since he had already chosen to follow the guild leader's bidding, he would not back down no matter what the latter said. I'd heard that you soul oracles are an arrogant bunch. It's because you refused to submit to Kong Shi that your kind ended up getting slaughtered by the Master Teacher Pavilion and was forced to escape here. I thought that it was just a legend, but it seems like it's all true. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Ancient Sage Allfire took a step forward, and powerful heat waves gushed into the surroundings. It had been several thousand years since he had become the head of the otherworldly battlefield beast tribe, but this was the first time anyone tried to take him in as their tamed beast. Not even Sovereign Chen Yong had dared to utter such words, but a sempiternal realm brat actually dared to say that. How audacious! If he did not teach the other party a lesson, what would become of his dignity? It's not your place to discuss whatever our soul oracles have done. Ancient Sage Mo Ling harumphed coldly. Is that so? A massive head leaned in, and a brilliant stream of flames poured down from above. Ancient Sage Mo Ling narrowed his eyes in astonishment as he quickly stepped forward and raised both of his arms to defend against the stream of flames. Pong! The stream of flame created a huge depression beneath Ancient Sage Mo Ling, and the sheer pressure forced him back dozens of steps. He had not thought that the other party would make a move without any warning at all. Infuriated, Ancient Sage Mo Ling gathered his power and flitted forward furiously. All of a sudden, a chilling gale whipped up within the cavern, threatening to cover the entire area in a layer of frost. Even though soul oracles were afraid of flames, just by driving the cultivation technique that the guild leader had imparted to him, he could feel the burning sensation gradually being alleviated. With this, he felt that he would stand a chance even if he fought a real battle against the other party. Before Ancient Sage Mo Ling could get close to Ancient Sage Allfire, a voice suddenly sounded from beneath. Don't worry, leave it to me. He swiftly halted in his footsteps before looking at the massive inferno behemoth standing before him warily. Hula! Zhang Xian stepped onto the edge of the lava and looked at Ancient Sage Allfire floating in the air before saying, Why don't we make a wager? Ancient Sage Allfire did not respond right away, choosing to eye the young man before him intently instead. It had never met Ancient Sage Mo Ling before, but based on the rumors, he was one of the strongest soul oracles in the world. For him to follow the orders of this young man so loyally, the chances were that the young man possessed extraordinary means. My wager is very simple. I'll have a fight with you, and if you lose, you'll have to submit to me and become my tamed beast. On the other hand, if you win, I'll bring Sovereign Chen Yong here personally and have him agree to terms that are favorable to your beast tribe. Zhang Xian said, How about it? Surely you can't be afraid to fight with someone at my power level. right? Humph! Ancient sage Allfire harumphed as he raised his massive claws and swiped them toward Zhang Xian. Let me witness the prowess of the guild leader of the Soul Oracle Guild. Boom! As ancient sage Allfire brought his claws down, the surrounding space seemed to have shattered apart. Incredible energy gathered around Zhang Xian, keeping him firmly in place. Seeing such a sight, ancient sage Mo Ling clenched his fists tightly in agitation. The strength that ancient sage Allfire could exert was greater than he had expected. Even he would have trouble coping with strength of such caliber. Could it be that ancient sage Allfire's cultivation had advanced once more after several thousand years of absence? No. Ancient sage Mo Ling swiftly came to a realization. It's due to the advantage of the terrain. Even the smallest breakthrough for experts at their level was an incredibly arduous task. The main reason that ancient sage Allfire seemed exceptionally powerful was because he could tap into the power of the lava within the cavern, thus allowing him to fully draw out his strength as an inferno behemoth. In such a state, he would definitely be no match for ancient sage Allfire. The best he could do was escape and preserve his life. Considering that even he did not stand a chance at all, what about the guild leader? Ancient sage Mo Ling quickly turned his gaze over and saw the guild leader whipping out a spear with a light chuckle. With a powerful leap off, he stepped against the lava crater ahead of him and flew upward. Devoting his spirit into his spear, he seemed to warp into a massive dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, charging toward the enemy before him furiously. Boom! A momentary dragon roar sounded in the air, and cracks swiftly appeared all over the cavern under the immense pressure. Countless fragments fell down from the ceiling. This is the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon? Ancient sage Mo Ling was stunned. There was only one roar that he had heard of that could crush the will of enemies and render them irrational, and that was the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon. However, it was said that only pure-blooded dragons were able to voice those notes. Did the Dragonbone Divine Spear not achieve a breakthrough not too long ago? Furthermore, its bloodline was not pure, so how could it make such a roar? Dang 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 dang. While ancient sage Mo Ling was still in shock, ancient sage Allfire was also in a state of disbelief. He was forced to retreat several steps, and shock was reflected in his eyes. As he did not possess the dragon bloodline, the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon did not pose any intrinsic pressure to him. Nevertheless, the instinctive fear toward the Emperor of all beasts still caused cracks in his state of mind, making him afraid of standing against the enemy before him. Hula! Barely after taking a step back, the black dragon whipped its powerful tail, and the lava beneath began billowing furiously. A hurricane gushed through the cavern, raising dozens of lava dragons. Shaking his head, ancient sage Allfire had to take another look before he realized that it was not the might of the black dragon. Rather, the young man was still standing on the spot while swiftly shaking up the lava with his spear, sending massive dragons in his direction. This is my territory. If you think that you can use my own sphere of domain against me, you are really underestimating me. Not expecting the other party to make use of his own battlefield against him, and even bringing forth such astounding prowess, ancient Allfire's huge nose breathed out a bundle of flames as he raised his legs and stomped down forcefully. Wong! A golden ripple spread into the surroundings, and the innumerable lava dragons swiftly turned back into lava and plummeted back into the lava pool upon coming into contact with it. Ancient sage Allfire had lived there for several thousand years, and the lava in there had been refined by him time and time again. While the other party did gain control over the lava for a short period of time, as long as he took charge, he would be able to wrestle back control. Retracting his spear, Zhang Xian asked with a smile, "Is that so?" It did not seem like he was discouraged just because the other party had undone his attack. Instead, he was filled with absolute confidence. After all that had happened, ancient sage Allfire dared not underestimate the young man before him. You are indeed an extraordinary individual to be able to become the leader of the Soul Oracle Guild. However, it's also a fact that your cultivation is only at sempiternal realm consummation. The main reason that you are able to draw forth such astounding fighting prowess is due to the spear in your hand, isn't it? The short fight they had earlier allowed him to see that the so-called leader of the Soul Oracle Guild was not too strong. The reason that the other party was able to fight with him at all was due to the spear in his hand. Indeed, Zhang Xian admitted frankly. Hearing Zhang Xian's admittance, Ancient Sage Allfire nodded in satisfaction. A weapon is unable to showcase its greatest prowess without someone wielding it. The fact that you are able to execute such a powerful move and nearly drive me into a corner shows that you are indeed an incredible person. At that moment, his tone took a sharp turn as he harumphed coldly. However, if that's all you have, I must say that you are too naive to dare challenge me. The lava began bubbling once more as it gushed up furiously, reminiscent of a tsunami. Chapter 1821 Ancient Sage Allfire's Pride. Not only so, countless balls of flames descended from the ceiling of the cavern, turning the entire area into a fiery inferno. In the face of such intense heat, Ancient Sage Mo Ling was forced to retreat. Even though he had received the guild leader's cultivation technique, which boosted his fire resistance considerably, it was still impossible for him to withstand that sea of flames. It was fortunate that he was still in his physical body. If his soul had been out at that moment, he might have sustained severe injuries. Is the guild leader fine? Ancient Sage Mo Ling thought worriedly. Following which, he heard a loud peal of laughter before spotting the silhouette of the guild leader floating calmly in the air. Instead of evading the descending balls of flame, he took a sharp intake of breath instead. Not bad. Hula. Following which, a powerful suction force suddenly came from the young man's body. As if a whale taking in water, the flames all around the area began gushing furiously in his direction. The sudden influx of searing energy caused the young man's body to expand swiftly. In an instant, he had already grown to a height of roughly 10 meters. He stood powerfully on the lava with a crimson body, reminiscent of a flame giant. Ancient Sage Allfire did not expect Zhang Xian to be so powerful. He was taken aback for a moment before swiftly recovering to launch his ultimate move. However, at that moment, the flames in the young man's body suddenly spurted out. Xiong xiong xiong. The crimson flame that spurted out of the young man's body burned intensely as soon as it came into contact with the surrounding air. The crimson flame slowly took on a darker shade, gradually making the transition to black. This is Empyrean Heavenly Flame? Sensing the temperature emanated from the black flame, Ancient Sage Allfire felt goosebumps rising all over his massive body as he hurriedly backed away. As a being that thrived in flames, the Inferno Behemoth feared not the heavenly flame ordeal, which struck deep fear in the hearts of other cultivators. But that was only taking normal heavenly flame into account. For something on the caliber of Empyrean Heavenly Flame, not even Inferno Behemoths could withstand something like that. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. It was just a simple touch, but Ancient Sage Allfire felt as if his body was burning. A charred smell wafted from him as he hurriedly retreated once more. To his astonishment, he was actually frightened the young man's move. He had thought that given his natural advantage against the Yin attribute soul oracles, he would be able to defeat the other party easily. This was also why he had invited Ancient Sage Mo Ling into his lair without fear. Who could have known that even the flames that he specialized in would end up being used against him? Empyrean Heavenly Flame was an entity that could set anything in the world alight. Not even blood reincarnation realm experts would dare face it directly. Seeing that Ancient Sage Allfire on the verge of hitting the other end of the lava pool, Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he raised the Dragonbone Divine Spear and charged forth. Didn't you say I was too naive for challenging you with what I have? If that's the case, why don't you stop cowering away? Woo! The furious roar of a black dragon filled the cavern as the black flames all over the area billowed under its dance, threatening to annihilate everything in its path. By that point, Ancient Sage Mo Ling had already fled out of the cavern, knowing that he might just lose his life if he got involved in the battle. Given how he was unable to even withstand ordinary flames, getting into close contact with Empyrean Heavenly Flame would really cost him his life. However, to use the flames that Ancient Sage Allfire specialized in to subdue him. How in the world did the guild leader manage to do it? In truth, Zhang Xian also did not expect such an outcome, and it had not been his intention to make such a move. However, when ancient sage Allfire summoned his flames, the physical body and soul that he had tempered through the Empyrean heavenly flame had suddenly begun trembling in agitation, seemingly craving to devour the other party's flame. Thus, he had drawn the flame into his body. To his shock, as soon as the other party's flame came into contact with his heaven's path Zhenqi, it had actually swiftly transformed into the Empyrean heavenly flame. The heaven's path Zhenqi was like oxygen fueling the flame, causing the flame to release heat of even greater intensity. Pung 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 pung. Cornered by the black flame to the corner of the cavern, ancient sage Allfire's hair had already been completely burned clean at this point in time. His flesh and blood were already beginning to evaporate, revealing parts of his golden bones here and there. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before the old ancestor who was renowned for his expertise in flames would be reduced to cinders. Ironic. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Do you submit or not? Zhang Xian asked calmly. Not over my dead body, the obstinate ancient sage Allfire spat. As the old ancestor of the beast tribe, a blood reincarnation realm expert, he had his own pride. This was not just about his own dignity, but the reputation of the entire beast tribe. If the leader of the otherworldly battlefield beast tribe submitted to a sempiternal realm consummation minor figure, the entire tribe would become laughingstock. In other words, you aren't going to abide by the rules of the wager, Zhang Xian uttered impassively. You are the one who one-sidedly decided on the wager. I never agreed to it. Ancient sage Allfire harumphed coldly. It was true that Zhang Xian had proposed a wager, but he had never given his consent to the matter. Do you really wish to die? Under the relentless attack of the Dragonbone Divine Spear and the searing heat of the Empyrean Heavenly Flame, ancient sage Allfire's wounds were worsening at an alarming rate. Yet, the latter showed no sign of submitting. Zhang Xian could not help but frown in response. His beast-pummeling taming method worked not just because his strength surpassed the beast itself, but because the heaven's path Zhenqi was able to nourish the beast and refine its bloodline, thus removing its bottleneck. To put it in simpler terms, it was like the carrot and the stick. Through the Dragonbone Divine Spear and the Empyrean Heavenly Flame, he was indeed able to corner ancient sage Allfire. However, due to his limited cultivation, the effect of his heaven's path Zhenqi was extremely limited on the latter. Without that, it meant that he was simply relying on threats to make the other party submit. Naturally, the effectiveness of the technique was greatly reduced. Not to mention, the other party was the old ancestor of the beast tribe and was already used to freedom. He would rather die than relinquish his freedom and become the subordinate of a human. Show me your worst. However, my descendants have never offended you, and as the leader of the Soul Oracle Guild and an ancient sage, I hope that you won't lower yourself to dealing with them too. Ancient sage Allfire gritted his teeth. It was his own fault for being weak, and he was willing to accept his death, especially after having lived for so many years. However, his many descendants outside represented the future of the beast tribe. If this young man went on a massacre, the otherworldly battlefield beast tribe might just go extinct. However, even though the otherworldly battlefield obeyed the rule of survival of the fittest, the act of ancient sages slaughtering the weak was still an action deeply frowned upon among major powers. He believed that the other party would not cast aside his dignity to commit such shameless acts. Your descendants? Those words brought a ray of hope to Zhang Xian's eyes. I think you're mistaken. I am not an ancient sage but a sempiternal realm cultivator, so I don't really have much of a reputation to uphold. I advise you to think it through. Submit to me, and I'll lead your beast tribe out of this wretched mountain range. Continue opposing me, and once you die, I believe you should know that even if I don't make a move, the otherworldly demonic tribe will make use of this opportunity to get rid of your descendants once and for all. He would have been completely helpless if ancient sage Allfire had no desire in the world at all, but it seemed like there was still something that he could use to negotiate with the latter. Life and death are predestined. I might be able to protect them for the moment, but I can't protect them forever. If that is the fate that awaits our beast tribe, "There's nothing I can say," Ancient Sage Allfire replied in resignation. Seeing that the other party's attitude was resolute, not yielding in the least, Zhang Xian lowered his head to ponder for a moment before remarking, "You're reluctant to submit to me because there's an entire race looking up to you. As their old ancestor, there's no way you could sully the reputation of your race by submitting to a human. However, what if all of your descendants are supportive of you becoming my tamed beast?" Not expecting to hear such words, Ancient Sage Allfire scoffed in disdain. "My descendants are prideful individuals. They won't even submit to me, so how could they possibly allow me to submit to you? You are dreaming." Did the young man's head get hit by a boulder? No matter how foolish his descendants were, there was no way that they would watch as their old ancestor became another person's tamed beast. If so, what would it say about their entire race? They would be forced to lower their heads in shame. "Oh, shall we watch and see then?" The edges of Zhang Xian's lips edged upward as he flicked his wrist and retrieved the dragonbone divine spear. He turned to the exit and instructed, "Ancient Sage Imo Ling, I'll leave it to you to look after Ancient Sage Allfire here. Make sure that he doesn't leave this cavern. I'll be heading out for a moment." With that, he swiftly flitted out of the cavern. Chapter 1822 Submit to Me. What do you intend to do? Seeing the young man rushing out of the cavern, Ancient Sage Allfire suddenly felt a bad premonition. He wanted to stop the young man, but a chilling aura suddenly crushed down on him. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to overcome such power with ease and even launch a powerful counterattack. However, with the severe injuries that he had sustained, he found himself unable to exert the slightest power. "Ancient Sage Imo Ling, you be *starred. I swear that I'll kill you once I recover to full strength." Ancient Sage Allfire roared frenziedly. "I'll be waiting." Ancient Sage Imo Ling replied nonchalantly as he continued exerting strength on the other party, pinning him firmly to the wall. Roar roar. Woo woo. While the two ancient sages were stuck with one another, countless beast calls reverberated outside the cavern. It was as if the young man had started a massacre right after leaving the cavern. "No, you be *starred. I swear I'll tear your flesh into shreds and sear your soul to oblivion." Hearing those cries of agony, Ancient Sage Allfire's body trembled in utter rage and desolation as he roared furiously. "You scoundrel! How can you prey on the weak like that? Where is your dignity?" His voice reverberated loudly throughout the entire mountain range, but it seemed like the young man could not hear him at all. The cries of agony continued echoing loudly in the air. Seeing that he was unable to escape and his shouts were not reaching at all, Ancient Sage Allfire frantically turned to the Soul Oracle before him and made his case. "Imo Ling, you are an ancient sage just like that. Even though we have never met one another, I have heard about your affairs and know a bit about your temperament. You are a righteous person who can't stand oppression. Are you going to watch quietly as your guild leader commits genocide? Is that how far the Soul Oracle Guild has fallen?" This ancient sage Imo Ling lowered his head in shame. Clearly, he did not expect the guild leader to rush right out and use his superior strength to oppress those ordinary beasts either. Even in the lawless, otherworldly battlefield, there were some unspoken rules. If ancient sages were allowed to target the younglings of one another, it would be a guaranteed recipe for mutually assured destruction, thus the convention against such actions. However, as a subordinate, Ancient Sage Imo Ling had already made up his mind to follow the orders of the young man no matter what they were. So, despite harboring doubts in his mind, he chose to stay out of the matter. "I apologize, but I'm simply following orders." Ancient Sage Imo Ling shook his head as he continued exerting his strength to pin the other party to the wall. "You." Ancient Sage Allfire was so furious that his voice began quivering. "If I get out of this alive, I swear I'll eradicate your entire lineage of soul oracles." He was truly furious. An expert whom even he was no match for had actually gone to the extent of massacring his juniors. This was such a shameless act. He roared on and on furiously, but to no avail. The cries of agony that reverberated in his ears seemed to continue for an eternity before everything fell silent. In that instant, Ancient Sage Allfire's heart turned cold with despair. The The young man soon returned with a relaxed look on his face. You be *starred. You killed my tribesmen and destroyed my lineage. If I get out of here alive, I'll surely destroy everything that you hold dear. Ancient Sage howled with a warped look on his face. Overflowing resentment flowed out of his eyes, wanting to drown everything in sight. Killed your tribesmen? Seeing how furious Ancient Sage Allfire was, Zhang Xian stunned for a moment before shaking his head helplessly. You're overthinking it. I am a gentle and loving person who is passionate for peace, so how could I possibly commit genocide? Ancient Sage Ling, let go of him and allow him to go out and take a look. This Ancient Sage Ling hesitated for a brief moment before retracting his strength. Hula! Ancient Sage Allfire fell from the wall. He hurriedly got to his feet before rushing out of the cavern. Zhang Xian and Ancient Sage Ling followed leisurely behind him. Outside of the cavern, the light from the crimson moon was slightly glaring. Ancient Sage Allfire quickly scanned his surroundings, only to see many of his descendants gathered outside, alive and kicking. Every single one of them was roaring passionately, their red eyes reflecting excitement. Your cultivation. Ancient Sage Allfire was stunned. Having spent countless years with his descendants on this barren mountain, he was extremely clear about their cultivation. After being forced to this land, due to the sparse spiritual energy in the area, it was already a blessing that they had maintained their current level of cultivation. Any advancement was pretty much impossible. But at that moment, the tens of thousands of beasts had made breakthroughs in their cultivation, such that their overall prowess had grown significantly. This was especially for those that he held in high regard. Not only was there a rise in their cultivation, it seemed like they had happened upon an epiphany. It felt like they were ready to push further into higher realms as soon as the opportunity presented itself. Furthermore, they were no longer yellow-skinned, malnourished beasts. Each of them looked physically powerful and spiritually revitalized, as if they had been born anew. It was just a short moment of absence, but it felt like everything had changed. Paying respects to the old ancestor, the many beasts swiftly bowed down to pay respect to Ancient Sage Allfire. You! Ancient Sage Allfire's lips quivered. There were countless questions on the tip of his tongue, but he was too shaken to say anything. The beasts that had brought Zhang Xian into the cavern earlier lowered themselves to the ground and said, Old Ancestor, our master is a compassionate man, and we have already submitted to him. We beseech you to make a decision swiftly. You have already submitted to him? Ancient Sage Allfire felt as if he was dreaming. All of you have acknowledged him as your master. That's right. The beasts nodded simultaneously. They turned to Zhang Xian and bowed down once more. Paying respects to Master. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze back to Ancient Sage Allfire. How is it? Your tribesmen have already acknowledged me as their master, and they are supportive of you submitting to me as well. Is there anything else that you are hesitant about? Old Ancestor, we beseech you to join us. The eyes of the beasts gathered were glimmering in excitement. All of you. Ancient Sage Allfire felt as if a mini explosion had just erupted in his head. He took several steps back as he looked on at the sight before him in disbelief, wondering if what he was seeing was truly reality. These were the elites of his descendants. Back then, during the battle with Sovereign Qin Yong, they had savagely torn otherworldly demon after otherworldly demon apart, not yielding to any opponent. Yet, they had all submitted to a single soul oracle. Ancient Sage Allfire was not the only one who had such an expression on his face. Even Ancient Sage Ling looked as if he had seen a ghost. How long had it been since the guild leader had left the cavern? 10 minutes? 20 minutes? Within that short span of time, he had actually managed to tame tens of thousands of beasts. Even if someone was just scattering food to feed a couple of chicks, they would not be that fast, right? Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. He had known that the guild leader was able to set up formations swiftly, but he did not think that the other party would be even faster when it came to taming beasts. Old Ancestor, if you acknowledge our master, we'll be able to raise our cultivation swiftly. You mustn't hesitate. The rise of our tribe depends on your decision. Please don't reject our master's goodwill. Under our master's leadership, we'll be able to cleanse ourselves of our previous humiliation, and our beast tribe will swiftly grow stronger over time." Many beasts roared in agreement. Ancient Sage Allfire was rendered speechless. Previously, he had still thought that his descendants had backbone and would not submit easily. Who could have known that all of them would defect so quickly? From the looks of it, if he did not agree to it, his descendants would continue heaping pressure onto him until he finally succumbed. You value your dignity because you wish to set a good example for your descendants and allow them to live a prideful life. I am able to give your tribe what you want to give them. Acknowledge me as your master, and I swear that I won't let you down." Zhang Xian said, "I won't force you into making a decision right now. I have a cultivation technique here that will not only allow you to recover to your peak, you'll also be able to exert incredible fighting prowess without tapping into the lava in your cavern." Before Ancient Sage Allfire could react, he suddenly felt a jolt in his head. A new cultivation technique had appeared in his head. Upon taking a look at it, Ancient Sage Allfire's body suddenly began trembling uncontrollably. He was so agitated that he was unable to voice his words properly. Chapter 1823 Sovereign Chen Yong arrives. The cultivation technique that the young man had just imparted to him not only resolved the flaws in his cultivation, it even complemented his strengths. If Ancient Sage Allfire cultivated according to it, even without the lava in its cavern, he would easily be able to reach Ancient Sage 4 Dan or even higher. It was no exaggeration to say that this cultivation technique was tailored just for him. As long as he cultivated according to it, he would grow by leaps and bounds. After carefully going through the cultivation technique in his mind, Ancient Sage Allfire finally came to a realization. There was no doubt that the young man was a person with great capabilities, and he would eventually rise to the top of the world. Thus, he lowered his body on the ground and sent a droplet of blood essence into the young man's glabella. Allfire pays respects to Master. Although he had been hesitant previously, at that very moment, all doubts had been removed from his mind. Despite the other party's young age and lower cultivation, he was qualified to become his master. Following behind the other party would surely bring him to greater heights. On the other hand, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief after assimilating the blood essence. It seemed like his trip had not been wasted. A blood reincarnation realm ancient sage with so many tamed beasts. Even if he encountered Sovereign Chen Ling once more, he would have the power to protect himself. Several figures were flitting swiftly in the air. They were Sovereign Chen Yong and Ancient Sage Hao Sun, who had separated from Zhang Xian a while back. Following behind them were 4 Ancient Sage, 2 Dan Great Philosopher Realm cultivators. Even though they were weaker than the 2 leading the way, there was no doubt that they were the strongest experts on the Master-Teacher continent. In a battle, their might would be something to behold. They were the ancient sages whom the 2 of them had managed to rally to their side within this period of time. Seeing the space before him shattering again and again as they surged forward, one of the ancient sages following behind could not help but ask, "Your Majesty, where are we heading right now?" "We're heading to the battlefield of Firefeather," Sovereign Chen Yong replied calmly. "Battlefield of Firefeather?" The ancient sage who had just asked the question pondered for a moment before replying. Given how remote that place is, there shouldn't be any ancient sages there, right? If I recall correctly, the Beast Tribe's ancient sage Allfire resides there, another ancient sage added. Ancient Sage Allfire? Upon hearing this name, the remaining members of the group recoiled in horror a little before swiftly turning their gazes towards Sovereign Chen Yong. There was no one on the otherworldly battlefield who had not heard of the conflict between Ancient Sage Allfire and Sovereign Chen Yong. Yet, to run over right now to look for the other party. Was that not courting death? I don't deny that there's a grudge between me and Ancient Sage Allfire. However, if we wish to expose the crimes of Sovereign Chen Ling and Sovereign Chen Xing, there's no doubt that we'll need that fellow's strength. Since he had already rallied those ancient sages to his side, he had no intention of hiding anything from them. But the conflict back then caused the relationship between the 2 of you to turn so stale. There's no choice no matter how stale it is. I can only hope for the best. Sovereign Chen Yong shook his head. If he had a choice, he would not have wanted to forsake his dignity to request help from his enemy. He knew that he would definitely be humiliated, and it might even backfire on him. However, given the current circumstances, he did not have any other choice. Ancient sage Hao Sun turned his gaze over and asked, "Didn't Elder Zhang Xian say that he'll find a way to tame ancient sage Allfire after finding the dragon blood? Are we not waiting for him?" Tame? Hearing those words, Sovereign Qin Yong shook his head. Do you think that Allfire will ever allow himself become another person's tamed beast? Ancient sage Hao Sun fell silent. He could not say for sure when it came to other beasts, but ancient sage Allfire was one hell of an obstinate fellow. In the past, Sovereign Qin Yong had used all kinds of methods on the latter, but the latter had seemed completely impervious to his bait and threats. He would even rather migrate to this barren land with scarce spiritual energy than submit to the otherworldly demonic tribe. From this, it could be seen just how prideful ancient sage Allfire was. Was it even possible for such a prideful beast to submit to a person who had not even reached ancient sage? The young master has never met Allfire before, so it's no surprise that he's unfamiliar with his temperament. On the other hand, as people who have met and interacted with him, we are very clear that it's impossible to tame him. At that point, Sovereign Chun Yong sighed deeply. Since that's the case, rather than hope for the impossible, we might as well head over and have a good talk with Allfire. Back then, I was the one who forced him into exile, so I should be the one undoing the damage. I guess we can only hope for the best. Ancient sage Hao Sun nodded. Given that Sovereign Chen Yong was the culprit who had turned ancient sage Allfire against the otherworldly demonic tribe, if they wanted to placate ancient sage Allfire and bring him over to their side, it would indeed be good to start with him. We're here. Amid their discussion, the ancient sages finally arrived at a location in proximity to the battlefield of Firefeather. A barren mountain range unfolded before their eyes. This is the battlefield of Firefeather? Is it really possible to live in such a place? One of the ancient sages remarked in shock, sensing the incredibly thin spiritual energy in the air. Without any resources and spiritual energy, the only thing one could do in such a place was survive. There was no way one could advance one's cultivation in a place like this. Considering how Sovereign Chen Yong had driven ancient sage Allfire to such a barren place, it seemed unlikely that they would be able to engage his help to deal with the other two sovereigns. The situation simply did not look too good. Noticing the crowd's worry, Sovereign Chen Yong shook his head bitterly. Let's find a beast and ask him where ancient sage Allfire is. With a flicker, he appeared right before one of the beasts loitering around the mountain range. The beast immediately recoiled in alarm. Sovereign Chen Yong hurriedly stopped the beast from shouting for help and sent a Jinqi telepathic message. I am a friend of your old ancestor, ancient sage Allfire. Is it possible for you to take me to him? Suppressed to the point where it was completely unable to send out any signals, the beast had no choice but to reply obediently. Our old ancestor is currently in the midst instructing our tribesmen to pack up. Pack up? Where are you all heading? The group of ancient sages looked at one another in bewilderment. It was true that the condition of the battlefield of Firefeather was horrendous, but they had managed to live there for many years. Why were they suddenly packing up at that moment? We are heading to the capital, the beast quickly replied. This beast was only at St. Wandan, and it had lived in the outer perimeters of the mountain range. As such, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to tame it. You are returning to the capital? Hearing those words, Sovereign Chen Yong's face warped in horror. Could it be that Sovereign Chen Yong has made a move ahead of us and successfully rallied ancient sage Allfire over to his side? It was no wonder that it harbored such thoughts. The capital was currently under Sovereign Chanling's control, and considering how ancient sage Allfire had a feud with him, it was not unthinkable for Sovereign Chanling to try rally the latter against him. Have any guests come here recently? Sovereign Chun Yong asked. The beast pondered for a moment before replying. Not too long ago, an ancient sage named Mo Ling came over along with our old ancestor's master. They should still be around at the moment. Wait a moment. Master? Sovereign Qin Yong was just about to ask who the master was when ancient sage Hao Sun suddenly spoke up. Ancient Sage Emo Ling is the strongest expert among the soul oracles at the moment, and he's one of the trusty aides of Sovereign Chen Ling. He played a huge role in planning the encirclement against you. Ancient Sage Hao Sun had received a fair bit of insider news from his subordinates and descendants after leaving the primal Lodestone Mountain, so he was privy to a lot of specifics. As a blood reincarnation realm expert serving under Sovereign Chen Ling, it was inevitable that others would keep tabs on Ancient Sage Emo Ling in an attempt to figure out Sovereign Chen Ling's plans. Considering how Ancient Sage Emo Ling is subordinated to Sovereign Chen Ling, and Ancient Sage Allfire has acknowledged that person as his master, could that person be Sovereign Chen Ling? Did Sovereign Chen Ling really manage to tame Ancient Sage Allfire? Getting Sovereign Chen Yong's heart skipped a beat. If that was truly the case, they were in deep trouble. After asking a few more questions to confirm Ancient Sage Allfire's location, Sovereign Chen Yong tapped his finger on the beast's head to knock it out before turning his head around and instructing, "Let's head there secretly. We have to make sure that Ancient Sage Allfire doesn't notice." Given that Sovereign Chen Ling was still in the vicinity, they had to head over to take a look no matter what. Alright. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Knowing how serious this matter was, the crowd quickly nodded. They concealed their auras and proceeded forward while flying close to the ground so as to prevent themselves from getting noticed. Discord chat group link. https://discord. gg/atijvex. Chapter 1824. Returning to the capital after passing through several mountains, the group soon spotted a massive group of beasts floating before a cavern in a terribly neat formation, almost as if an army waiting for a command. Isn't this place scarce in spiritual energy? Why is the spirit of these beasts so united? Furthermore, it seems like their fighting prowess has also improved considerably from before. Sovereign Chen Yong was stunned once more. When he drove these beasts into exile, he had led his great army to battle them. While the beasts had been fairly strong opponents, they had hardly been as strong as they were at that very moment. He had thought that it would already be a blessing if they could maintain their cultivation realms after being exiled there, but to think that they had managed to grow so much ever since then. In his moment of shock, he saw a spatial distortion in front of the cavern, and two figures materialized there. The first figure was completely cloaked its flames. Black streaks could be seen on its golden exterior, an indication that it was slowly changing colors. The incredible heat coming from made it feel as if it was cooking the surrounding space-time. Such prowess. Sovereign Chen Yong clenched his fists grimly. Without a doubt, the figure before him was the very ancient sage Allfire, whom he was intending to rally to his side. During the war back then, he had exchanged blows with the other party, so he knew the other party's cultivation very well. He had thought that it would be nigh impossible for the other party to advance any further after being forced here, but who could have known that ancient sage Allfire would actually make such a huge leap in his cultivation? In terms of prowess, the other party could be said to be close to being on par with his peak. To think that the beast tribe would be so resilient as to continue growing stronger even when they had been exiled to such remote land. What in the world was going on? Previously, Sovereign Chen Yong had thought that he would still be able to lure the other party over to their faction by offering them some favorable terms, but with ancient sage Allfire's current strength, it was unlikely that their terms could move him anymore. Is that person over there ancient sage Emo Ling? How did he grow so much stronger? I met him 3 years ago, but he wasn't so strong back then, one of the ancient sages exclaimed. It was only after hearing that voice that Sovereign Chen Yong finally turned his attention toward the other figure standing beside ancient sage Allfire. With just a glance, his eyebrows immediately shot up in astonishment. He had met ancient sage Emo Ling as well, and the latter was indubitably a rather troublesome opponent to deal with. Fortunately, it was extremely difficult for soul oracles to advance their cultivation, so the latter had never posed too great a threat to him. However, somehow, the latter's cultivation had also advanced to an unimaginable level. Were the heavens really signaling that his era had come to an end? Master, we are deeply grateful for your benevolent enlightenment. We shall brave through any peril with you without uttering a single word of complaint. It seemed like ancient sage Allfire had not noticed Sovereign Qianyong and the others who were hiding behind the mountain. Instead, he clasped his fist and bowed deeply toward the cavern before him. After acknowledging his new master, he did not rush into leaving their area of exile. Instead, he chose to make use of the underground lava to recuperate from his injuries. Using the technique that his master had imparted to him, not only did he recover swiftly from his wounds, he felt like his cultivation had advanced considerably. It left him with a feeling of indescribable exhilaration, and the feeling of gratitude toward his young master deepened as well. "There's no need to stand on ceremony," a young man said calmly as a silhouette slowly flew out of the cavern. Upon seeing this silhouette, Sovereign Qianyong's body jolted. He had been thinking that the person who would come out was going to be Sovereign Qinling, and he had been prepared to find a chance to end the other party's life. However, when he took a closer look, what he saw left him astounded instead. Young Master. It was the young master who had left for the capital in search of dragon blood. Did he not go to Sovereign Qinling's palace? Why would he be there? Could it be that the master whom ancient sage Allfire was speaking of earlier was actually referring to him? In other words, the young master had already managed to tame ancient sage Allfire. Despite being the #1 otherworldly demon emperor of the spirit tribe, he suddenly found his mind incapable of comprehending what was going on before him. In the midst of his astonishment, Sovereign Qianyong heard a chuckle not too far away. "Come over since you are already here." Even though ancient sage Allfire and the others did not notice a thing, Zhang Xian had sensed the power of magnetism lingering in the area. Activating his eye of insight, it did not take him long to notice Sovereign Qianyong's tracks. Who? Seeing that he had been found, Sovereign Qianyong flew out without any hesitation. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Sovereign Qianyong. Upon seeing his old nemesis, ancient sage Allfire narrowed his eyes in fury. Flames swiftly surged forth from his body, and it seemed like he would turn the entire mountain range into a living hell in an instant. "Stop!" Zhang Xian quickly raised his hand and stopped him. Yes, ancient sage Allfire did not dare blatantly disobey his master's instructions, but that did not stop the fury from burning in the depths of his hearts. Just as he was perplexed as why his master would stop him, he saw the #1 otherworldly demon emperor of the spirit tribe clasping his fist, bowing deeply, and greeting, "Young Master." Young Master? Taken aback by what he had heard, ancient sage Allfire quickly turned his gaze over to ancient sage Mo Ling, only to see the latter with an equally incredulous expression. The fact that Sovereign Qianyong was addressing the young man as "Young Master" meant that he was subordinated to the young man. But how could that be? For the great Sovereign Qianyong, the highest leader of the spirit tribe, to willingly serve as the subordinate of another man. Something felt really off. Thus, ancient sage Allfire could not help but ask, "Master, is he your subordinate?" Zhang Xian nodded with a smile. "Sovereign Qianyong can indeed be considered my subordinate. Sovereign Qianyong, I have just accepted ancient sage Allfire as my tamed beast, so I expect you to put aside any conflict you have with him, all right?" Even though Sovereign Qianyong was equally shocked, he still subconsciously nodded before looking at ancient sage Allfire with a perplexed look on his face. We meet again. They could be considered two of the most outstanding experts in the otherworldly battlefield. There was no one who did not know of the battle that had happened between the two of them, and it had even been proclaimed as the greatest battle that had happened in the past several millenniums. Yet, of the two of them, one had become a subordinate whereas the other had become a tamed beast. What was even more frightening was that they were both serving the young man named Zhang Xian. Just the thought of it felt ridiculous in itself. Ancient sage Allfire nodded. To be honest, he had thought that the young man's claim that he would lead the beast tribe to claim back its rightful land was just an empty promise, but upon seeing that even Sovereign Qianyong was a subordinate to him, he realized that the young man was serious about it. "Sovereign Qianyong, I have already agreed to help ancient sage Allfire return to the land that they used to reside in. So I want you to promise to push for the coexistence between the beast tribe and the spirit tribe. You are not to regard the beast tribe as an outsider and ostracize them." Zhang Xian instructed. I'll obey your orders, young master. Sovereign Chen Yong quickly nodded in agreement. Even if he wanted to refute those words, he was already powerless to do so, especially since the young man had ancient sage all-fire on his side. No wonder the young master could catch the spirit god's eye. He was indeed an exceptional individual. Ancient sage all-fire was an opponent whom he would have to tread carefully around, but in the blink of an eye, it had already been tamed so obediently. He really could not help but wonder how it was done. Good. With this, we already have the strength to stand against Sovereign Qinling and Sovereign Chanxing. It's about time for us to return to the capital and end this farce. There was still an air of tension between Ancient Sage Allfire and Sovereign Chen Yong, but he knew that it would take much more time for them to resolve the grudges between them. Thus, he did not force the matter. Right now, they had 4 Ancient Sage 3 Dan experts on their side, namely Sovereign Chen Yong, Ancient Sage Hao Sun, Ancient Sage Emoling, and Ancient Sage Allfire. If they factored in the Dragonbone Divine Spear and Vicious, that added up to a total of 6 Blood Reincarnation Realm experts on their side. As for Ancient Sage 2 Dan Great Philosopher Realm experts, they had 4 of them in total. Taking into account those soulless metal humanoid that Zhang Xian had forged not too long ago, their total fighting force was already beyond that of Sovereign Qinling. Even if Sovereign Chanxing sided with Sovereign Qinling in the midst of the battle, Zhang Xian was still confident that they would be able to emerge victorious. This meant that it was time for them to return to the capital, declare the truth that Sovereign Chen Yong was still alive, and have the final showdown. Yes, the crowd nodded grimly. Knowing how important this matter was, Ancient Sage Allfire turned around and instructed, "Children, you will have to wait here. After we resolve the issue at the capital, I'll take you all back to where we truly belong." There was no way that he could take everyone into the capital with him. Otherwise, it could very well incite a full-blown war between the Beast Tribe and the Spirit Tribe, which was not what he wanted. For the time being, it was best to leave the rest of the Beast Tribe there. As long as they took out the main culprits, Sovereign Qinling and Sovereign Chanxing, and returned power to Sovereign Chen Yong, everything else would be a walk in the park. Chapter 1825 Sovereign Chen Yong isn't dead. In the capital of the otherworldly demonic tribe, there was a sealed room filled with all kinds of seals that isolated the space from the rest of the world, hindering even one's spiritual perception from passing through. Pong! With a loud smack on the table, a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows stood up wrathfully, shouting, "That scoundrel! This is no different from a revolt." A younger, otherworldly demon scanned the crowd and furiously bellowed. The 3 sovereigns of the spirit tribe have always looked after one another, but that **starred actually disregarded the rules and colluded with the humans to kill Sovereign Chen Yong, that wretched traitor of the spirit tribe. As proud citizens of the spirit tribe, we must come together to overthrow this nonsense. If Zhang Xian was there, he would definitely have been able to tell that this otherworldly demon was the student of his that had infiltrated the otherworldly demonic tribe, Lu Yong. At this very moment, he had assembled a group of patriotic warriors to expose Sovereign Qinling and Sovereign Chanxing's crimes. Around a month ago, Sovereign Qinling had returned to the otherworldly battlefield and announced to the whole world that Sovereign Chen Yong had been assaulted and killed by the experts of mankind. In an attempt to save the latter, he and Sovereign Chanxing had ended up sustaining severe wounds, but they had been unable to affect the outcome. Back then, everyone in the spirit tribe had taken his words for real, but not too long later, as human cultivators began entering the subterranean galleries, another rumor began floating around. It was said that Sovereign Qinling had colluded with the 100 schools of philosophers in order to get rid of Sovereign Chen Yong, so that he could usurp the latter. Initially, everyone had thought that the rumors floating around were a ploy from mankind in order to spark discord within the spirit tribe. However, as Sovereign Qinling began to take control of Sovereign Chen Yong's troops and massacre the latter's commanders, they swiftly sensed that something was amiss. And just 2 hours ago, the appointed successor of Sovereign Chen Yong had suddenly gathered them together and recounted the happenings to them. Everything fitted together like pieces of a puzzle in an instant, and the realization of the truth filled them with rage. It was due to the unity of the three sovereigns that the spirit tribe had instilled fear into mankind for many years. Of course, this unity was built upon a fragile balance of power, but it had served them well for tens of thousands of years. Yet, all of a sudden, one of the sovereigns had colluded with the humans to turn against one of their own. Even among the lawless, otherworldly demons, this was an unforgivable act of betrayal. Sovereign Qinling and Sovereign Chanxing are incredibly powerful cultivators who ranks among the top of all ancient sages alive. What difference does it make even if we have learned of their treachery? There's no way we stand a chance against them. One of the otherworldly demons shook his head and poured a bucket of cold water on the riled-up crowd. He could understand the feelings of those who were gathered there, but no matter how severely wounded Sovereign Qinling and Sovereign Chanxing were, they were still blood reincarnation realm consummation experts. They were not opponents whom a bunch of great sages like them could deal with. The reason that the standing of the three sovereigns had remained unmovable over the past tens of thousands of years was not just because of their political acuity and the support of their followers. More than that, it was because they wielded the strength to quell any uprisings. I understand that as well, but rest assured, all is not hopeless yet. Since Sovereign Qinyong is still alive, he'll surely return to clear out those traitors. All we have to do is move on his command and take back control of the various divisions so as to maintain internal stability, Lu Yang said. Indeed, we might not be able to participate in the battle among the ancient sages, but we are still able to minimize the losses of the spirit tribe through our actions. If things go wrong, mankind could make use of this temporary lapse in our defenses to destroy us. If so, the spirit tribe could be ruined. A couple of otherworldly demons nodded in agreement. The battle among the three sovereigns was already far beyond what they could interfere with, but they could still calm down the armies and populace through their presence and reduce whatever damage would be incurred to the minimum. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Seeing that he had won the support of those present for now, Lu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Since we share the same thoughts, I'll consider this alliance formed. As it's an alliance, we'll require a reliable alliance leader to coordinate all of our movements. Otherwise, if we simply move on our own, it could worsen the chaos. I concur. We'll need an alliance leader to lead us all. Since Brother Yang is the successor of Sovereign Qinyong and boasts the highest cultivation of us all, it goes without saying that he should assume the role of the alliance leader. You are the only one who can help us wrestle back control over the situation. The crowd clasped their fists. Other than the ancient sages, the person who boasted the greatest rallying ability was indubitably Lu Yang. If not for his popularity among the otherworldly demons, Sovereign Qianling would have killed him right away. It was in consideration of Lu Yang only being a sempiternal realm consummation whom could still be controlled and the repercussions that would come with the other party's death that Sovereign Qianling had chosen to spare him for the time being. It went without saying that Lu Yang was indeed the most suitable figure to serve as the alliance leader. Since everyone has nominated me, I'll humbly take on the position. That being said, there's one thing that I would like to say that I hope everyone can keep in mind. Rising to his feet, Lu Yang placed a clenched fist on his chest and spoke with unwavering determination. No matter what we do, it's all for the spirit tribe. After coming to the otherworldly demonic tribe, there was no way that Lu Yang could continue using his original name. Thus, he had become known as Yang Lu instead, and he was the Brother Yang whom everyone spoke of. Since he did not have much of a reputation on the master-teacher continent anyway, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to figure out his true identity just through his reversed name. What he was doing right now was rallying everyone within his sphere of connections and attempting to wrestle power from Sovereign Qianling and the others. This was the mission that his teacher had entrusted him with before entering Sovereign Qianling's palace. No matter what we do, it's all for the spirit tribe. The otherworldly demons rose to their feet and chanted passionately. As expected of the successor whom Sovereign Qinyong had chosen, he was indeed someone who would become a powerful supporting pillar of the spirit tribe in the near future. Since we have sealed the alliance, let's settle on our future course of action. Seeing that he had won everyone over, Lu Yang was just about to set future directions for their alliance when he suddenly fell silent. With a frown on his forehead, he flicked his wrist. Who? A communication jade token materialized in his hand. With just a look, his eyes immediately narrowed menacingly. Brother Yang, is something wrong? One of the otherworldly demons asked. Lu Yang was quiet for a moment before he solemnly said, Sovereign Qinling has erected an altar at the center of the capital, and he's going around capturing cultivators above St. Wandan to tribute them. According to the intelligence that I've received, there are already more than 30,000 casualties. 30,000 casualties? That beast. Hearing such a piece of news, the crowd could not remain calm any longer. They swiftly rose to their feet in anger. Even with the superior talents of the spirit tribe, the number of them who eventually made it to sainthood was still rather limited. Yet, Sovereign Qinling was using their lives as tributes and had even slaughtered over 30,000 of them in a single shot. Was he insane? Brother Yang, what should we do now? Everyone in the room quickly turned their gazes to Lu Yang as they waited impatiently for his directives. Judging by his actions over the past few days, I reckon that he's intending to offer a tribute to the spirit god in exchange for the recovery of his injuries and strength, Lu Yang said. The crowd nodded silently in agreement. While there was no concrete news about Sovereign Qinling's physical condition, the fact that he had disappeared from public view for some time had raised some speculation about his current condition. If there was little hope of him recovering from his injuries through normal means, his best bet would be to turn to the spirit god for help. However, obtaining the spirit god's blessing came with an incredibly steep cost. Not only did it require the tribute of countless artifacts, one also had to make an offering of fresh blood. The laws of the world dictated that a gain had to come with a loss. Not even the spirit god was an exception to the rule. The very fact that Sovereign Qinling had gone around slaughtering tens of thousands of people meant that he was preparing for a major ritual. What we have to do now is gather our forces and hinder the ritual. Otherwise, this could result in an irrecoverable blow for our spirit tribe. Lu Yang harumphed. All right. The crowd nodded in agreement. They had to stop Sovereign Qinling at all costs. It would be one thing if Sovereign Qinling recovered to full strength, but who knew how many more lives would have to be sacrificed in order for that to happen? Hong Long Long. Just as Lu Yang was about to tear down the restrictions around him to stop Sovereign Qinling's tribute, the ground intensely shuddered. Vaguely, the sound of rumbling thunder could be heard in the atmosphere. Lu Yang dashed out of the room and headed to where the sound was coming from. Soon, he saw a massive influx of energy gathering at the very center of the capital, where Sovereign Qinling was preparing his tribute. If an explosion occurred over there, did it mean that the ritual was a failure? What happened? Lu Yang turned to a nearby guard. With an agitated look on his face, the guard exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, It's Sovereign Qingyong. Sovereign Qingyong isn't dead yet. He has returned. Chapter 1826 Seed of Acquiescence. Sovereign Qingyong is really alive? He has really returned? The crowd who had followed Lu Yang over exclaimed in astonishment. They had been a little doubtful while listening to Lu Yang's story, but upon hearing those words from the guard, all of the doubts vanished from their minds. It seemed like Sovereign Qingyong was indeed alive. To put it in other words, the story that Sovereign Qinling had told the world was fake as well. To collude with the humans to murder a fellow sovereign, this was intolerable. Quick, let's head over. Lu Yang exclaimed with a hint of joy and relief in his voice. While others might be unaware of what was going on, he had liaised with Sovereign Qingyong and his teacher in advance, so he knew what the two of them had prepared. They had gathered every power that they could rally, and the fact that they were there meant that they had already put together a force that could stand against Sovereign Qinling's faction. A battle for supremacy in the otherworldly demonic tribe was about to begin. So, find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Together with the alliance that had just been formed, he flew right toward the center of the capital. It did not take them too long to arrive at their destination. At the area where the ritual was conducted, a towering pedestal that pierced right into the clouds could be seen. The winding stairs around the pedestal were coated in a sinister stream of fresh blood. Flags that rose along the winding stairs fluttered angrily amid the tempest, and dark clouds loomed eerily over the sky. A tornado had formed at the center of the pedestal, drawing endless energy into its eye. At that very moment, Sovereign Ling was floating right above the pedestal, allowing the raging air currents to swirl around him. Beneath the pedestal was a massive congregation of otherworldly demons. As if they had lost their consciousness, they kneeled in a daze before the pedestal, unfazed by the furious air currents battering them. All in all, there were tens of thousands of them. It was clear that they were the tributes. Laid out several steps ahead of them were countless precious artifacts, medicinal herbs, and ores. Zhang Xian recognized some of those items as the ones that he had appraised back at Sovereign Ling's palace as Wu Tao. Standing opposite Sovereign Ling was Sovereign Yong. He looked upon the floor filled with corpses and fresh blood with a crack of anger on his face. Sovereign Ling, you colluded with the humans to assassinate me. That's an act of disloyalty. You have chosen to massacre so many of your tribesmen for your own welfare. That's an act of gross self-centeredness. A person as vile as you does not deserve to live. Today shall be your death date. He had known that Sovereign Ling was an extreme individual, but who could have predicted that he would actually commit something so ridiculous? It was one thing for the other party to conspire with the humans to assassinate him, but to capture 100,000 of their tribesmen and offer them as tributes. There was no bamboo scroll large enough to detail the weight of his crimes. You wish to kill me? Sovereign Ling sneered with a hint of disdain in his eyes. If it had been the Sovereign Yong of the past, he might have feared him. However, the other party was already on the verge of death, such that even clinging on to life was a difficulty. Yet, the other party still wanted to kill him? Dream on. What about the rest of us then? Hoo-hoo. A gust of wind blew across the area, and several more silhouettes appeared in the air. They were Ancient Sage Ling, Ancient Sage Allfire, and the others. Ling, you treacherous little scoundrel. Sovereign Ling narrowed his eyes contemptuously. Sovereign Yong, you actually want to work with someone like him? You must not be aware that he played an integral role in how you ended up in your current state. Were it not for Ancient Sage Ling liaising with the 100 schools of philosophers, there was no way that Sovereign Ling, given his limited prowess, would have managed to lay his hands on Sovereign Yong. Do you think that such a news makes any difference to me now? Sovereign Yong harumphed coldly. There was no doubt that he hated Ancient Sage Ling as well for scheming behind his back and putting together the plan for his assassination. However, the positions were very clear at the moment. The greatest enemy that he wished to slay right now was Sovereign Ling, and Ancient Sage Ling was someone who would help him to achieve that. It would be foolish to turn against someone who was his ally at the moment. It doesn't make any difference? Sovereign Ling burst into cold laughter. You sure have fallen, Sovereign Yong. He turned his gaze toward the massive beast standing next to Ancient Sage Ling, and his face suddenly turned incredibly ugly. Ancient Sage Allfire, Sovereign Yong was the one who drove you and your tribesmen away from your homeland. I'm sure that you have a bone to pick with him. Do your pride and dignity really allow you to work with your nemesis? As long as you help me, not only will I maintain peace with your beast tribe as long as I live, I'll even return your homeland to you and compensate for all the wrongdoing of our spirit tribe over the years. If it was just Ancient Sage Ling, he would have been confident that he could emerge victorious. However, if his opponents included Ancient Sage Allfire as well, that would make things extremely difficult. At his peak, Ancient Sage Allfire had possessed strength that was even greater than his. He was an expert that commanded a fighting prowess second only to Sovereign Yong himself. If he had to face Ancient Sage Allfire in his current state, chances were that it would end in his death. Like I told you before, we of the Beast Tribe have our own pride to uphold. If I was willing to collaborate with you, I would have long agreed to an alliance. Ancient Sage Allfire waved his claws impassively. In truth, before Sovereign Yong came to look for him, Sovereign Ling had knocked on his door many times before, only to be driven away. Hearing those words, Sovereign Ling narrowed his eyes. He had been thinking that given how severely wounded Sovereign Yong was, the latter would only be able to rally a bunch of weaklings to oppose him. Never could he have expected Ancient Sage Ling to openly betray him and Ancient Sage Allfire to actually submit to the latter. How in the world did Sovereign Qinyong manage to do it? Sovereign Qinyong, I can see that you do have some tricks up your sleeves. You are more formidable than I thought. However, if you think that you can kill me just like that, I must say that you are really underestimating me. Knowing that there was no point saying anything more, Sovereign Chen Ling exhaled deeply before grandly straightening his posture. You lot should come out as well. Voila! The next instant, the many ancient sages whom Zhang Xian had met at Sovereign Chen Ling's palace gathered together simultaneously and formed a line. They emanated an incredibly powerful aura that shook the air. Something's amiss. Taking a look at the crowd, Sovereign Chen Yong and ancient sage Mo Ling exchanged glances with one another as their faces turned grim. The reason that those ancient sages had chosen to help Sovereign Chen Ling in the past was because their interests coincided with one another. An alliance built on benefits could not possibly be resilient. But at that very moment, they were guarding the area resolutely, determined to lay down their lives to protect Sovereign Chen Ling. When had this group of fellows become so loyal? He must have controlled them using some trick, Zhang Xian said grimly with a deep frown. Based on his deep understanding of soul arts, he could tell that even though these ancient sages still retained their sentience, their consciousness had been taken over by someone else. They had become something reminiscent of a puppet. If it was just an alliance of benefits among them, they would have been able to undo their partnership by dropping a mixture of threats and tangible benefits. However, the only things that puppets were capable of doing was following orders. It seemed like they would have to go through quite a bit of trouble in order to get to Sovereign Chen Ling. Most likely, it would be a bitter fight. Is he using his soul to control them like puppets? How is this possible? Ancient sage Mo Ling dared not believe what he was seeing. He had spent his entire life studying souls, and his comprehension of the subject had already reached an incredibly profound level. Despite that, it was still impossible for him to forcefully bend the will of an ancient sage. Yet, the person before him was manipulating so many ancient sages that were not much weaker than him. It was a sight that ancient sage Mo Ling found hard to believe even when he was witnessing it with his own eyes. Sovereign Chen Yong suddenly recalled something, and his body stiffened. It's the seeds of acquiescence. Looks of confusion could be seen reflected in the eyes of Zhang Xian and the others. Seeds of acquiescence? It seemed like the seeds of acquiescence were objects that even ancient sage Allfire, ancient sage Mo Ling, and the others were ignorant of. They are an artifact left behind by an immortal's envoy. They can be planted within one's body, and once they're activated, one must unconditionally obey the commands of the person who planted the seed. Otherwise, if a seed of acquiescence explodes, one will die without a shred of doubt. Sovereign Qinyong explained, Immortal's envoy? Back then, when my grandfather was killed by Kong Shi in a decisive fight, my tribesmen were in an extremely vulnerable position, at risk of being eradicated at any moment. Cornered, they began making offerings to the heavens. After paying a hefty price, they managed to summon an immortal's envoy from the upper world to descend to the master-teacher continent. In order to control the situation, the immortal's envoy planted a seed of acquiescence in the body of every single ancient sage. My father has one of it in his body as well, Sovereign Qinyong explained. However, the immortal's envoy was eventually taken away by Kong Shi, and the effects of the seed of acquiescence faded, thus sparing everyone from a calamity. Otherwise, the entire spirit tribe could have been wiped out. Chapter 1827 Immortal's Envoy. Taken away by Kong Shi, Zhang Xian felt as if he was listening to an exaggerated fairy tale. To be able to plant something within Sovereign Chen Yong's father, the strength of the Immortal's Envoy must have exceeded even blood reincarnation. If Kong Shi was able to capture an expert of such a caliber, just how powerful had he been? It was no wonder that he had been able to strike fear so deep into the otherworldly demonic tribe that they dared not move for tens of thousands of years. Given his strength, no one would oppose him. Even if they are controlled, as long as we go all out, we should be able to defeat them. It's just that. Sovereign Chen Yong frowned in worry. Are you worrying about the origin of the seeds of acquiescence? Zhang Xian asked. The seeds of acquiescence came with the Immortal's Envoy, and they should have disappeared many years ago. There should not have been any even under the three sovereigns' control. Yet, for Sovereign Ling to actually bring them out and even use them at that very moment, where in the world did he get them from? What did this signify? That's right. The appearance of the seeds of acquiescence likely means that an immortal's envoy will appear as well. That's a real ancient sage 4-Dan expert, capable of shattering dimensions and standing in the midst of a void unharmed. If Sovereign Ling truly has the help of someone of that caliber, we will be completely helpless no matter how many people we have on our side. Sovereign Yong said. It might only have been a realm of difference between Ancient Sage 4-Dan and Ancient Sage 3-Dan, but there was a vast difference in their levels of existence. One was capable of shattering space and entering a higher dimension, whereas the other was doomed to remain there for life. Just from this alone, the difference in their strengths were apparent. 4 tens of thousands of years, while the otherworldly demonic tribe and mankind had not spawned too many ancient sages, there should have been several thousand of them. The strongest among them only boasted strength similar to his, blood reincarnation realm consummation, and the only ones who had reached 4-Dan were Kong Shi and Vicious. As for the others, no matter how hard they struggled, they were simply unable to overcome that final bottleneck. If even a single immortal's envoy appeared at that moment, putting aside exacting vengeance, it was likely that they would all lose their lives there. At such a level, no number of people would be able to make up for the difference in strength. Calm down. Our world has its own rules. An immortal's envoy cannot descend to our world that easily. As long as we move quickly and slay Sovereign Ling, there will be nothing for us to worry about. Ancient Sage Allfire harumphed coldly. He was also fearful of immortal envoys. But the other party had not appeared yet, right? There was no point worrying over what that had not happened. Once Sovereign Ling was dead, what else could he possibly pull on them? You're right. Sovereign Yong nodded solemnly. Raising his hand, he was just about to instruct everyone to make a move together when Sovereign Ling suddenly turned his gaze over with a smile on his face. He could tell that they had been discussing something earlier, but he had chosen to leave them be, not interfering at all. It was either that he was confident of victory, or that this was another ploy of his to plant a seed of fear in their hearts. Sovereign Yong, do you know why you landed in the current state you are in? Sovereign Ling asked. Those words provoked a frown on Sovereign Yong's forehead. It's very simple, actually. You just aren't as vicious as me. I admit that I am inferior to you in terms of strength and wits, but I surpass you in terms of callousness. I can sacrifice the lives of countless tribesmen in order to recover from my injuries. I am willing to collude with the humans to have you killed. In fact, I would willingly cast aside my life and soul and serve another just to bring about your death. You don't have the decisiveness I have to do all that is necessary, and that's why you failed to achieve anything significant during your reign. Sovereign Ling sneered. Cast aside your life and soul? What do you mean by that? Sovereign Yong's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He sharply caught on to the anomaly in Sovereign Ling's words. He knew of the former two incidents, colluding with the humans and sacrificing the lives of countless tribesmen, but he had not heard about Sovereign Ling offering his life and soul to serve another. What did all of that mean? That's none of your business. All you have to know is that all heroes have a streak of viciousness in them. If one fusses over the small details, one will never come to be anything great. You lack my callousness, and that's why this battle will definitely end in my victory. Sovereign Ling laughed heartily before waving his hand imposingly. Kill them all. Yes. Hula. Hearing the command, all of the ancient sages immediately dashed forward to attack Zhang Xian and the others. At the same time, Sovereign Ling pressed his fingers downward, and a tremendous strength poured forth from his fingers. In that instant, it felt like the world had approached doomsday. Pong 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 pong. The heads of the kneeling saint cultivators around the pedestal suddenly burst apart, causing fresh blood to scatter all around the area before dripping down on the stairs. Just like that, the pedestal was dyed with a deeper layer of crimson. You, not expecting the other party to be so vicious as to kill so many more of his tribesmen, Sovereign Yong was on the verge of losing his mind. His eyes reddened in fury as he charged straight towards Sovereign Ling. wanting to rip him apart. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Despite the severity of his injuries, he could not have cared less at the moment. There was only one thought that dominated his heart. Either Sovereign Chen Ling would die that day, or he would drag the other party together to hell with him. Otherwise, the spirit tribe would only gradually fall apart under the other party's leadership, possibly ending in utter destruction. Your opponent is me, Hula. However, before Sovereign Chen Yong could make a move, an ancient sage suddenly appeared before him. With a long staff in his hand, the ancient sage swung his weapon right towards Sovereign Chen Yong's face. It was one of the ancient sages who was controlled by a seed of acquiescence. Even though this ancient sage had only barely reached the blood reincarnation realm, given Sovereign Chen Yong's current physical state, even if he used his full strength, it would be difficult for him to win against the other party. The staff surged through the air nimbly, leaving many after shadows in its wake. Reminiscent of a curtain being raised with a stick, the sheer strength behind the movements of the staff caused spatial ripples to collapse towards Sovereign Chen Yong, trapping the latter in place. Under the ancient sage's relentless offense, Sovereign Chen Yong's face turned paler and paler by the second, and even his breathing became slightly ragged. Had it been in the past, he would have been able to defeat many of such opponents with a wave of his hand. However, all he could do at the current moment was take evasive measures, causing him to completely fall into the other party's flow. Just thinking about how powerless he was at the moment left him deeply stifled. Your Majesty, we're here to help you. At that moment, a loud bellow sounded from below. Glancing downward, Sovereign Chen Yong saw Lu Yong and the others arriving with countless otherworldly demon soldiers. Boom! Synergizing their strengths together, their combined might pierced right into the sky and struck the staff of the ancient sage, causing it to break apart in the middle. There was a vast difference between the strength of an ancient sage and great sage. Under normal circumstances, there was no way that they could even battle with one another. It would be a completely one-sided slaughter. However, Lu Yong and the others had cleverly put the strength of the 10,000 of them together via a collaborative formation, thus temporarily producing a combined might that could match even a blood reincarnation realm ancient sage. If one could put the strength of the masses to good use, even an army of ants could bite an elephant to death. A well-organized army would be able to instill fear even in a blood reincarnation realm ancient sage. Of course, power that could only be amassed through a collaborative formation was bound to have many limitations. As long as a blood reincarnation realm ancient sage was given sufficient time to move around, they would eventually find an opening in the collaborative formation to exploit and defeat the entire army. You are courting death. Seeing how his weapon had been destroyed by a bunch of great sage and saint cultivators, the ancient sage narrowed his eyes in fury. With a deafening roar, he raised his palm and thrust it toward Lu Yong and the others. As long as the attack struck its target, there was no doubt that Lu Yong and the others around him would be goners. Humph! But just as the attack was about to strike Lu Yong, a cold harumph sounded in the air, following which, a spear shot out of seemingly nowhere. Puha! The tip of the spear impaled the ancient sage's hand, causing fresh blood to spill down. Following which, just as the ancient sage thought that the sudden assailant would press on with his attack and kill him, he saw the other party taking out a jade bottle and carefully collecting the blood that he had spilled. There was a hint of excitement on the other party's face as the other party collected his blood droplets with an earnest look on his face. The ancient sage. Chapter 1828 Harvesting Blood to Zhang Xian. It mattered not how many blood reincarnation realm ancient sages of the otherworldly demonic tribe died. What he valued more was their fresh blood. If he could gather sufficient ancient sage blood, it would become easier for him to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage. As such, after piercing the enemy's palm with his spear, he delightedly began harvesting the other party's blood. You're asking to be slaughtered. On the other hand, the otherworldly demon ancient sage was on the brink of succumbing to lunacy. Even though he was bound to obey Sovereign Chen Ling's orders due to the seed of acquiescence, he still retained some part of his consciousness. It was already a huge insult for him, a blood reincarnation realm expert and one of the few lords of the spirit tribe, to be wounded by a great sage. But the other party was even treating him like livestock, choosing to harvest his blood instead of pushing on with his attack or fleeing altogether. This was a flagrant act of humiliation. Gritting his teeth furiously, the ancient sage turned his attention away from Sovereign Qinyong, Liu Yang, and the others, and he smashed his other palm right down upon Zhang Xian. No matter what, he was determined to strike down this arrogant fellow who dared belittle him. The strength of a blood reincarnation realm ancient sage was immense, as though countless towering tsunamis pouring forth from the ocean. In the peak of his rage, the sheer might of his offense was greater than ever. Puha! However, before the immense might could crush the young man beneath its prowess, a spear whistled through the air and impaled the attacking palm as well. Pada! Pada! Fresh blood gushed out of the impaled spear. The ancient sage yelped in pain as he watched the young man rushing over to carefully collect his fresh blood with a jade bottle in hand. It was almost as if his blood was a commodity so precious that even a droplet lost would be a huge loss to the world. With lips quivering in fury, the ancient sage drove his zhenqi to seal his veins. Even though his injuries were glaring, no more blood sputtered out of them anymore. At his cultivation realm, he was more than capable of controlling his physical functions to a precise degree. Seeing that the flow of fresh blood had come to a halt, the young man raised his head to look at the ancient sage with an extremely displeased look on his face. "Brat, how dare you harvest my fresh blood? I swear I shall send you through the gates of the netherworld." The ancient sage glared at the young man savagely as he bellowed vicious words. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Alas, before he could finish his piece, the displeased young man raised his hand, and the spear shot forth once more. Seeing the spear charge straight toward him, the ancient sage immediately moved to evade the attack. But all of a sudden, there was a momentary spatial disorientation, and before he knew it, the spear was already plunged right into his thigh. Puha! Yet another massive hole was punctured into the ancient sage. The ancient sage was taken aback. When he finally came to, the young man was already delightfully hopping around with his jade bottle in hand, collecting droplet after droplet of his blood. Screw this H*T. To be honest, the ancient sage was only a step away from bursting into tears. It was at that very instant that he realized that the other party could kill him at any moment as long as the other party willed it. However, it was just that the other party chose not to make a move, treating him as a sample to harvest blood instead. Unable to take it any longer, the ancient sage decisively turned tail and fled. Puha! A bloodied hole appeared on his bottom as fresh blood continued pouring out. After filling the first jade bottle, Zhang Xian proceeded on to fill a second. Just like that, it did not take too long for him to collect more than 10 bottles. Each time the ancient sage attempted to seal his wound, a spear would shoot forth to create another hole, causing blood to pour forth once more. It was almost as if the ancient sage was a leaking water pipe that simply could not be fixed. Eventually, it came a point where the ancient sage resigned himself to his fate. He gave up on fleeing and chose to sit down on the spot instead, not moving in the least. His eyes gazed dazedly in front of him, and it looked almost as if he had lost his soul. Blood sputtered out from the dozens of holes all over his blood, splattering all around the area. Since any attempt to flee would just cause even more pain to him, he might as well accept his fate. Soon enough, due to losing too much blood, the ancient sage collapsed, plummeting from the sky. He was probably the first ancient sage who was so pitiful as to die as a result of losing too much blood. After slaying the first ancient sage, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the other battles occurring around him. Fortunately, ancient sage Alfire, ancient sage Emoling, and the other ancient sages were also standing their ground. Their tight collaboration produced a formidable force that even Sovereign Chen Yong in his peak would have had to think carefully about facing. However, the ancient sages who were controlled by the seeds of acquiescence fought desperately, and they had many aces up their sleeves. As a result, it was still a close fight, and it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Cultivators at the level of ancient sages were incredibly difficult to kill. Battles among ancient sages could easily last for many days. More often than not, the loser would end up getting away through using some hidden ace, and the winner would walk out of the battle with grievous injuries. For this reason, ancient sages, be it for mankind or the otherworldly demonic tribe, were regarded as last resorts. They were mostly used for the purpose of deterrence, and rarely would they get chances to fight. While an intense battle was underway, Sovereign Qianling continued on with the ritual around him. He raised his hands, and all of the artifacts on the stairs around the pedestal simultaneously burst into flames, forming a blazing inferno. An incredible surge of energy descended from the high heavens and flowed into his acupoints, filling his meridians with power. With this inflow of energy, Sovereign Qianling's wounds began healing at a visible rate. In fact, he seemed to be getting even stronger than before. This is bad. We have to stop him. If Sovereign Qianling recovers from his wounds, it will make things much trickier for us. Zhang Xian frowned. When they were at their peak, it was true that Sovereign Qianling had been weaker than Sovereign Qianyong, but there was no denying that he was one of the strongest experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Otherwise, he would not have been able to govern large swathes of land in the otherworldly battlefield and tower above ordinary ancient sages. The current Dragonbone Divine Spear could still defeat him easily in his severely wounded state, but once he made a full recovery, it would not be that easy to kill him. Break! Knowing that he had to act, Zhang Xian thrust the Dragonbone Divine Spear straight in the direction of Sovereign Qianling. The pitch-black spear tore through the surrounding space in order to impale the latter's head, a clear attempt to land a fatal blow to end the battle once and for all. Seeing Zhang Xian's actions, Sovereign Qianyong narrowed his eyes and cried in horror, "Young master, don't." However, it was already too late. Before the spear could reach Sovereign Qianling, an incredible force descended from the dark hole in the sky and collided with Zhang Xian's spear. The next instant, Zhang Xian felt as if the skin between his fingers was being ripped apart, and fresh blood flowed down from his fingers. At the same time, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was jolted out off his hand. Wong! It pierced into the ground, creating a massive crater beneath it. In the crucial moment, Zhang Xian activated his bloodline ability and hurriedly retreated, allowing him to dodge the descending force by a hair's breadth. He quickly leaped down to the crater to retrieve the Dragonbone Divine Spear before asking Sovereign Qianyong doubtfully, "What happened?" It was a brief collision, but there were slight cracks that could be seen on the body of the Dragonbone Divine Spear. It was clear that it had sustained severe injuries in that short encounter. Fortunately, for weapons of such tier, as long as they were fed sufficient ancient sage blood, they should make a recovery soon enough. Young master, the being connected on the other side of the ritual is a god from the other world. Your act of assaulting Sovereign Qianling is viewed as an act of disrespect toward the god, so the god attempted to inflict heavenly retribution upon you. Sovereign Qianyong quickly replied, "An act of disrespect toward the god?" Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. It was no wonder that the powerful Dragonbone Divine Spear had been jolted away in an instant. Who could have thought that there was such a thing? But thinking about it again, it kind of made sense to him. The ritual conducted was a ceremony to make offerings to the gods. Depending on the value of the offerings, the god would reward the individual conducting the ritual. At this very moment of the ritual, both worlds were connected together with a small gateway, allowing the power of the gods to seep into their world. To wreak havoc at that moment was no different from undermining the dignity of the god, so naturally, one would have to be punished due to that. That explained why no one had not gone straight for Sovereign Qianling despite the threat that the latter posed. It turned out that there was such a reason behind it. But if we don't stop him, the ritual will be completed, and he will fully recover from his injuries. If things go badly, we might all lose our lives here. Zhang Xian said with a frown. There was no doubt that it was an act of utter foolishness to test the patience of a god, but if they left the ritual be, Sovereign Qianling would make a full recovery. That could place them in a dangerous position. Chapter 1829 A Soul Breakthrough to Ancient Sage 1. I understand that, but other than waiting, There's nothing we can do given the current situation. Sovereign Chen Yong replied helplessly as he pushed an incoming ancient sage away with a powerful thrust of his two palms. He wanted to kill that fellow as well, but once the ritual had started, there was no stopping it. Otherwise, that would be viewed as an act of undermining the god, and it could incur the rage of the divinity. With their strength combined, they might still stand a chance against the recovered sovereign Chenling. However, against a god, the only possible fate that lay before them was death. All we can do for now is kill all of these ancient sages or render them powerless. That way, even if Sovereign Chenling does make a full recovery, he will be completely alone. We will stand a greater chance at victory then, Sovereign Qinyong said. I understand. Zhang Xian nodded. Indeed, this was the best that they could do at the moment. As long as Sovereign Chenling did not achieve a breakthrough from the blood reincarnation realm after the ritual, with the combined prowess of he, Ancient Sage Allfire, Ancient Sage Emoling, and the Dragonbone Divine Spear, they might still stand a good chance at victory. Hula. While the two of them were chatting, an otherworldly demon Ancient Sage charged toward Zhang Xian. The weapon that this Ancient Sage wielded was a for visiting. Seeing that his strategy worked, the otherworldly demon Ancient Sage raised the judge's pin in his hand and flicked it once more. Guild leader. Seeing that Zhang Xian was in a terrible position, Ancient Sage Mo Ling attempted to rush over to offer his support. However, the next instant, attacks suddenly rained down on him one after another, pinning him firmly in place. It seemed like the Ancient Sage that he was facing had sensed his intentions to back up his comrade, so the other party had decisively launched a series of powerful attacks to hold him down. The same was happening to Sovereign Qinyong and the others. They had all seen how Zhang Xian had managed to kill their comrade with the spear in his hand, and they knew how frightening an opponent he was. Thus, they had decided to coordinate with one another to end his life. Die. Knowing his allies would not be able to hold Sovereign Qinyong and the others down for too long, the Ancient Sage sneered coldly as he raised his palm to crush Zhang Xian's skull. This was a strike that harnessed the strength to utterly crush one's body and soul. Even if Zhang Xian had assimilated the blood of a blood reincarnation realm Ancient Sage, there was little hope that he would survive the blow. Young Master, Guild Leader, Master. The three Ancient Sages narrowed their eyes in horror. They wanted to charge forward to save him, but they found themselves utterly helpless in the situation. Just as they thought that Zhang Xian would really meet his end, a smile suddenly crept onto the lips of the young man, following which, the spear in his grasp suddenly surged forward. Puha! Before anyone could process what was going on, the Ancient Sage's heart had already been impaled by the Dragonbone Divine Spear. The devastating might that he had gathered in his palm dissipated without causing the slightest damage. Hula! Fresh blood spluttered here and there. Whipping out the jade bottles in his storage ring, Zhang Xian hurriedly collected whatever blood was scattered around. Everyone was stunned. Even the otherworldly demon tasked with stopping Zhang Xian was dumbstruck. It was through the Dragonbone Divine Spear that the great sage young man wielded the strength to stand against blood reincarnation realm experts like them. Under normal circumstances, he should have been a goner for allowing a blood reincarnation realm expert to get into such close proximity to him. Yet, how did the spear end up piercing through the other party's body? Was the earlier vertigo feigned? That was a close one. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he quickly harvested the fresh blood of the slain Ancient Sage. He had truly been caught off guard by the other party's soul attack, but due to the Stone of Divine Crusade that he had obtained from the Temple of Confucius, he had managed to recover swiftly. He had bestowed the Seal of Souls to Lu Chong, but he had chosen to keep the Stone of Divine Crusade with him. The Stone of Divine Crusade had the ability to devour souls and transform them into pure soul energy to nourish one's soul. Typically speaking, given the prowess of the Ancient Sage's soul attack, he would indeed have been unable to recover in time. However, through absorbing the soul energy using the Stone of Divine Crusade, he had been able to swiftly calm his jolted soul. After killing the Ancient Sage and harvesting his blood, Zhang Xian took the judge's pin and threw it into his storage ring before whipping out the Stone of Divine Crusade with a flick of his wrist. Even without the Stone of Divine Crusade, he would have been fine as he still had vicious serving as his final trump card. Nevertheless, it was still best for him to retain vicious till he was truly needed. Lowering his head to look at the stone of divine crusade, he noticed that there was a slight difference with the artifact. It was emanating a faint blue light. Activating the Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian swiftly saw innumerable powerful auras drifting within the stone of divine crusades. When he placed his palm on it, he immediately felt a surge of warmth flowing into his soul, as if he had stepped into a hot spring. This is concentrated soul energy? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. As a soul oracle, he could tell that what was harnessed within the stone of divine crusade was pure soul energy. Through absorbing this soul energy, one would be able to nourish and enhance one's soul. He clearly remembered that there had been hardly anything left in the stone of divine crusade the last time he had left it there. Why would there suddenly be such a huge amount of soul energy within it? Could it be? A thought suddenly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. He quickly took a closer look around the stone of divine crusade, and he noticed many thin lines slowly gathering around it. The souls of the 100,000 saint cultivators that Sovereign Chen Ling sacrificed have all been devoured by the stone of divine crusade. How could Zhang Xian still remain oblivious to what was going on after seeing that? Just like the seal of souls, the stone of divine crusade had the ability to devour souls and refine them into concentrated soul energy. Such an ability was deemed abominable by orthodox cultivators, so it had been banned on the master-teacher continent. It was also partly due to this that soul oracles were deeply hated and feared by the populace. As a master-teacher, Zhang Xian would not resort to such a technique to raise his cultivation. But who could have known that after Sovereign Chen Ling killed so many of their tribesmen, their souls would inexplicably be consumed by the stone of divine crusade? With so much soul energy, I should be able to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage. Zhang Xian thought in agitation. The idea of using the stone of divine crusade to devour the souls of others was abominable to him, but what was done was done. It happened that he was in dire need of strength, and the concentrated soul energy within the stone of divine crusade was what he needed. His soul cultivation had long reached sempiternal realm consummation, and with so much soul energy as sustenance, he could try pushing for a breakthrough to the level that countless dreamed of reaching. Let me give it a try. Taking in a deep breath, Zhang Xian instructed the dragonbone divine spear and vicious to protect his body while he drew his soul out of his glabella. Tzzzzzz. As soon as his soul came into contact with the stone of divine crusade, the nourishing soul energy within the latter immediately poured into his soul. In an instant, his stagnated soul cultivation began surging forth. Something's wrong. I haven't obtained the soul cultivation technique required for me to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage yet. Sensing his soul growing larger and larger, to the point that it seemed as if it would pop at any moment, Zhang Xian's lips twitched in horror. Too excited over the notion of a breakthrough, he had forgotten that the only ancient sage breakthrough methods that he knew of were for Jinqi cultivation. As for those relating to soul cultivation, he had not even read a single book at all. He had no idea what steps one had to take in order to achieve a breakthrough and what one would experience in the process. Zhang Xian immediately turned to Ancient Sage Emoling and asked, "Ancient Sage Emoling, do you have any manuals or insights relating to soul oracles achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage? Pass me everything you've got." It's one of the more unorthodox weapons. It's a hidden weapon shaped similar to a metal pin, thus the name. Chapter 1838 Soul Breakthrough to Ancient Sage 2, Manuals or Insights Relating to Soul Oracles Achieving a Breakthrough to Ancient Sage. Hearing those words, Ancient Sage Mo Ling nearly plummeted from the sky. Aren't you daring? Without referring to any insights or cultivation techniques, you actually attempted a breakthrough just like that. Do you think Ancient Sage is just like any cultivation stage where you can easily achieve a breakthrough? Rendered speechless, Ancient Sage Mo Ling flicked his wrist, took out a pile of books, and flicked them in Zhang Xian's direction. Here, the soul oracles that had moved to the otherworldly battlefield retained their full heritage, and Ancient Sage Mo Ling himself was an ancient sage expert. Naturally, he had plenty of books relating to that topic. Zhang Xian formed a massive hand with his soul energy to grasp all of the books before scanning through them swiftly with his eyes. Endless streams of information flowed into his mind and became his own knowledge. But soon, he shook his head. Those books did contain the experiences and breakthrough methods of past soul oracles, but they were not of much use to him. As one who was cultivating the Heaven's Path soul art, the path that he had taken was very different from that of the other soul oracles. If he attempted a breakthrough using the conventional methods used by other soul oracles, his cultivation might go berserk. It looks like I can only depend on myself. Since the first soul oracle was able to find a way by himself to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage, I should be able to pave a way out myself. Zhang Xian thought as he swiftly threw aside everything that he had read and went into a state of inner calm. Not everything required the experiences and wisdom of the predecessors to point out a way. Eventually, one had to learn to pave one's own way forward as well. The soul energy in the Stone of Divine Crusade poured into his soul like a rapid tide, nourishing it. However, too much of anything was a bad thing, and Zhang Xian's consciousness was starting to blur as a result of the overwhelming influx of energy. The souls of the 100,000 saint cultivators formed a congregation of energy so great that it even exceeded the might of blood reincarnation realm experts. Even though Zhang Xian's soul had been tempered by lightning and the Empyrean heavenly flame, he still found himself pushed to a corner. Slowly, hallucinations began appearing right before his eyes. While the Stone of Divine Crusade was able to wipe away the consciousness within souls and convert them into pure soul energy, it was unable to remove the aura of resentment that lingered within the souls. Those 100,000 saint cultivators had cultivated diligently for many years, but their lives came to an abrupt halt just because Sovereign Chen Ling needed some tributes to heal his injuries. It was no wonder that each of those otherworldly demons was overflowing with indignation and resentment. One or two of these souls would not count for much, but when the resentment of over 100,000 souls was combined, the force produced was definitely something that one should stay away from. Clarity in the heart, emptiness in the mind. Under the influx of resentment, Zhang Xian felt as if his will was swiftly being corroded. All that was left of him was a hint of clarity that flowed in his consciousness, guarding everything that he stood for. Having been through the mountain of books and ocean of learning, he had browsed through countless books and assimilated much knowledge. As such, his soul was much denser than that of most 9-star master teachers and even some of the ancient sages. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. His mind was slowly blurring out, but he was still able to firmly hold onto his core. Countless memories of slaughter and bloodshed flashed through his mind, and it felt as if he was living countless lives simultaneously. No matter how vivid the experiences were, he was still able to remember the fact that he was a master teacher. He could lose his life, but there were simply some principles and values that he had to guard at any cost. It was also the same for many experts on the master-teacher continent. Back then, after defeating Vicious, Kong Shi had possessed the power and means to destroy the entire otherworldly demonic tribe. However, he did not choose to do so. That was because eradicating an entire race was not something that he believed in. He persisted in his faith that enlightenment was the key to progress, and he sought to uphold that belief. Zhang Xian had his own beliefs that he was determined to uphold as well. However, unlike Kong Shi, he was not that much of an idealist. It was not to say that he could not relate to Kong Shi's vision, but even if he chose to pursue the same vision one day, it had to be built on the foundation that the safety of those whom he sought to protect was guaranteed. Thus, aside from investigating Luo Ruoxin's whereabouts, his main aim at the otherworldly battlefield was to resolve the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe once and for all. Of course, he would prioritize peaceful means if he felt that they were feasible, but ultimately, he felt that it would be too dangerous for mankind if the otherworldly demonic tribe was left to do as it pleased. My spirit shall be indestructible, and my will shall live on for an eternity. No matter how far I go, I'll never forget my roots. This is the real me. Everything that Zhang Xian had experienced in the past year, since he had arrived at the master-teacher continent, flashed through his mind. Boom. The indestructible spirit born within him gradually seemed to warp into a golden droplet, which swiftly revolved around the accumulating soul energy. Soon enough, the golden droplet built up enough momentum to create a vortex around his soul, and it was growing larger and larger by the moment. Drip, drip. The vortex swiftly compressed the soul energy so tightly together that a liquid droplet was squeezed out of the vortex. A second droplet was soon produced, and a third one. It did not take long for droplets to accumulate and flow through his body, nourishing him. The liquefying of the soul. This is a mark of a breakthrough to ancient sage. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He knew that he was going to successfully achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage soon. Due to the intangible and formless nature of souls, it was usually impossible for those who were non-soul oracles and did not possess the eye of insight to see them unless one used their spiritual perception. However, the liquefying of Zhang Xian's soul meant that his soul was losing its intangible nature, taking on the form of a moving fluid. Of course, this was not liquefying in the truest sense. Rather, it meant that the purity of his soul energy had reached another level, resulting in a qualitative change in its nature. The liquid-like form of his soul energy would allow him to exert his might more effectively and powerfully. Faster. Feeling his soul, which had been on the verge of exploding just a moment ago, calming down, he hastened the transformation process. Keeping a close eye on Zhang Xian's movements, ancient sage Mo Ling's eyelids twitched a little. He recognized the stone of divine crusade in Zhang Xian's hands, and he could sense the immense, pulsating soul energy harnessed within it. Even he felt deeply tempted by the power contained within it. Even as a blood reincarnation realm soul oracle, he knew that he would be unable to consume that much power at once. Most likely, he would explode before he could even swallow a tenth of it. Yet, the other party dared to tap into such an overwhelming source of energy just for a breakthrough from sempiternal realm consummation to ancient sage. How in the world could anyone survive that? Ancient sage Mo Ling had thought that Zhang Xian would stop soon enough, but who would have thought that he would simply continue to absorb more and more soul energy? In less than 3 minutes, almost half of the soul energy created by the 100,000 souls sacrificed by Sovereign Chen Ling had been devoured. At that moment, his soul had also reached a size of more than 100 meters tall, making him appear to be a towering giant. Liquefy everything and achieve a breakthrough. In ancient sage Mo Ling's moment of shock, the massive soul suddenly bellowed furiously, and its towering figure began to shrink at an incredible rate. At the same time, a painting unrolled itself in the air. From within the painting, an ancient aura could be felt pouring out. This ancient aura contained a quality that had vanished countless years ago from the master-teacher continent. Aeon of ancient sage. Under the influx of this aura, Zhang Xian's soul swiftly grew purer, hastening the liquefying process of his soul. In less than 10 minutes, his soul had returned to his own size. However, the sheer concentration of soul energy packed in his soul felt as if he could tear apart space with just a simple wave of his hand. His entire soul emanated an air of history, reminiscent of an immortal. Ancient sage. The guild leader's soul cultivation has reached ancient sage. Seeing this transformation, ancient sage Mo Ling cried in agitation as his entire body trembled. While the breakthrough method used by Zhang Xian was different from anything that he had ever seen, the fact that his soul could contain so much power and harness such an aura meant that he had already overcome the bottleneck that hindered him and successfully arrived at a brand new realm. While the soul oracles at the otherworldly battlefield had preserved their lineage, they simply numbered too few. There were too few people whom they could pass on their arts to. In fact, ancient sage Mo Ling was the only ancient sage that the Soul Oracle Guild had at the moment, such that it was no exaggeration to say that he was the one propping up the entire guild. However, the breakthrough of the guild leader signified a new beginning for the Soul Oracle Guild. Under the leadership of the guild leader, he believed that it was only a matter of time before the Soul Oracle Guild rose to greatness once more. Hong Long Long. Along with the pulsations of Zhang Xian's soul energy, the sky above began to ripple. Huge swathes of ominous clouds were quickly gathering around, and countless streaks of lightning and balls of flames raged within them. A devastating force was swiftly building up above. The ancient sage ordeal had arrived. Chapter 1831 Ordeal of Lightning Army Men. Zhang Xian looked up into the sky and calmly remarked, "It's even more powerful than the Aureate body ordeal." Having weathered the many different woes of life, his state of mind had become calmer than ever. Even though a frightening force was building up above him, threatening to crush him, it did not faze him at all. "Let me give this a try." A glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes as a thought suddenly came to his mind. He swiftly brought his soul back into his physical body. What's the guild leader planning to do? Seeing such a sight, ancient sage Mo Ling felt as if his brain was going to explode. The only thing that had achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage was Zhang Xian's soul. His physical body was still only at sempiternal realm consummation. The act of returning his soul back to his physical body meant that he was implicating his physical body in the cultivation ordeal, and this was as good as an act of suicide. Is he planning to use the stress from the ancient sage ordeal to temper his physical body and junqi, so as to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage for those two as well? Sovereign Chen Yong narrowed his eyes contemplatively. The reason for him possessing the tremendous strength that he did later in his life was because he had pushed himself past his limits back when he was younger. It was through such tenacity that he had eventually risen to become the strongest expert of the otherworldly demonic tribe. However, compared to the young master, it seemed like his tenacity really came nowhere close. Given the young master's talent, it was only a matter of time before he achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage, so there was no need for him to put himself at risk at all. Yet, the young master still chose to resort to such extreme means to temper himself and hasten his growth. To challenge the ancient sage ordeal with a sempiternal realm consummation physical body and junqi was an extremely dangerous act. The slightest mistake could lead to one's death, such that it could be said that the risk was not worth taking at all. This was really too insane. Zhang Xian's actions had successfully caught the attention of everyone present, such that they even subconsciously halted their fights to see what was going on. Hong Long. As soon as Zhang Xian's soul returned to his physical body, his junqi billowed, and his physical body trembled. Yet another two swathes of ominous clouds were conjured on the spot, and they swiftly merged together with the others. Heavenly flames and lightning streaks began crashing down furiously upon Zhang Xian, devouring his entire silhouette. The flames were black in color, indicating that they were Empyrean heavenly flames. Furthermore, they harnessed even greater destructive prowess than what he had faced back when he was challenging the Aureate body ordeal. Even ancient sage artifacts would swiftly melt before them. Aeon of Ancient Sage. With a bellow from Zhang Xian, the painting scroll opened up once more, and Aeon of Ancient Sage swiftly surged into Zhang Xian's body. In an instant, it felt as if someone had ignited every droplet of his blood, causing immense energy to emanate from his body to ward off the surrounding heat. Kacha! Kacha! Nevertheless, it did not take long before his skin and muscles began to char. Bloodied cracks swiftly crept across his body. Even though Zhang Xian was more powerful than normal cultivators, his physical body and junqi were only at sempiternal realm consummation. There was no way that they could withstand such a powerful ancient sage ordeal. If not for his Heaven's Path Shinchi continuously healing his body over and over again, he would have shattered into innumerable pieces already. Is it really impossible for me? Zhang Xian thought as he gritted his teeth to bear with the excruciating pain consuming his body. He knew that his ancient sage ordeal would be extraordinarily powerful, and just as Sovereign Chen Yong had thought, the reason that he had chosen to return his soul to his physical body was to utilize the pressure from the cultivation ordeal to push for a breakthrough. As dangerous as such an act would be, he felt that it was also a rare impetus that he could make use of to achieve more breakthroughs. After all, it was not every day that one would encounter such a powerful force. In the eyes of others, he was someone who faced no bottlenecks in his cultivation, and they felt that it was only a matter of time before he achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage. If nothing went wrong, he would surely achieve a breakthrough within the next 100 years. Achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage could definitely be said to be a miraculous feat, be it on the master-teacher continent or among the otherworldly demonic tribe. The ones who had been able to do so in their dimension could be counted on a single hand. However, Zhang Xian could not bring himself to wait that long. He wanted to find Luo Ruoxin and hear the reason from her own mouth, or else it felt like he would lose his mind. He had been forcing himself to remain calm so far, but he did not know how long he could continue doing that. As such, no matter what the risks were, as long as an opportunity surfaced for him to climb to a greater height, he would grasp it even if the chances were that it would end in his death. Hong long long. Lightning bolts and heavenly flames continued assaulting fervently. Zhang Xian felt as if he was being roasted alive inside a pill cauldron. His body was withering, and his zhanqi was dissipating. He was nearing his limits. Ancient sage blood. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist to take out a jade bottle before devouring its contents. Voila! Gulping down ancient sage blood as if it was plain water, Zhang Xian was able to replenish his depleted energy and sustain himself for the time being. I need to push on. The image of the infernal blacksaber, Yuan Tao, and the dragonbone divine spear achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage came into Zhang Xian's mind, and he gritted his teeth in determination. Since they were able to clear their cultivation ordeals so easily, I can't lose. With such a thought in mind, he dashed right into the dark clouds. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. This is insane. This is really downright insane. Ancient Sage Allfire exclaimed as his body shuddered uncontrollably. Despite being blessed with superior physical prowess, he had not dared dive into the midst of the dark clouds back when he had been facing his ancient sage ordeal. Given that his master's cultivation was only at Great Sage, was making such a move not as good as committing suicide? No matter how much power one could gain from achieving a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, it would be meaningless if one lost one's life in the process of doing so. Sila. Provoked by Zhang Xian's actions, the dark clouds in the sky flew into a rage. A massive bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, tearing open a pitch-black crack in space, following which, the surrounding lightning bolts and flames began to gather around the pitch-black crack, causing the devastating force to slowly assume a corporeal form. From afar, it looked as if a gigantic saber of mass destruction was floating in the air. What is this? Wait a moment. Could this be the ordeal of lightning armament? But that can't possibly be. The ordeal of lightning armament is said to be a calamity that only appears when a person attempts a breakthrough to Ancient Sage 4-Dan Dimension Shatter a Realm. Sovereign Chen Yong's face turned pale as his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. As the #1 expert of the otherworldly demonic tribe and the grandson of Vicious, he had access to books regarding Ancient Sage 4-Dan Dimension Shatter a Realm. It was detailed in those books that in order to reach the Dimension Shatter a Realm, one had to undergo the ordeal of lightning armament. It was an ordeal where heavenly flames and lightning bolts were compressed into a corporeal state, assuming the form of divine weapons. Each of those weapons harnessed sufficient power to shatter the world, such that even he would easily have been sliced in two even if he had encountered it at his peak. His young master was only attempting a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. So why would such a formidable ordeal be summoned? It did not make sense. It's over. Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage Allfire were so terrified that they found themselves completely speechless. Even though they were unaware of what the ordeal of lightning armament was, they were well aware that the massive saber formed out of lightning bolts and heavenly flames in the sky was not something that they could face given their current strength. In fact, just by looking at the saber itself, they felt their minds falling into disarray from the terrifying power that it harnessed. Floating above the pedestal of the altar, Sovereign Chen Ling had fearfully halted the absorption of the energy bestowed onto him. At the same time, the dimension rift that had opened as a result of the summoning ritual had closed slightly. It seemed like there was no one who did not hold some deference toward the devastating force of nature. An ordinary breakthrough to Ancient Sage wouldn't have brought about such a powerful cultivation ordeal, even for me. However, I attempted to face the Ancient Sage ordeal with my soul, body, and zhanqi, and I even provoked it earlier by attempting to charge into it. Even Zhang Xian was unable to remain calm while standing in the face of such a terrifying force. He felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Zhang Hongtian and ancient sage Yin Qing had told him that the more times one attempted a breakthrough to ancient sage, the greater one's accomplishments would eventually be. Back then, Kong Shi had challenged the ancient sage ordeal a total of 3 times before eventually choosing to push for a breakthrough on the 4th time. Yuan Tao had also challenged the ancient sage ordeal once, but he had chosen to suppress his cultivation and hold himself back from achieving a breakthrough right away. Considering that Zhang Xian had summoned the cultivation ordeal through the breakthrough in his soul cultivation, he should have been facing a single ancient sage ordeal at the moment. However, he had brought his physical body and Zhenqi into the cultivation ordeal as well, and that had changed the nature of things. In short, he was facing the might of 3 ancient sage ordeals simultaneously. That was also why the ordeal of lightning armaments had been summoned. If he could overcome it, it would be equivalent to overcoming 3 ancient sage ordeals simultaneously. It would temper his physical body, Zhenqi, and soul, creating an incredibly firm foundation for future breakthroughs. However, if he failed, the curtains would be drawn on him. It would really be the end. He was really walking on a tightrope. He was, in the truest sense, going all in. You might be formidable, but I am a person who has overcome many adversities to come this far. If you think that you are able to get me with just this, you are about to be proven wrong. Zhang Xian roared furiously as he charged toward the massive saber in the air. Voila! The moment that Zhang Xian's fist was about to reach its target, the massive saber also swung down from the sky as well. The immense pressure from just the downward motion of the saber immediately caused Zhang Xian's hand to crack, causing fresh blood to flow down his arms. His flesh was stripped away, revealing his bare white bones. Chapter 1832. Is this the end? Before the saber could reach his fist, the muscles on his arm had already been stripped away. No wonder this was the ordeal for Dimension Shatterer Realm cultivators. It was truly a fearsome force to behold. With a furious roar, Zhang Xian drove his strength to his limits. Harmonizing his Zhenqi, physical body, and soul together, the surrounding space immediately turned viscous. The ancient sage ordeal was not just a test from the heavens on a cultivator, it was also an opportunity for evolution. If one used a weapon to ward off the ancient sage ordeal, the benefits that he gained from it would be significantly reduced. Not only so, it might even trigger a backlash from the ancient sage ordeal, which could possibly make the situation even more life-threatening. This was similar to how the force of a leaving aperture ordeal increased exponentially the more people there were facing the cultivation ordeal. It was for this reason that Zhang Xian did not brandish his Dragonbone Divine Spear, opting to rely on his own strength instead. Sila. Without a doubt, a full-force attack harnessing the limits of Zhang Xian's strength was indeed a force to behold. Even an average great philosopher realm ancient sage would find themselves getting bogged down by the attack in a moment's time. However, before the massive lightning saber in the sky, his strength seemed no different than a joke. The sky was torn apart in the blink of an eye, and the next moment, the flesh of Zhang Xian's upper body was shredded, revealing his ribcage. Excruciating pain. Despite his mental resilience, the pressure and pain that he was in had exceeded his limits. He felt his own consciousness blurring, on the verge of extinguishing as though a candlelight in the midst of a storm. His clothes were burned to cinders, revealing a shriveled skeletal frame. The ordeal of lightning armament was simply too terrifying. It had surpassed the limits of what he could withstand in his current realm. Not even a single breath had passed from the moment that the saber began descending till his flesh and blood were dissipated, and the saber had not even reached him yet. All of the damage that Zhang Xian had sustained came solely from the saber's overwhelming aura and the shockwave coming from the momentum of its movement. If the saber really fell on him, he would surely be killed in a heartbeat. It seems like I have really screwed up. This was the thought that had surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind in that moment. He had thought that he could make use of the opportunity to push for a breakthrough in his physical body and Zhenqi cultivation. However, it seemed like he had overestimated his own capabilities, such that the situation had gone out of his control. But I won't be going down that easily either. Knowing that he would die without a shred of doubt if he continued holding back, He closed his eyes and willed. The next instant, a body identical to his suddenly appeared right in front of him, and it charged straight up toward the saber. Clone. To think that you still have the cheek to claim that you are the main body when you can't even deal with a measly cultivation ordeal. Don't you feel embarrassed? Watch as I shatter this saber with a single punch. The clone roared proudly as he faced the massive saber. Using this brief moment of respite, Zhang Xian hurriedly took out ancient sage blood of blood reincarnation realm cultivators and gulped it down so as to replenish his junqi and nourish his body. All that was left of the current him was a bag of bones contained within a sack of skin. If not for the overwhelming vitality that he had accumulated from drinking ancient sage blood from blood reincarnation realm cultivators and the miraculous regenerative capability of the Heaven's Path Shenqi, he would have already died. Under the nourishment of the blood essence, his flesh and bones slowly began to grow back. From the looks of it, it would take several years before he could recover back to his former state. Nevertheless, it was already a huge blessing that he was still alive after facing that terrifying saber, so this was nothing for him to complain about. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian turned his gaze toward his clone in the sky. It was little surprised that his clone did not stand a chance against the saber either. However, due to his body being made out of the Nine Hearts Lotus, the clone was able to swiftly reform himself even after he was sliced into two, putting the ordeal of lightning armament at a loss as to how it should deal with him for a moment. This is his clone? How did he get such a powerful clone? Will he really be able to survive like this? Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Upon seeing the clone for the very first time, the crowd around widened their eyes in shock. This was especially so for ancient sage Mo Ling. His entire body was trembling in agitation. Indestructible, that was exactly the kind of body that all soul oracles wanted to lay their hands on. If they could obtain such a body, they would really be able to live for an eternity without fearing anything at all. No, it seems like his clone is still too weak after all. He won't be able to block the saber for much longer. The massive saber did slow down a little with the interference of Zhang Xian's clone, but it was still trudging forward in its trajectory. It was just a short moment away from crushing Zhang Xian's soul into bits. In that desperate moment, Zhang Xian swiftly whipped out the Stone of Divine Crusade once more and flicked it toward his clone. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The clone swiftly grabbed the Stone of Divine Crusade and began absorbing the rich energy harnessed within. Zhang Xian had only used up half of the soul energy in the Stone of Divine Crusade earlier, so there was still another good half left in there for his clone's use. Devouring the massive amount of soul energy, the clone's cultivation surged by leaps and bounds, granting him greater strength to fend off the descending saber. It almost looked as if the tables were turning in Zhang Xian's favor as the saber slowed down even more, and it seemed like it was about to come to a halt. Pacha! Pacha! At the same time, the clone's soul cultivation shot right up to sempiternal realm consummation, and it was still marching with imposing momentum toward a breakthrough to ancient sage. The canvas of 4 seasons opened once more, and the aeon of ancient sage swiftly gushed into his body. Boom! In just a few moments, the clone had already shattered the bottleneck limiting him, opening up a new world. He was able to achieve a much easier breakthrough than Zhang Xian because he was able to access Zhang Xian's mind and tap into his experiences, which allowed him to advance his cultivation much more smoothly. Boom! As soon as the clone achieved a breakthrough, huge swathes of dark clouds began gathering around the area once more. A fresh influx of lightning bolts and heavenly flames surged into Saber, which had barely come to a halt just a moment ago, filling it with more energy. Zhang Xian's eyebrows leaped up in horror. It was a spontaneous decision on his part to toss the Stone of Divine Crusade to the clone, hoping that the latter would gain sufficient strength to halt the ordeal of lightning armament. He did not think that the other party would achieve a breakthrough and bring in another cultivation ordeal. Considering that he and his clone essentially shared a soul, this could be considered as his 4th ancient sage ordeal. Absorbing the fresh influx of lightning bolts and heavenly flames, the already massive saber doubled in size. Its dark blade emanated such a terrifying pressure that it tore open glaring scars one after another in the sky. The aura that it emanated was so powerful that not even the Dragonbone Divine's spear would dare stand against it. The feeling that death was encroaching on him felt more vivid than ever to Zhang Xian at that moment, causing his hair to stand on end. If we allow it to descend, we'll surely die without the slightest doubt. Knowing the might of the saber, Zhang Xian quickly racked his brain for a solution. The might harnessed within the saber was simply too appalling. If they failed to stop it, they would be disintegrated into nothingness. Tzzzz. Carrying the might to dissipate everything in the world, the saber sliced down on the clone and decisively split him in two. Even if his clone had reached ancient sage, there was no way that he could stand against such a calamity of nature. Boom. Nevertheless, the clone swiftly gathered himself together again and again as he desperately pushed against the saber. Despite the immense difference in strength, the clone's tenacity still paid off. The descent of the saber began slowing a little. Nevertheless, the situation still was not looking good for them. Knowing that he would really meet his end here at this rate, Zhang Xian anxiously turned to Sovereign Qinyong and instructed, "Quick, help me look around and find someone who is on the verge of a breakthrough. It has to be someone who can summon a lightning tribulation." "You want to find someone who can achieve a breakthrough right now and summon a lightning tribulation?" Sovereign Qinyong was stunned, but he knew that his young master had his reasons for doing so. Thus, he quickly turned to issue an instruction to Liu Yang. "Yes, Your Majesty." Liu Yang nodded in response. He shot a sweeping glance at his surroundings before swiftly grabbing a Saint Nine Dan cultivator in the vicinity and infusing a surge of his zhenqi into the latter. As soon as the surge of zhenqi spread across the Saint Nine Dan cultivator's body, the bottleneck that had been limiting him immediately shattered, and dark clouds began gathering once more. Great! Seeing the familiar black mass, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately sent a telepathic message over. "Little tribulation, is that you?" Boom. Hearing those words, the dark clouds staggered. For a moment, it seemed as if the dark clouds were going to run away, but they eventually shook themselves and reluctantly drifted over to Zhang Xian's side. It was clear that the ordeal of lightning armament was not the same little tribulation whom Zhang Xian usually hung out with. Nevertheless, as fellow cultivation ordeals, he thought that there might be some kind of camaraderie among them such that little tribulation could help speak up on his behalf. "I have a cultivation technique here that can enhance your abilities, and I'll impart it to you right now. However, I need you to block that saber over there for me," Zhang Xian said. Following which, he activated the impartation of Heaven's will and began a lecture. He had already seen through the flaws of little tribulation a long time ago, and he had thought about how he could offer the latter pointers too. Thus, all he had to do was regurgitate the knowledge that was in his mind. Is he teaching the lightning tribulation? Are you telling me that the lightning tribulation is his pet? Everyone was stunned. Chapter 1833, Surviving the Cultivation Ordeal. They had seen people taming beasts, humans, and artifacts before, but this was the first time in their long lives that they had seen someone tame a lightning tribulation. Sovereign Qinyong, Ancient Sage Mo Ling, Ancient Sage Allfire, and all of the others were rendered utterly speechless. The scene that was unfolding before their eyes was so mind-boggling that the rational sides of their minds had completely shut down. Lightning had always been a representation of the wrathful retribution of the heavens. It served to punish the arrogant cultivators who dared defy fate and attempt to reach something beyond what they were. Yet, at that moment, it was actually heeding the commands of a mere cultivator. How in the world was that possible? That's my teacher. Liu Yang's heart quivered in agitation. The means of his teacher were indeed incredible. No matter how desperate a situation was, he would always be able to somehow achieve the impossible and turn the tables around. Hong Long. After hearing Zhang Xian's pointers, the dark clouds swayed a little as lightning crackled within them. They could feel that the rate they were able to gather power had hastened significantly. Putting aside the Saint Nine Dan cultivator below who had just achieved a breakthrough, the clouds felt that they would not even break a sweat even if they had to face dozens more. At the same time, the Saint Nine Dan cultivator, whose breakthrough had summoned the lightning tribulation, found his face turning completely pale in fright. Just who in the world did he offend for such a thing to happen to him? There was still a long life ahead of him, and he did not want to be zapped to death just yet. Paying no heed to the otherworldly demon below who was on the verge of tears, Zhang Xian commanded Little Tribulation, "Help me block the ordeal of lightning armament." The cultivation technique that Zhang Xian had imparted to Little Tribulation was designed in a manner such that it would only make it a more frightening force against the otherworldly demons. There would not make any difference to the cultivation ordeals of human cultivators. This would ensure that the number of experts in the ranks of the otherworldly demonic tribe would slowly decrease, and with sufficient time, they would not pose a threat to mankind anymore. Hong Long. Little Tribulation was extremely hesitant to stand against the ordeal of lightning armament, but between the ordeal of lightning armament and Zhang Xian, the latter was much more frightening to it. Thus, it clenched its precipitation tightly together as it marched up to the ordeal of lightning armament to confront it. Seeing that a measly lightning tribulation of a Saint Nine Dan cultivator actually dared hinder it, the massive saber swung itself downward and sliced the dark clouds apart, dissipating them into the surroundings. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Little Tribulation gathered whatever was left of itself together and reformed itself to stand against the ordeal of lightning armament. However, with most of its mass dissipated, Little Tribulation looked like a non-threatening ball of black fluff. Seeing this, Zhang Xian slapped his hand on his forehead before turning around to address the crowd. "Is there anyone else who wants to make a breakthrough? Forget it. I'll just do it myself." Seeing everyone below averting their gazes from him, Zhang Xian opened his mouth and began lecturing. The crux of cultivation lies in the cultivation of character. A righteous heart, a dignified demeanor, a prudent mouth. His voice echoed resoundingly across the entire area. The cultivators standing behind Lu Yang tried not to pay attention to the lecture, but by the end of the first sentence, they were already completely absorbed in his teachings. Smiles blossomed on their faces as the complications that had bogged them down previously were suddenly lifted, bringing them a feeling of epiphany. It was as if all of the knowledge that they had learned was converging together, forming a big picture about cultivation that they had never known about. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. And then, the breakthrough started. Leaving Aperture Realm, Dimension Sundering Realm, Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm, dark clouds swiftly congregated in the area and bulked up the weakened Little Tribulation, causing it to swell up quickly as if it had been injected with steroids. Thunderous claps filled with the surroundings as lightning crackled around frenziedly. It was as if Little Tribulation was parading its newfound powers. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian carried on with his lecture. Within a short 10 minutes, there were over 2,000 cultivators who had achieved a breakthrough, and over 500 of them had managed to summon a lightning tribulation. By that point, Little Tribulation covered the entire capital, and even a single bolt of lightning from it was for visiting. Shortly after the clone left, Zhang Xian also felt energy leaving his body. He had really exhausted himself both physically and mentally this time around, and he plopped onto the ground with a fatigued look on his face. He would never have been so reckless if he had known that this would happen. If not for the fact that they were in the capital of the otherworldly demonic tribe, where there were plenty of cultivators whom he could grab off the street, as well as his good relations with Little Tribulation, he would have bitten the dust there. Hong Long Long. Meanwhile, Little Tribulation and the ordeal of lightning armament continued to pit their powers against one another. Eventually, the latter ended up depleting its energy first, and it began to dissipate away. As the pressure crushing down on him vanished, Zhang Xian immediately felt a brand new power sprouting from the depths of his body. This was an energy that could reconstruct him and bring him up to a higher level of existence. Suppress. Zhang Xian willed as he quelled that burst of power forcefully. He could achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage if he wanted to, but that would mean that he would lose this golden opportunity to temper himself and build up a solid foundation. This might hinder from reaching greater heights in the future. With all that he had been through, he knew that he would require as much strength as possible in order to protect those around him and attain what he wanted. Halala. Forcefully suppressing the sprouting energy, Zhang Xian's cultivation slowly receded back to sempiternal realm consummation. Seeing that the mess was finally over, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Little Tribulation and said, "I'm grateful for your help this time around. You can return now." "Who?" Little Tribulation glanced at the several hundred cultivators who had summoned it over, and chills immediately ran down the spines of those several hundred cultivators. Fortunately, after a moment of hesitation, it swayed a little before dissipating into the surroundings as well. When it finally dissipated entirely, Zhang Xian felt completely depleted. It seemed as if there was not the slightest ounce of strength left in his body. While this breakthrough had brought him infinitesimally close to Ancient Sage, he had sustained great damage in the process as well. All that was left of him at the moment was his skeletal rack with some flesh and blood that he had just recovered. It was truly a huge sacrifice. Even if he used the blood essence of blood reincarnation realm experts to replenish his vitality, it would still take several years before his body could fully recover. Kill him. Barely after Zhang Xian thought that he could take a rest, a vicious glint flashed through the eyes of one of the otherworldly demon ancient sages siding with Sovereign Chen-Ling. With the thought that he could exploit this momentary opening to eradicate this looming threat, he charged forward and drove his palm right into Zhang Xian's head. The commotion that was caused by the earlier breakthrough had been so great that it shook those who had witnessed the sight to their cores. Those standing on Sovereign Chen-Ling's side swiftly came to the realization that if they could not get rid of the young man while they had the chance, it was only a matter of time before the young man grew to become an existence that none of them could defeat. As enemies siding with opposite factions, that would spell disaster for them. "Young master." Not expecting the enemy to make a move so quickly, Sovereign Chen-Yong immediately charged forward to save him. The Dragonbone Divine Spear, which had been watching intently not too far away, also swiftly darted in to protect its master. However, before anyone could do a thing, Zhang Xian raised his hand instinctively to defend against the abrupt assault from the otherworldly demon Ancient Sage. Pada. It started off with the arm of the otherworldly demon Ancient Sage being crushed to dust, and as the might traveled upward, the body of the otherworldly demon Ancient Sage abruptly exploded. Even his soul did not manage to make it out alive. Everyone was stunned. The Ancient Sage who had attempted to assault Zhang Xian had been at Ancient Sage 1 Dan Bloodline Continuance Realm, but he had died from a single palm strike from a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator. What? Zhang Xian was also taken aback. Despite the state of his body, he could feel that his strength had grown considerably after undergoing the tempering of the Ancient Sage ordeal. Nevertheless, as he had not exactly achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, he had thought that his strength would, at the very most, be on par with any other bloodline continuance realm cultivator. Yet, a casual strike from him in his weakened state had actually brought about the death of a bloodline continuance realm cultivator. My current strength, it's already comparable to blood reincarnation realm primary stage. Swiftly taking a look at his internal condition, his body began trembling in agitation. He had never thought that he would actually obtain strength that could rival blood reincarnation realm primary stage experts when he had not achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. It was no wonder Kong Shi had chosen to suppress his cultivation so many times before pushing for a breakthrough. It was indeed highly beneficial to the growth of one's cultivation. Kill them. The sight of Zhang Xian killing a bloodline continuance realm ancient sage with a casual wave of his hand had really scared the remaining ancient sages on Sovereign Chen-Ling's side out of their wits. Knowing that this was the opportune moment to strike, Sovereign Chen-Yong immediately gave the order to attack. Floating at the top of the pedestal, Sovereign Chen-Ling looked at the happenings around him with a livid expression on his face. However, knowing that there was nothing he could do, he hurriedly absorbed the energy that was coming from the dimension rift above to recover from his injuries. A thought suddenly came to Zhang Xian's mind. Wait a moment. If the energy above the pedestal can help Sovereign Chen-Ling recover from his injuries, could it possibly have the same effect on me as well? 100 zhang equals 333. 3 meters. Chapter 1834 I am, Sovereign Chen-Ling. Zhang Xian's injuries had been caused by the ordeal of lightning armament. Many of his vital organs, muscles, and meridians had been destroyed, and it was only due to the overwhelming vitality and the heaven's path zhenqi in his body that he had been able to prevent his physical state from deteriorating any further. His very foundations had been destroyed, such that he could not heal himself using ordinary means. In a sense, his current condition was similar to that of vicious and sovereign Qin Yong. He could only allow time to do its work and repair his tattered foundations, and there was no way to accelerate the process. But just because he was unable to do it did not mean that others were incapable of doing so. The wounds that Sovereign Chen Ling had sustained were even more severe than his, but the other party was still able to recover swiftly through the use of the altar. Was it possible for him to tap into the same power? I was nearly killed when I tried to barge into the ritual earlier. It's likely that the deity summoned by the ritual identifies one through one's soul, aura, and energy. An idea suddenly sprouted in Zhang Xian's mind, and he swiftly began to calculate the chances of pulling it off. He did not know whether he could use the energy bestowed by the deity of heal his injuries, but just approaching the ritual posed a problem. Earlier, when he tried to barge in to terminate the ritual, a powerful force had nearly wiped him off the face of the world. Even with the recent surge in his fighting prowess to a level comparable to a blood reincarnation realm primary stage expert, he could tell that he would still stand no chance against that powerful force. It would simply end in his annihilation. In other words, he would have to find other means to bypass the detection of the deity. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Disguising as Sovereign Chen Ling. As long as my aura and bloodline are identical to his, such that even the deities are unable to tell the difference between the both of us, I will be able to absorb the energy descending upon the pedestal. Even if brute force failed, he still had a trick up his sleeve, the disguise amulet that Luo Ruoxin had given him. It was something that he could use even after he had turned into a skeleton. Let me give it a try. Unable to curb his excitement, Zhang Xian activated the amulet, and he swiftly warped into Sovereign Chen Ling's form. Be it in terms of external appearance or soul aura, there was no way that one could tell the difference between him and the real one. Young master? Sovereign Qin Yong asked doubtfully. He had been following the spirit god all along, so he knew about the existence of the disguise amulet. However, he was a little perplexed as to why the young master would suddenly choose to disguise himself as Sovereign Chen Ling. Zhang Xian nodded in response with a slight smile. With his tall and graceful stature, he discreetly flitted over to the dimension rift in the air. Wong. The ripples of power that had previously kept him away showed no sign of warding him off. Just like that, he managed to slip into the ritual without any trouble. As expected, it works. Zhang Xian trembled in agitation. It seemed like the disguise amulet that Luo Ruoxin had given him was at a higher level than whatever deity Sovereign Chen Ling was summoning. As such, even the deity was unable to see through his disguise. Ha. Standing right beneath the dimension rift, Zhang Xian absorbed a bit of the energy descending from above. In an instant, his physical body began recovering at a visible rate, and his fatigued spirit was nourished and healed as well. At this rate, I'll be able to return to my peak within 10 minutes. Perhaps, I might even be able to further my cultivation. Zhang Xian's eyes shone brilliantly. Despite his severe wounds, Zhang Xian was in a far more advantageous position than Sovereign Chen Ling. Both his youth and the unique nature of the Heaven's Path Zhenqi allowed for faster recovery. Even when they were both in the same environment, chances were that he would be able to recover much faster than Sovereign Chen Ling. Thus, he began devouring the energy ravenously, as if a parched traveler who had stumbled upon an oasis. Just moments after Zhang Xian began absorbing the energy, he sensed a pair of sharp eyes staring heatedly at him. Turning to look, he saw Sovereign Chen Ling glaring at him with a vile look on his face. The bestowal of the deity's blessing was a sacred formality of the ritual, and making a move at this very moment was absolutely prohibited. Otherwise, if he incurred the wrath of the deity, he would be torn apart. As such, all he could do was glare at Zhang Xian murderously. But, watching as that fellow snatched away the energy that was intended for his recovery, Sovereign Chen Ling's heart ached so badly that he could hardly hold his anger back. How in the world did a sack of bones disguise so impeccably as him? such that even the deities were unable to see through his disguise. Just what in the world was going on? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Who am I? Where am I? You shameless knave. Sovereign Qianling spat icily. So be it. I, Sovereign Qianling, have never intended on living an upright life anyway. Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. You be *starred. I am Sovereign Qianling. Seeing the other party adopting his identity, Sovereign Qianling felt as if he was going insane. Sure. You are Sovereign Qianling happy? Zhang Xian replied perfunctorily as he continued gobbling up the surrounding energy hungrily. It was clear that there was something holding Sovereign Qianling back from making a move on him, or else the latter would have already pounced at him. Since the latter was unable to do anything to him, there was no point bickering at all. Feel free to say whatever you like. I'll just quietly have my meal over here. Gugaga. The energy descending from the dimension rift swiftly gathered around him and formed a massive vortex. It did not take long before they were all absorbed into his body. His true body, hidden beneath the disguise amulet, began squirming around as his body reconstructed itself. His head, shoulders, arms, chests. It was as if he was being reborn with every bit of energy absorbed. This is a good opportunity for me to alter my meridian network to be the same as Zhao Yu's. Zhang Xian thought as he began working on his meridians. A human's biological structure was more or less fixed, such that it would only be possible to make minor modifications under normal circumstances. However, what Zhang Xian was doing at that moment was rebuilding his body from scratch, so he could modify it freely. As such, the reconstruction of his meridians proceeded even more smoothly than Zhao Yu's operation with the vine of the Dongshu gourd. Along with the modification of his meridians, an astoundingly pure killing intent seeped out of his body. Is this the purest Zhenqi of slaughter? Ever since Elder Vicious' death, there hasn't been anyone in our spirit tribe who has boasted such pure Zhenqi of slaughter. Could he possibly be the reincarnation of Elder Vicious? With such a pure bloodline, there's no doubt that he's the true leader of the spirit tribe. The otherworldly demons who had listened to Zhang Xian's lecture earlier and wondered if he was a master teacher had their doubts vanquished in an instant. How could someone with such pure Zhenqi of slaughter possibly be a human? Not even the three sovereigns possessed such a pure bloodline. Voila! The otherworldly demons swiftly got to their knees and lowered their heads, as if they were ushering the arrival of their new leader. Be it the debt from the impartation of knowledge or the natural deference toward a nobler existence than them, at that very moment, toward the young man in the air who was disguised as Sovereign Qianling, they only harbored feelings of admiration and respect. On the other hand, seeing how his people were bowing down and submitting to that scoundrel, the real Sovereign Qianling was teetering on the edge of a complete mental breakdown. While others might be unaware who this fellow was, he knew very well that the other party was the #1 genius of mankind, a master teacher through and through. Yet, for his people to actually worship the other party instead of him. Ludicrous! You lowly swine! Even at the risk of turning a deity against me, I'll claim your life right here and right now. Seeing that the other party was already on the brink of making a full recovery, Sovereign Qianling could not bring himself to wait any longer. Despite the risk of incurring the deity's wrath, he swiped his fingers toward Zhang Xian as if they were claws. Boom! Even though Sovereign Qianling could not recover as quickly as Zhang Xian did, he had spent a longer time in the ritual than the other party. By now, his injuries had recovered by around 70 to 80%, allowing him to draw forth the strength of a true blood reincarnation realm consummation expert. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Not expecting the other party to be so impatient, Zhang Xian scowled in displeasure. Wait a moment. I'm still lacking 2 more thighs to a full recovery. Why don't we both heal up nicely before coming to blows? Activating the Heaven's Path movement art, he dodged the attack nimbly. At the same time, he widened all of his acupoints to devour the surrounding energy as quickly as he could. In an instant, the rate of his recovery soared. As he was currently disguised as Sovereign Qianling, he could not make use of his clone, weapons, or even vicious. Thus, it was impossible for him to kill Sovereign Qianling. However, it would not be easy for Sovereign Qianling to get him either. Wait your head. Seeing how the other party dared to speak so brazenly even after stealing the energy that he had paid a heavy price in order to obtain, Sovereign Chen Ling nearly went berserk. Chapter 1835 The Descent of a Deity 1. That's my power. I sacrificed 100,000 tribesmen and countless treasures in exchange for this power. So how dare you snatch it away from me? You want to recover your thighs? I'll smash your head into smithereens. Sovereign Chen Ling looked as if he was convulsing so intensely that he was suffering from a stroke. The young man before him was truly infuriating. Every word that came out of his mouth made him feel as if he could choke on his own breath. How can you speak so brazenly despite being a petty thief? Do you have no sense of pride whatsoever? Grinding his teeth, Sovereign Chen Ling sent yet another powerful palm strike toward Zhang Xian. Gotcha! The surroundings turned utterly dark. Sovereign Chen Ling's might was so great that even the heavens seemed to tremor in deference to him. Zhang Xian dodged his attack yet again. However, seeing that the other party was getting fiercer and fiercer, hindering him from absorbing the energy and recovering, he finally blew his top. He raised his head and bellowed, "Deity of the higher dimension. This fellow not only disguised himself as me to steal your power, he even dares to make a move on me in your presence. It's obvious that he has a complete lack of respect for you. It's of the utmost importance that you punish him severely. Why the heck are you causing such a huge ruckus? Can't you just sit quietly by the side and absorb the energy? Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. What a wonderful thing it is to enjoy the peaceful silence and immerse one's senses in the wonders of the world. Don't you think that it's crude to go around killing others? To think that you are even respected as one of the sovereigns of the otherworldly demonic tribe, yet you don't even have the patience to hold yourself still. Horrible. Seeing the other party speak the words that he wanted to say, Sovereign Chen Ling's body staggered. Screw you. His blood billowed furiously through his organs, leaving him feeling as if he would vomit large mouthfuls of blood at any moment. You scoundrel. Remember your place. You are the one who has come here as a robber. How can you be so shameless as to report me first? Grasping at his hair frenziedly, Sovereign Chen Ling knew that he would only anger himself further the more he spoke. Thus, he decided to put aside all words and smash his palm right toward Zhang Xian. This time, his palm strike harnessed his entire rage, making it several times more powerful than before. Sensing danger from the palm strike, Zhang Xian instantaneously moved to dodge the attack. However, he felt as if something was holding his body still, preventing him from moving at all. Damn it, I'll just have to go all out. Knowing that he might lose his life if he continued taking the matter lightly, Zhang Xian had no choice but to grit his teeth regretfully as he halted the absorption of the surrounding energy. He raised his palm, but before he could exert his strength, he suddenly felt an intense jolt from above. The jolt rippled downward and shook Sovereign Chen Ling and him, as if they were lone boats in the face of an extreme current. He staggered in the air and nearly plummeted to the ground. Puh! Under the jolt, Sovereign Chen Ling's attack also dissipated without a trace. What's going on? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes as he turned his gaze upward, the direction where the jolt had originated from. The dimension rift, which was emanating the energy that had facilitated his recovery, had become even darker and more glaring. Slowly, an arm was slowly reaching out from it. The intense energy jolt earlier had originated from this arm. This is bad. There's really a deity above. Given how a mere arm was able to render such helplessness within him, there was no doubt that the being above them had far surpassed blood reincarnation realm consummation. Zhang Xian's face darkened as he hurriedly drove his shunqi to absorb the energy lingering in the area. He knew that he would lose his opportunity to absorb the energy and heal up the moment that the deity descended upon their world. He had mostly recovered, and all that remained were his two thighs. As long as he hurried, he might just be able to make it in time. Otherwise, even if it was just his two thighs, it would probably take him many years to heal them back to their original state. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. The muscles in his thighs recovered at a rate visible to the eye, and before long, One of his thighs was already completely healed. Seeing how the other party dared to continue absorbing the energy despite the appearance of the arm of the deity, Sovereign Chen Ling grew frenzied. Of all of the greedy people in the world, there was probably no one who could hold a candle to the young man before him. If not for the fact that he did not manage to calculate the value of the artifacts properly prior to the ritual, causing the energy bestowed to be far greater than what he needed, there was no way that he would have been able to fully recover with this fellow barging in and absorbing the energy as he liked. Despite that, he had only recovered by roughly 80% so far. He was still some way off from making a full recovery. On the other hand, the other party had recovered by at least 90%. Sovereign Qinling knew that if he continued with his act of aggression when the deity from the ritual was already descending to their world, there was a good chance that he would be killed. Thus, he clenched his jaws hatefully before turning his attention back to absorbing the energy. "You thief, that's mine." But barely after Sovereign Qinling started absorbing the energy once more, he suddenly heard an infuriated bellow sounding from the opposite side, following which, he saw the other party raising his palm and striking it over. Voila! A massive current of sword chi whizzed over, encircling him tightly. "You!" Alarmed, Sovereign Qinling hurriedly stopped absorbing the energy to avoid the attack. However, just as he was about to do so, he realized that the massive current of sword chi was a feint. Despite its imposing appearance, the massive current of sword chi dissipated as if bubbles upon reaching him. It was just an act to scare him. Tzzzzzzzz. Meanwhile, the other party continued to absorb the energy. Damn it! Sovereign Qinling trembled with rage as he cursed. Taking a deep breath, he opened up the acupoints in his body once more to absorb the energy again when the other party suddenly flicked his finger, and a burst of sword chi shot in his direction. It went without saying that Sovereign Qinling immediately took evasive action to avoid the sword chi, only to find that it was another feint. That fellow doesn't dare make a move in front of the deity either. He's intentionally preventing me from absorbing the energy to stop me from making a full recovery. At this point, Sovereign Qinling finally understood what the other party was up to. The fact that the arm of the deity had appeared was an indication that the deity could very well descend upon their world if they continued fooling around in his presence. No matter how brazen Zhang Xian might be, there was no way that he would really make a move in the presence of the deity for fear of divine retribution. In other words, the purpose behind Zhang Xian's actions was not to hurt him, but to hinder his cultivation so that he could devour more of the energy bestowed by the deity. With such a thought in mind, Sovereign Qinling's heart was put at ease. He put his full attention into absorbing the energy lingering around the area. However, just as he was getting into the mood, he suddenly felt his hair standing on end. Out of sheer instinct, he reacted in a split second and took a side step. Puha! It was a sharp, chilling sensation. A surge of sword chi had pierced through Sovereign Qinling's chest. If not for his powerful instincts, his heart might have been pierced through. The heck? Sovereign Qinling was really on the verge of exploding. Earlier, the other party had been afraid to make a move, using all sorts of tricks to slow him down. Yet, as soon as he started cultivating, the other party immediately flicked his sword chi over for real. Are you really not afraid of the wrath of the deities? Are you trying to drag me down together with you? Filled with rage, Sovereign Qinling was just about to dash over to tussle with the other party when the other party suddenly stopped absorbing the energy altogether. The other party lowered his head and clasped his fist toward the deity. "Oh great deity, I was simply too enraged at that scoundrel for impersonating me and absorbing your powers. How could a mere thief dare behave in such a preposterous manner? Please permit me to kill him. Otherwise, what will become of your reputation if such matters are simply left to be?" Astonishingly, the words that he spoke were actually the authentic ancient language of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even Sovereign Qinling had practiced for a very long time before being able to speak the language. Asila. Those words incurred the wrath of the deity within the dimension rift. A vortex formed within the dimension rift, and another hand slowly crept out. With a slight flick of its wrist, Sovereign Qinling was slammed into the ground. Lying weakly on the ground, Sovereign Qinling murmured in disbelief, "Deity, This was the deity whom he had been contacting all this while, an entirely different entirety from the spirit god whom Sovereign Chen Yong worshipped. It was with such a trump card in hand that he had dared to scheme against Sovereign Chen Yong. He had been constantly offering treasures and artifacts to this deity, and in return, he had been granted great strength that allowed him to stand his ground even against the powerful Sovereign Chen Yong. Yet, the deity whom he had been worshipping actually turned against him just because of a couple of words uttered by this scoundrel. Was the deity really unable to tell that he was the real one? Trembling in fury, Sovereign Chen Ling swung his finger in Zhang Xian's direction, intending to expose the latter's false identity to the deity. However, what he saw was the young man sitting peacefully in the air with his acupoints fully open, absorbing the energy lingering in the area. His thighs had recovered together with his feet, and all that was left were his 10 toes. The heck? Sovereign Chen Ling felt an ache in his heart, and all that was left in his mind were unspeakable expletives. Chapter 1836 The Descent of a Deity Too Shameless, Unscrupulous, and Monstrously Talented. Just when did such a difficult character appear amid the humans? If this man was left to be, his existence would eventually become the greatest threat to the spirit tribe. Had Sovereign Chen Ling known that there was such a powerful foe among the humans, there was no way he would have schemed against Sovereign Chen Yong. Instead, he would have collaborated with Sovereign Chen Yong to get rid of this threat. As stifled as Sovereign Chen Ling felt, he soon heaved a sigh of relief. There should be no reason for that B** to continue absorbing the energy once he healed his toes. Then, he would be able to make use of the remaining energy to heal himself. Once he recovered to full strength, he was confident that he would be able to tear that B** into shreds. With a grim look on his face, Sovereign Chen Ling turned his attention back to absorbing the energy. Just as he had expected, it did not take long for the other party to regenerate his toes. He thought that it was finally time for him to speed up his healing process, but contrary to his expectations, the other party suddenly took out a painting and began frenziedly drawing the surrounding energy into the painting. Screw this! Sovereign Chen Ling's body trembled in disbelief upon seeing this sight. Aren't you one greedy little B****? After having your fill of the energy, you even want to take the rest away with you? Sovereign Chen Ling felt as if there was a puddle of fresh blood accumulating at the back of his throat, ready to spurt forth at any moment. That fellow was really getting worse and worse by the moment. Furthermore, what the heck was with that painting? This energy was bestowed directly from the deity, so what kind of painting could possibly have the ability to store even that? Wait a moment. Is that Kong Shi's canvas of 4 seasons? With a swift glance, Sovereign Chen Ling came to a sudden realization. The painting had its own independent spatial and temporal laws, such that it could be called an independent world by itself. The only painting that was known to have achieved such a level was Kong Shi's canvas of 4 seasons. He could tell that the other party had also achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage through tapping into the Aeon of Ancient Sage sealed within the painting. The other party's arms swayed around frantically, almost as if a 1,000 hands Buddha. The concentration of energy in the area swiftly grew sparser and sparser as it was pumped furiously into the painting. Shockingly, the rate at which the painting was devouring the energy was at least 10 times faster than that of Sovereign Chen Ling. In other words, no matter how he tussled with the painting over the energy, the result was that he would only receive, at most, 1/10 of the limited energy remaining. This energy should have been mine. It's all mine. Knowing that there was no way he would be able to fully recover from his energy at this rate, Sovereign Chen Ling could not remain calm. He gathered the entirety of his energy and dashed forward. You piece of *T, I'm going to slaughter you. Unfortunately, the gaze of the deity was already upon this area. Gotcha! Before he could reach Zhang Xian, the palm from the dimension rift struck down once more, causing Sovereign Chen Ling's body to slam forcefully onto the ground. At that point, he was truly already on the brink of tears. Was he going to lose the support of the deity whom he had worshipped for so long over such shady lies of the other party? Ridiculous. Seeing the look on Sovereign Chen Ling's face, Zhang Xian shook his head coldly. Geez, Of course, it was not that the deity trusted his words. The reason that the deity made a move on Sovereign Qinling was because the latter had broken the rules and used his powers recklessly. The deity is already on the verge of climbing out of the dimension rift to pass judgment upon us, but you still dared to make a move before him. Aren't you simply asking for trouble? That's why humility is always the way to go. Live a humble life, and trouble won't come knocking on your door. Doing too much before the deities often has the opposite effect. The trick is to maintain a calm heart. Just take a look at me. Aren't I the perfect example? While praising himself for his distinguished traits, he turned his attention back to his own body, and his eyes shone in delight. To allow him to recover to his peak from a pile of bones so swiftly, the means of the deities were indeed formidable. Hu. Zhang Xian continued flapping his hands, as if a fan to guide the movement of the surrounding energy into the painting. In a short 3 minutes, all of the remaining energy lingering in the surroundings had already been fully transferred into the painting. With such a huge inventory of the energy from a deity, even if he were to get injured in the future, there would be very little he would have to be worried about. In fact, if things went well, he could even use the energy to help Vicious fully recover from his current state. After all that was done, Zhang Xian turned his gaze upward and saw that the dimension rift had become even darker. Half of a towering figure had already traveled across the dimension rift to descend upon this world. At this point in time, he was already certain that the deity was not Luo Ruoxin. The deity had an appearance resembling that of a young man. In terms of appearance, there was nothing that set him aside from ordinary humans. However, the aura that he emanated was deep and intense. Even without making any moves, his presence caused the space around him to shatter layer after layer. It was as if the world that they lived in was unable to withstand the weight of his existence. Sovereign Chen Yong sent a telepathic message over to Zhang Xian. He's a Dimension Shatterer realm expert. This is the prowess of a Dimension Shatterer realm cultivator? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. The strength that the deity wielded was so powerful that this world was unable to assimilate his presence into it. If the world was an ocean, the deity was a droplet of oil. No matter how powerful the oceanic currents were, the droplet of oil would remain a transcendent being floating on the surface. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Dimension Shatterer realm experts are also known as Immortals Envoys. Back when Kong Shi was still around, someone prayed to a higher dimension in order to summon an Immortals Envoy onto this world. Who could have thought that history would repeat itself after so many years? It might be due to the emergence of the Temple of Confucius. What does the Temple of Confucius have to do with the descent of an Immortals Envoy? Rumor has it that the Temple of Confucius is located in a void that seals the passageway between the higher dimensions to our world. The emergence of the Temple of Confucius means that the stopper that prevents any higher beings from descending to our world has been released, thus allowing any Immortals Envoy to travel to our world. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that the power balance on the Master-Teacher continent is going to be reshuffled very soon? That might not necessarily be so. It isn't that easy for Immortals Envoys to descend onto our world. Not only will they have to pay a heavy price in the process, they must also suppress their cultivation to a very low level in order to avoid being ejected by our world. It's likely that they will only be able to utilize strength comparable to a Dimension Shatterer realm primary stage cultivator. Of course, that's a strength to behold as well, but as long as we unite together to stand up against them, we should be able to stand our ground against them. Ancient Sage Allfire, Ancient Sage Emoling, and the other otherworldly demon lords swiftly communicated with one another. The deity who was descending upon their world was an Immortals Envoy from a higher dimension. If the deity chose to aid Sovereign Qinling, they would really be in great danger. Is this the strength that Luo Ruoxin wields too? Zhang Xian wondered as he assessed the descending deity intently with his eye of insight. The sight when Luo Ruoxin left played in his mind. She was an existence that could not be assimilated into the world as well, but there was a major difference between her and the deity that was descending to their world. It felt like the world had rejected Luo Ruoxin's existence more vehemently than it was rejecting the descending deity's presence. Did this mean that Luo Ruoxin's strength was even greater than that of the deity who was traversing over to their world? It took Sovereign Chen Ling a long while before he recovered from that slap. By the time he recollected himself, the energy lingering in the air had already been completely stored into the canvas of 4 seasons. Knowing that there was no reason to make a move anymore, he gritted his teeth and turned his attention to the deity in the sky. "O great deity, I am the real Sovereign Chen Ling. He's the fake." So as to not lose out, Zhang Xian quickly argued back. "I am the real one. He's the one who is a poor excuse of an imitation. How dare you even think of lying in the presence of a deity? You must be out of your mind." The effects of the disguise amulet far surpassed his imagination. Under its prowess, there was no physical difference that allowed one to distinguish him from Sovereign Chen Ling, such that it was likely that even the deity would be unable to tell the difference between them. Since he had already gone so far, he could try pushing on and see where it would take him. Hong Long. The dimension rift jolted one last time. During their discussion, the deity had managed to traverse completely through the dimension rift. Floating in the air, he took a deep breath before opening his beady eyes. Kacha, Kacha. The eyes of the deity seemed to be reflected with lightning. A fear-inducing aura was swiftly diffusing outward, and it felt as if the sky would be shattered into pieces under the intensity of his aura. There was an unnatural vibe to the strength that he emanated, as if he was an anomalous existence that did not fit into the world. Even blood reincarnation realm experts would tremble frightfully before this might, let alone ordinary humans. A lower life form from a lower dimension actually thinks that he's able to fool me. How preposterous! The deity harumphed coldly as he turned his gaze upon the two of them. The next moment, Zhang Xian's entire body tensed up amid spasmodic convulsions. It was as if he was surrounded by countless terrifying primordial beasts, causing sweat to rain down his body. Chapter 1837. The Submission of Sovereign Chen Ling. I might not necessarily lose against him. There's no choice. I'll have to give it a shot. Given the combined prowess of him, the Dragonbone Divine Spear, Vicious, Ancient Sage Allfire, and Ancient Sage Mo Ling. Even if the deity was a Dimension Shatterer realm expert, they might still stand a chance against him. Zhang Xian swiftly recovered from his tension to reveal a face devoid of emotions, making it impossible for one to peer into his mind. The gaze of the deity alternated between Zhang Xian and Sovereign Chen Ling, but a moment later, a slight frown appeared on his forehead. You must have used your own blood essence when praying to the higher dimension. Offer your blood to me, and I'll discern the real from the fake. The deity had thought that, given his means and power, he would be able to see through the lies of this bunch of hillbillies. Contrary to his expectation, he was unable to find any loophole despite examining closely for such a long period of time. There was no physical difference between the two of them that allowed him to distinguish one from the other. However, there was no way that there could be two Sovereign Chen Lings in the world. That being said, even though the imposter had disguised themselves impeccably when it came to physical traits, there was just no way they would be able to copy Sovereign Chen Ling's bloodline as well, right? Soon, 2 droplets of blood were sent the deity's way. The deity swiftly scanned the 2 droplets of blood with his spiritual perception, only to have the confident look on his face collapsing into confusion. To his disbelief, the 2 droplets of blood were actually identical to one another as well. What the heck was going on? Oh great deity, this fellow has impersonated himself as me to make fun of you. We cannot allow such a gross act of disrespect go unpunished. Thinking that the deity might have found something out from their blood essence, Sovereign Chen Ling stood forward and spoke imposingly. Shut your mouth. Pa. The deity threw a slap towards Sovereign Chen Ling once more, causing him to roll across the ground. The deity was still feeling a mixture of embarrassment and frustration at being unable to tell the two apart when Sovereign Chen Ling thoughtlessly butted in. It went without saying that this was an extremely foolish act. Holding his cheek indignantly, Sovereign Chen Ling lowered his head. The real Sovereign Chen Ling has offered many valuable artifacts in order to allow for my descent to this world. There's no way the fake will know what artifacts were used and the value of each of them. I want the two of you to write down a list of the artifacts used and their exact values. The one whose list is more accurate is bound to be the real sovereign Chen-Ling. The deity commanded. The ritual to summon a deity was extremely strict and pricey. If the artifacts that one offered did not meet a certain requirement, it could lead to a backlash instead. As such, the real sovereign Chen-Ling was bound to know the exact details of the offerings made to him. This sovereign Chen-Ling was taken aback for a moment before slowly nodding. All right then. He took out a jade token and imprinted the values of all of the artifacts that he knew of onto it. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before taking out a jade token to imprint what he knew on it too. To be honest, he was indeed unaware of the price that one had to pay in order to establish a window with a higher dimension. He had to admit that the deity was indeed extremely sharp, capturing the crux of the matter in an instant. However, back when he was disguised as appraiser Wu Tao, he had gone through all of the artifacts. Furthermore, as the souls of the living tributes had been pulled into the Stone of Divine Crusade before being absorbed by him and his clone, he was well aware of the exact numbers and their cultivation realms. After a moment of contemplation, he jotted down the exact values and numbers onto the jade token. Taking the jade tokens from both Sovereign Chen-Ling and Zhang Xian, the deity quickly scanned through the contents with his spiritual perception. A moment later, he turned to Sovereign Chen-Ling with narrowed eyes gleaming with menace. Seeing that the deity's gaze was on him, Sovereign Chen-Ling suddenly had a bad premonition. Deity, I'm the real Sovereign Chen-Ling. However, before he could finish his words, the palm of the deity was already descending from the sky. How dare you lie to me? You must be sick of living. Hong Long. It was as if the world had collapsed onto Sovereign Chen-Ling, causing his entire body to freeze on the spot. He could not even escape. A seemingly boundless power loomed above him like a guillotine, threatening to squash him into minced meat. No, not expecting that the deity whom he had paid such a heavy price to summon would actually try to kill him, Sovereign Chen-Ling was horrified. With a furious roar, he drove his strength to his limits, causing his Zhen-Qi to surge out. In the blink of an eye, his figure grew more than for visiting. Are you still not going to admit it? The deity narrowed his eyes as a terrifying surge of power revolved on his palm, ready to break forth and reduce Sovereign Chen-Ling to dust at any moment. If that's what you have chosen to believe, there's nothing I can say in my defense. I can only say that the other party's ability to disguise himself is too outstanding. However, Sovereign Chen-Ling took in a deep breath as a streak of madness flickered across his eyes. I am willing to offer my life up to you. I am willing to serve as your slave and heed your orders for life without the slightest complaint. As for him, Sovereign Chen-Ling halted for a moment as he turned a chilling gaze in Zhang Xian's direction. Does he dare pledge the same? Right after saying those words, a droplet of blood essence flew forth from Sovereign Chen-Ling's forehead toward the deity. As long as the deity accepted his blood essence, he would become no different from a contracted, tamed beast. He would become a slave who would be at the beck and call of the deity. Even his life and death would no longer be in his control. This fellow. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. No wonder he had said that Sovereign Chen-Yong was not as decisive as him, and that he would even forsake his own life. He had thought that Sovereign Chen-Ling was referring to the ritual, but who could have known that the latter had already made up his mind to offer his entirety to the deity? That would explain why he was able to remain nonchalant about the deaths of the ancient sage in his faction as well. It turned out that his greatest trump card was the deity from the higher dimension. By relinquishing all of his freedom to the deity, Sovereign Chen-Ling would earn the unreserved trust of the deity in return. As his master, there was no doubt that the deity would side with Sovereign Chen-Ling to deal with the rest of them and even mankind at large. Hula. The deity reached out and accepted the blood essence. The next instant, he grasped control over Sovereign Chen-Ling's will and soul. With just a thought, he would be able to end Sovereign Chen-Ling's life in an instant. After doing all of that, the deity turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian. His eyes no longer reflected calmness but coldness. Under the gaze of the deity, Zhang Xian felt his heart squeezing up a little. 2 Zhang equals 6. 66 m. Chapter 1838 The Strength of the Deity. You're the fake. The voice of the deity was resounding, similar to pieces of metal clanging with one another. His tone was impassive, but absolute. Through Sovereign Qianling's thoughts, it was already apparent to the deity whom the fake was. As a being from a higher dimension, it was already a great embarrassment for him to have been played for a fool by someone from a lower dimension. If word spread, he could die of humiliation. There was no doubt that there was already a bundle of rage burning deep in his heart. Heh, it seems like I've been exposed. The very willingness of Sovereign Qianling to offer his soul up to the deity made a fundamental difference in their positions. This was something that Zhang Xian would never be willing to do. As such, it had also become the greatest opening to his disguise. With some awkward laughter, he raised his arm and charged forward. Who? The Dragonbone Divine's spear flew into hands, and with a powerful thrust, he pierced the spear right toward the deity. Sla. The strength from Zhang Xian's body, Zhenqi, and soul was focused precisely at the very tip of the Dragonbone Divine spear, imbuing it with the strength to shatter even space-time. This was an attack that would destroy even Sovereign Qianling in a heartbeat, skewering him mercilessly like a helpless deer. Since his disguise had failed him, he had to make the first move. If he could, by any chance, catch the deity off guard and kill him, that would be for the best. If he could not kill the deity, at the very least, he would still have the advantage from taking the initiative. Considering how the deity had taken Sovereign Qianling in as his subordinate, as well as the little regard that he had for the beings living in this world, it was likely that there was no room for reconciliation at all. Since that was the case, there was no need for Zhang Xian to play the good man. Seeing Zhang Xian's move, the deity sneered coldly. He placed his hands behind his back, not bothering to dodge at all. Wong. Before the Dragonbone Divine's spear could pierce into his chest, it was swept away by another current of energy. It was like a wooden sword striking metal armor. It was completely ineffective. Zhang Xian was unable to push the spear any deeper in. Seeing such a sight, sweat erupted from Zhang Xian's every pore. He had known that the deity was a fearsome figure, but the latter's strength surpassed all of his expectations. The deity was actually able to ward against his attack, with just the basic Zhenqi protecting his body. Pacha! Pacha! Knowing that the situation was not in his favor, Zhang Xian hurriedly pulled out his spear as hard as he could, but the space in front of the deity's chest suddenly collapsed inward. Stuck in the midst of broken shards of space, he found himself unable to retract the Dragonbone Divine's spear no matter how he tugged. Following which, the voice of the Dragonbone Divine's spear echoed in his ears. Master, I'm injured. Zhang Xian hurriedly turned his gaze over and saw some wear and tear on the tip of the Dragonbone Divine's spear. There were some cracks on the dragon's scales cloaking its surface, and it seemed like crimson blood was trickling out from the cracks. He's too powerful. How are we supposed to fight against such an opponent? If the deity was already so powerful without making an active move, would they not be obliterated the moment he made a move? He had thought that he would be peerless among the ancient sages now that he wielded the strength equivalent to a blood reincarnation realm cultivator and had the Dragonbone Divine's spear in his grasp. However, it was obvious that he had been too optimistic. We have to make a move as well, or else all of us will die here. Seeing such a sight, Sovereign Qianyong immediately realized that if they did not make a move, they would be massacred like helpless lambs in a moment's time. Thus, he quickly drew his saber and charged forward. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. At the same time, Ancient Sage Allfire raised his massive claws. Concentrated flames burst forth from his body, and it seemed as if he would set the entire world alit. Ancient Sage Emoling and the others did not laze around either. They quickly rose into the air and made their moves in coordination with the rest. The group that was gathered there could already be considered the pinnacle fighting prowess of the entire otherworldly demonic tribe. Their might combined could impale even the heavens. Yet, in the face of this formidable might, the deity leisurely raised his hand and flicked his finger. Puh! A space-time turbulence immediately stormed ahead, sweeping all of the attacks away with it. In the blink of an eye, the devastating force created by the combined prowess of the group dissipated entirely, as if it had never existed at all. However, their interference did manage to buy some time for Zhang Xian to retract his spear and return to Sovereign Chen Yong's side. Nevertheless, the absolute difference in their strengths was a huge blow to the group's morale. With such a powerful lineup, even the peak Sovereign Chen Yong would have been killed in an instant, unable to retaliate at all. Yet, this deity had managed to stop them with just a simple flick of his finger. It was almost as if they were ants standing before a colossal giant. Was this the strength that a dimension-shatterer realm cultivator wielded? It had really exceeded his wildest imagination. Not too bad. It seems like the lot of you aren't too worthless. The deity chuckled softly, but there was not the slightest emotion behind his words at all. He glanced down at the group below and said, "Just like him, submit to me, and I can spare your lives. Know that I have little patience for the likes of you, so make up your mind quick. You want us to submit to you? Dream on." Sovereign Chen Yong spat contemptuously. As the highest leader of the otherworldly demonic tribe, he was obligated to ensure the welfare of his own tribesmen. If he was willing to bow down to a higher power in exchange for greater power, he would never have landed himself in such a state. "Oh, let me see how much those guts of yours are worth then," the deity uttered coldly before snapping his finger. There was not the slightest sound, and there was not any attack to be seen. Yet, Sovereign Chen Yong's face suddenly scrunched together in pain. Boom! A massive hole was created in his abdomen, and his figure whizzed through the air at a terrifying speed. Fresh blood continuously spurted from the punctured hole, raining crimson droplets upon the world. He had already been severely injured in the first place, and this strike left him in an even worse position. If not for the hatred and rage in his heart, he probably would not have even made it so far. He could feel his body approaching its limits, and it felt like all that was required was one last push for his body to come to a complete breakdown. The astonished Zhang Xian hurriedly flitted over to Sovereign Chen Yong's side and infused the healing energy that he had put into the canvas of 4 seasons into the latter's body. However, to his horror, he realized that it was completely ineffective. As if trying to mix oil and water together, the healing energy simply refused to assimilate with Sovereign Chen Yong's body. Sovereign Chen Yong shook his head and explained weakly, "This energy is molded to suit Sovereign Chen Ling's constitution, so as to effectively heal his body. It won't work on anyone else. The only reason that you were able to absorb it is because the disguise amulet alters your body on a fundamental level, thus making you compatible with the energy as well." At the same time, he took out a pill and swallowed it. A moment later, his complexion finally alleviated slightly. The power bestowed by a deity could only be received by the person who had initiated the ritual. It was only because Zhang Xian was able to disguise his body on a fundamental level that he had been able to snatch the energy intended for Sovereign Chen Ling, but Sovereign Chen Yong was unable to do the same. The spirit god had only helped him hide his aura, so as to conceal the fact that he was an otherworldly demon. He was a mere servant, so there was no way that the spirit god would bestow something as invaluable as the disguise amulet to him. This, Zhang Xian frowned. He stowed his painting away before turning his eyes back to the deity in the sky. The deity did not continue his assault after incapacitating Sovereign Chen Yong. He simply gazed down loftily at the crowd below, as if a conqueror who had everyone's life and death in his grasp. It was clear that the deity did not even view Zhang Xian and the others as a threat to him. They were simply bugs whom he could crush at a whim, so their life and death was inconsequential to him. The deity turned to the rest of the crowd who had stood up against him earlier and asked, "What about the rest of you?" There was a moment of silence. A mixture of hesitation and fear rendered them unable to speak. Seeing that there was no response at all, the deity snapped his fingers once more. Pung pung pung. Ancient Sage Allfire, Ancient Sage Ling, and the other ancient sages were sent flying simultaneously. The immense force made their faces blanch, and blood seeped from the corners of their lips. "It takes nothing for me to kill the lot of you, and there's nothing you can possibly do that could affect me. This is absolute strength. We live in a world where the strong reign mighty, and the weak can either bow in submission or accept their death. There's no need for your little minds to think so hard." The situation is very clear. There are only two choices before you, death or subordination. Like I said, my patience is limited. I'll only give you one chance to choose. If you make the wrong decision, don't expect me to show you mercy. The deity placed his hands behind his back as he spoke with the absolute authority of a tyrant. It was as if he would behead anyone who dared question him. Will you spare us as long as we submit to you? An ancient sage, standing behind ancient sage, Allfire asked meekly. Of course. Not only will I spare you, I'll even help you to unite the spirit tribe and place the entire Master-Teacher continent under your rule. You'll be in a position of unparalleled authority, standing above all beings except for me, the deity replied nonchalantly. Hearing those words, the face of the ancient sage swiftly flushed crimson in agitation. There was a moment of conflict as the concepts of freedom and power clashed in his mind, but it did not take long for him to make up his mind. Lowering his head, he kneeled down in servility and declared, "O great deity, I pledge to serve you with my life." The reason that he had chosen to help Sovereign Qinyong was as a favor. If he could help Sovereign Qinyong return to his original position, his standing in the spirit tribe would rise above the others. However, the appearance of the deity changed everything. With his life at stake, there was no reason for him to persist just for Sovereign Qinyong. Chapter 1839, the final trump card. This is the wisest decision you will ever make. Seeing that his words had brought an ancient sage to his side, a slight smile crept onto the lips of the deity as he nodded in satisfaction. He turned to the remaining crowd and asked, "What about the rest of you?" The other three ancient sage Dan otherworldly demons whom Sovereign Qinyong had recruited trembled in hesitation, not knowing how they should respond. Victory had been within reach when such a powerful expert suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They could not bring themselves to make up their minds due to the suddenness of the situation. There was a moment of tense silence before another one of the ancient sages turned around and flew toward the deity. "Sovereign Qinyong, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to help you, but given the current circumstances, I'll repay what I owe you in the next life." Sighing deeply, Sovereign Qinyong looked at the two remaining ancient sages and said, "It's a life and death situation. I won't blame you for whatever you choose." The two remaining ancient sages looked at one another before one of them spoke up. "I have long gotten tired of living in this boring world. If I die at the hands of a deity from a higher dimension, my name will at least go down in history, and my life won't have been a waste. Sovereign Qinyong, you saved my life many years ago, and my life will remain yours till the very end. The same goes for me. From the moment that I, ancient sage Jin Ta, agreed to aid you in your cause, I had already made my mind. I'll either return victoriously or die a valiant death." Just like how there were those who feared death, there were also those who persisted in their values in the face of death. Bloodlust was inscribed in the very genes of the spirit tribe, but that did not mean that they were driven solely by it. Just like many humans, they knew of loyalty as well. "You have my utmost gratitude." Seeing that those two ancient sages were willing to side with him despite their certain deaths, Sovereign Qinyong nodded solemnly in gratitude. After that, he turned his gaze to ancient sage Allfire to seek the latter's view on the matter. "What are you looking at me for? I have never feared anyone in this world, be it the heavens or the deities. The only thing I fear is losing myself. So what if he's a deity from a higher dimension? I'll at least scrape off a layer of his skin before he gets me." Ancient sage Allfire sneered coldly, revealing his crooked teeth. It was only a short moment, but he was still indebted to his master for showing a path out for his tribesmen. Be it battle or retreat, he would follow the directives of his master without the slightest hesitation. "I guess there's no need to ask you too." Sovereign Qinyong turned to look at ancient sage Imoling and ancient sage Hao Sun, only to meet their firm eyes. Knowing that they had made up their minds as well, he turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "Young master, what shall we do now? What else can we do other than pit our lives against him?" Zhang Xian snorted as he raised the Dragonbone Divine Spear once more. "Let's destroy him." The Dragonbone Divine Spear charged forth like a majestic dragon, causing many silhouettes to appear all around the area, covering the deity. Now, knowing that there was no longer a path of retreat, Sovereign Chen Yong also dashed forward to make his move. With the strength of the 8 ancient sages put together, it felt that even the world was going to sink in under their might. The capital of the otherworldly demonic tribe trembled as if an earthquake was rattling the entire place, and all kinds of formations and inscriptions dispersed under the pressure and returned to spiritual energy. Ancient sages were existences who could obliterate countless lives with just a wave of their hands, let alone a group of them moving simultaneously. Surrounded by Zhang Xian and the others, the deity coldly sneered. A bunch of ants who don't know their place. He raised both of his hands together and pushed them outward. There was not the slightest offensive movement to be seen from him, but mysteriously, everyone's attack dissipated without a trace. With his attack neutralized, Zhang Xian immediately pulled out the Book of Heaven's Path. The next moment, a pair of hands crept out from within to grasp at the deity. Hula! As soon as the deity clashed with the pair of hands, his face that had remained impassive all this while suddenly lit up in excitement. A Dimension Shatterer Realm Cultivator? With just a look, the deity had already seen through the strength that Vicious had wielded at his peak. Just like him, Vicious had also stepped into Ancient Sage 4-Dan Dimension Shatter Realm. In fact, the latter had likely been even stronger than him. For such a formidable expert to be born out of a land with such scarce spiritual energy, this was truly hard to believe. "You aren't going anywhere," the deity uttered as he tore the space around Vicious' hands to bind them in place. Sla. Vicious' upper body had been completely collected, but he was still lacking his thighs and feet. As such, his strength was capped at Blood Reincarnation Realm Pinnacle, a long way away from matching the deity. Flaws. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Seeing that the deity had finally made a proper move under Vicious' offense, Zhang Xian hurriedly willed the Library of Heaven's Path. Hula. There was a slight jolt, but no book materialized. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. If he could uncover the flaws of the deity, they might still be able to exploit them to pull off a victory. However, if even the Library of Heaven was failing him, how was he supposed to win this fight? But why would the Library of Heaven's Path fail against him in the first place? A thought suddenly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Is it because he's not from this world, so the heavens of this world are unable to peer into him? The deity had come from a higher dimension, which meant that he was not a native of this world. Furthermore, his strength had reached a level where even this world was unable to assimilate him. Could this be the reason for the Library of Heaven's Path being unable to compile a book on him? Retreat. Without the aid of the Library of Heaven's Path, their chances of victory were nearly null. There was a fine line between bravery and foolhardiness. As such, Zhang Xian flicked his spear forward with all his might before leaping back. Hearing Zhang Xian's command, Sovereign Chen Yong and the others unhesitatingly launched their most powerful attacks before retreating as well. Boom! It was as if a marvelous firework had blossomed in the sky. A violent shockwave ravaged everything within a radius of several hundred meters, leaving no one daring to approach. Making use of this time that they had bought, Zhang Xian immediately attempted to open a dimension rift with the Dragonbone Divine Spear to flee with the crowd, only to find that the space was as resilient as steel. It seemed that the deity had seen through his intentions as well, so he had sealed the space within several hundred li. How could I possibly allow the lot of you to flee right before my eyes? With a light smile on his face, the deity slowly walked toward the group. Every single step that he took seemed to send trepidations reverberating in their souls. This was simply an inhuman opponent. No matter how they searched, there seemed to be no openings that they could exploit. Seeing the terror reflected in the eyes of those standing before him, the deity chuckled softly. Hand the skeleton of that Dimension Shatterer Realm Cultivator to me, and I'll consider letting you all live. Master, you mustn't let them go. Sovereign Chen Ling cried out in alarm upon hearing those words. Audacious! Who do you think you are to interfere in my decisions? The deity shot a sharp glance backward, and Sovereign Chen Ling's figure suddenly flew backward as if a hammer had struck him. Flinging his sleeves coldly, The deity harumphed before turning his gaze back to Zhang Xian. What do you say? He could tell that the person who had the most say in the group was the one who had the weakest cultivation of them all. Clearly, the skeleton also heeded his command. You want vicious? Zhang Xian looked at the deity for a moment before bursting into laughter. You're dreaming. Putting everything aside, Vicious had been following him for a long time, and he had saved him on numerous occasions. To give Vicious away to another person just like that, impossible. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, the deity shook his head in disappointment, as if lamenting the foolishness of a mortal. Since that's the case, I guess I have no other choice. He raised his hand and thrust it toward Zhang Xian. In that instant, Zhang Xian felt as if the universe was collapsing on him. It was a force far beyond him, and he felt like a speck of dust in its face. The force seemed to be squeezing his mind and soul out of his body, swiftly plunging him right toward the gates of the netherworld. This is it. I can only pray that this works somehow. Let's see who'll have the last laugh. Knowing that there was no longer any reason for him to hold back, Zhang Xian gritted his teeth as he willed the library of Heaven's Path. Who? A book flew out from his glabella and expanded swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was already several dozen zhang in length and width. This was his last golden page. He had been storing it in his library of Heaven's Path all along, but given how desperate the current situation was, this was the only card that he had remaining. What is this? The deity scoffed, not expecting the person whom he was killing to actually resort to attacking him with a book as his final measure. The deity nearly choked on his own laughter. Do you really think that this worthless book will be able to hurt me? I have never seen such naivety in my entire... Gotcha. Before the deity could finish his words, everything around him suddenly turned dark as the book swiftly fell on him. Splat! Crushed into the floor, the deity breathed his last breath. Utter silence filled the area for a very long time to come. 1 zhang equals 3.33 m. Chapter 1840. Sovereign Chen Yong's pride. Sovereign Chun Ling's eyes were on the verge of popping out of their sockets. This was utter madness to him. He had paid a heavy price in order to conduct the ritual to summon the deity, and he had thought that he could unite the spirit tribe through the power of the deity and destroy all the voices of opposition. Who could have known that his wildest ambitions were actually quashed by a single book? He rubbed his eyes again and again, fervently wishing that he was simply seeing things. A dimension shatter a realm against a mere book. How could it have possibly ended in the victory of the book? Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. As this thought surfaced in his mind, blood spurted out from his mouth once more. The heck? What in the world is this? Aren't you supposed to be a being that towers over others, such that everyone in this world is no different from an ant to you? Aren't you supposed to be a being who governs the life and death of others? To actually die from being squashed by a book. Still unable to believe the situation, Sovereign Chen Ling rushed forward to inspect the deity's body, only to see that the latter's head had been cracked open, and his spirit, mind, and soul had already departed from the world. The deity could not have been any more dead than he already was. Before he knew it, Sovereign Chun Ling's eyes began to blur. Tears had begun flowing down his cheeks. How could he have been so unlucky? The dragon blood that he had refined with great difficulty had been stolen. The energy that he had paid a heavy price for in order to heal his injuries had been snatched right before his eyes, and even his trump card had ended up being slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Nothing had gone well for him ever since he met that ** star Zhang Xian. It was fortunate that the deity had never thought that he would die, so he did not make it in time to crush his soul. Otherwise, he would have departed from the world together with the other party. Sovereign Qin Yong, Ancient Sage Allfire, Ancient Sage Mo Ling, and the others looked at one another quietly. They blinked blankly as their minds struggled to rationalize what they had just witnessed. They had thought that they were really doomed, but who would have thought that there would be such a plot twist at the critical moment? He had actually brought out a book and squashed the deity as if he was getting rid of a mere cockroach. That was insane. At the same time, the two ancient sages who had just defected to the deity's side looked utterly despaired. At that moment, they really wanted to bang their heads against a wall and die. If they had persisted a little longer and chosen to follow Sovereign Qinyong, they would have risen above the ranks as meritorious subjects who had quelled a coup d'état. However, with their earlier betrayal, such hopes were no longer possible. They had already offended Sovereign Qinyong through and through. It would not be long before they found themselves without a place among the spirit tribe. The deity was supposed to be an invincible being, yet why was he so unreliable? The crowd were not the only ones who were flabbergasted by such a turn of events. Zhang Xian was equally dumbfounded. To be honest, bringing out the golden page had truly been his last resort. He had thought that the golden page would only be able to block the deity for a brief moment. Who would have thought that it actually wielded the power to smash him to death? Had he known that the golden page was able to work its wonders even against a dimension-shatterer realm cultivator, he would have long brought it out and spared himself from much suffering. It wasn't too long ago that the golden page met some hindrance while trying to get rid of an ancient sage Wundan otherworldly demon at the Harvest Valley City Seer Guild. Yet, it actually managed to get rid of the deity so easily. Is this one of the effects of the recent upgrade of the Library of Heaven's Path? Given how the golden page had met with some difficulty trying to kill a blood continuance realm ancient sage, he had thought that it would not work against the deity. However, everything had proceeded much more smoothly than he had expected. From the looks of it, this probably had something to do with the Great Codex of Spring of Autumn, which had been recently assimilated into the Library of Heaven's Path. In other words, even though the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to see through the deity, the might of the golden page far exceeded that of the deity. Sovereign Qinyong, I'll leave this fellow to you. With the death of the deity, Sovereign Chunling no longer posed a threat. Thus, Zhang Xian waved his hand and walked over to the deceased deity. If he could forge a soulless metal humanoid out of the body of a dimension-shatterer realm cultivator, he would be pretty much invincible in this world. More importantly, it could serve as an important tool for him to ascend to a higher dimension, thus allowing him to find Luo Ruoxin. As for the conflict between Sovereign Qinyong and Sovereign Chunling, he had already helped Sovereign Qinyong this far, so he felt that he should leave the rest to the latter. He felt that this was what Sovereign Qinyong wanted. Thank you, young master. Seeing that Zhang Xian had chosen to give him the freedom to deal with Sovereign Chunling, Sovereign Qinyong nodded in gratitude. Following which, he turned a cold gaze to Sovereign Chunling and uttered, Sovereign Chunling, I have never treated you poorly. Yet, you colluded with the humans and betrayed me. I believe that there's no need for me to explain the outcome that awaits you, right? Sovereign Chunling looked around him and saw that Imoling, all fire, and the other ancient sages had sealed the surrounding space. Knowing that there was no way that he would be able to escape, he exhaled deeply and said, The winner takes it all. I have nothing to say now that I have lost. If he had won, the world would have been his. Since things had failed to go his way, the worst that could happen was death anyway. Back then, when he made the decision to turn against Sovereign Qinyong in the hope of becoming the next leader of the spirit tribe, he had known that such an outcome was possible. However, he had thought that there was no way that he could have accepted a loss, so he had gone to the extent of resolving himself to offer his soul up to a deity in order to ensure that he would be the last one standing. Yet, as he faced his defeat, he found himself feeling calmer than ever. Perhaps, it was the realization that everything was really over that finally tamed his ambitious mind. I know why you chose to turn against me. Hearing Sovereign Chenling's response, Sovereign Qinyong shook his head. Ever since the ancient times, the three sovereigns have always been headed by the lineage of Sovereign Chunling. However, ever since my grandfather's era, the lineage of Sovereign Chunling has been in decline. Your birth was viewed as the turning point of the lineage of Sovereign Chunling. Your exceptional talents caused your clan members to pin all of their hopes on you, and you wanted to meet their expectations. You set your mind to bringing the lineage of Sovereign Chunling back to its former glory, and you persevered toward that goal, but unfortunately, you met me. You knew that you would have to overcome me for the lineage of Sovereign Chunling to rise to the top once more, so you pushed yourself to your limits. However, you never succeeded. That's why you had no choice but to resort to this. You thought that as long as I was out of the way, you'd be able to rise to the top and make the lineage of Sovereign Chen Ling the true leaders of the spirit tribe once more. However, this turned out to be the worst move that you have ever made. Sovereign Chen Ling sighed deeply in lamentation. Ever since ancient times, the entire spirit tribe had always been centered around the lineage of Sovereign Chen Ling. This was also why the lineage had been bestowed with the honor of carrying the Ling character in its name. However, the sudden appearance of Kong Shi in mankind and Vicious in the spirit tribe had changed everything. The Great War that had happened caused authority to be eventually amassed in the hands of the lineage of Sovereign Chen Yong. As the ones who had been leading the spirit tribe for countless years, there was no way that the lineage of Sovereign Chen Ling could accept such an outcome. Resentment had swiftly built up over the years, eventually resulting in such a series of events. In a sense, this situation could be said to have been an inevitability. It had only been a matter of before everything blew up. You can pin any crime on me you want to. I'll be a dead man by then anyway, so what care do I have for the words of others? Sovereign Chen Ling waved his hand calmly. Pin any crime on you? Sovereign Chen Yong laughed. You are really underestimating me. I won't do something as petty as that. Not only so, I'll give you one more chance so as to show you that the difference between us has never been something that you could surmount. You'll give me one more chance? Sovereign Chen Ling scoffed in disdain. It's simple. I'll challenge you to a fair duel without allowing anyone else here to interfere. If you can defeat me, you'll be allowed to leave here alive. On the other hand, if you lose, you shall meet your end here. Sovereign Chen Yong replied. Since the reason that the other party had chosen to betray him was due to his inability to surpass him, he would drive in the fact that the gap between them was something that the other party would never be able to bridge. Are you certain about this? Sovereign Chen Ling raised his head as he assessed Sovereign Chen Yong with narrowed eyes. He had already resigned himself to his death, but who could have known that this fellow would be so foolish as to challenge him to a fair duel? Had it been in the past, there was no way that he could have been a match for Sovereign Chen Yong. However, with the severe injuries that Sovereign Chen Yong had sustained, the one who held the advantage in the battle was indubitably him. Have I ever reneged on my words before? Sovereign Chen Yong replied impassively. Sovereign Chen Yong. Hearing Sovereign Chen Yong's decision, ancient sage Hao Sun was stunned. It would be so much easier to simply slay this kind of scoundrel once and for all. Why would he bother giving the other party an opportunity to make a comeback? Was this not simply asking for trouble? Let him be. Zhang Xian waved his hand. He could somewhat relate to Sovereign Chen Yong's feelings. Sovereign Chen Yong was not fond of pointless bloodshed, but one would have to be really naive to think that he was a compassionate man. He was unforgiving toward his enemies, and even more so toward those who dared to betray him. The wounds that his body had incurred could not begin to compare to the pain in his heart. What he desired was not just Sovereign Chen Ling's death. He wanted to crush the latter's soul entirely and show him despair. This was his pride as the highest leader of the spirit tribe. We understand. Ancient sage Mo Ling and ancient sage Hao Sun nodded before taking a step back. They knew of Sovereign Chen Yong's feelings, but watching as it unfolded before their eyes left them feeling a little melancholic. In the days that they had spent with Sovereign Chen Yong, they had come to realize just how severe his wounds were. It was really no easy feat for him to have survived up to this point. Another battle at that moment would really spell his end. Despite knowing that certain death awaited him regardless of victory or defeat, he still stepped forward to fight the battle, all just to uphold the pride in his heart. Perhaps it was this very trait of his that allowed him to rise as the highest leader of the spirit tribe and unite his tribesmen. Ling means spirit. Chapter 1841 Succession, Boom Boom Boom. As the final duel between the two sovereigns began, countless lacerations appeared in the sky. Amid the massive outpour of energy, one could vaguely see some hints of crimson blood dripping to the ground. The crowd watched with heavy hearts as Sovereign Chen Yong's face turned paler and paler by the moment as he pushed his tattered body beyond the limits. He had yet to recover from the grievous wounds that he had sustained from the encirclement of countless experts back at the Temple of Confucius when he faced many more battles, and it had only been a moment ago when he was struck squarely by the deity. It was no exaggeration to say that he was already dried up on the inside. It was really on sheer willpower that he was still standing. Sigh. Zhang Xian shook his head as he averted his gaze, unwilling to watch the duel any longer. Despite the close fight between the two experts, he was certain that Sovereign Qin Yong would emerge victorious and slay Sovereign Chen Ling with his own hands. A fight to the death between two equal experts eventually boiled down to a clash of willpower, and Sovereign Chen Yong's willpower was definitely greater. At that moment, Zhang Xian felt deeply conflicted inside. During his time with Sovereign Chen Yong, he had come to respect the latter as a person. Despite the grudges between mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe, there was no question that Sovereign Chen Yong was an amazing figure. To be honest, he could not bear to see Sovereign Chen Yong meeting his end. However, to mankind, Sovereign Chen Yong's demise was probably the best outcome for them. Otherwise, as long as this linchpin holding the entire otherworldly demonic tribe survived, mankind would always remain in a perilous position. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian turned his attention to the corpse on the ground. Just like Vicious Body, the corpse of the deity was astoundingly resilient, making it nigh impossible to leave any damage on it. Even though life had already receded from it, it continued to emanate a fearsome aura that kept ordinary humans away from it. Even Zhang Xian, who wielded powers equivalent to a blood reincarnation realm expert, still felt deeply pressured just by coming close to the corpse. After swiftly scanning the deity's body, Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. He had thought that there would be a lot of good items on the deity given that he had come from a higher dimension, but who could have known that the latter would have nothing on him at all? In fact, there was not even a storage ring to be seen at all. It's probably because bringing one's possessions across dimensions is either impossible or extremely costly, Zhang Xian thought as he threw the corpse into his storage ring with a wave of his hand. While it was regrettable that there were no other treasures to be harvested, the body itself could already be considered as a precious treasure. If he could refine it into a soulless metal humanoid, he would be literally unmatched on the master-teacher continent. Boom boom. Shortly after Zhang Xian had finished inspected the deity's body, the battle between the two sovereigns was also coming to an end. Just as Zhang Xian had thought, even though Sovereign Chen Ling had recovered significantly from his injuries, he was still no match for the severely wounded Sovereign Chen Yong. Puha! With the flash of a saber, Sovereign Chen Ling's head was lopped in the air. Even as it fell to the ground, one could see disbelief in his eyes. How could this be? You are stronger. Those were Sovereign Chen Ling's final words before his eyes slowly closed. In his final moments, he felt as if everything that he had pursued had been nothing but a distant dream. No matter how much he fought and struggled, even till the very end, he had been unable to surpass the towering figure of Sovereign Chen Yong, not even once. Putong. Sovereign Chen Ling's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Seeing that the young master was eyeing Sovereign Chen Ling's corpse with glowing eyes, Sovereign Chen Yong hurriedly moved his wearied body over and said, "Young master, even though Sovereign Chen Ling has done many misdeeds in his life, he's still one of the sovereigns of the spirit tribe. I wish to bury him in the royal mausoleum." Despite Sovereign Chen Ling's betrayal, he had still been one of the sovereigns of the spirit tribe. In accordance to the traditions of the spirit tribe, he had to be buried in the royal mausoleum. If he allowed Zhang Xian to forge a soulless metal humanoid out of Sovereign Chen Ling's corpse, the dignity of the spirit tribe would be completely shattered. I guess it can't be helped. Zhang Xian nodded as he turned his head away regretfully. Thank you, young master. Sovereign Chen Yong heaved a sigh of relief before sitting weakly on the ground. As soon as he sat down, he felt every last bit of energy receding from his body, as if water flowing out of a leaking sack. His cultivation rapidly fell, and it seemed as if he was aging swiftly. Yang Lu, come here. Sovereign Chen Yong beckoned weakly to the successor that he had chosen. Your Majesty. Lu Yang walked up with reddened eyes. He had not spent much time with Sovereign Chen Yong, but the latter had always treated him earnestly. He was indebted to the latter. My end is coming. You are the only successor of the lineage of Sovereign Chen Yong, and I have imparted my complete heritage to you. I shall bestow upon you one final gift. As he said those words, he lifted his palm and grasped at Lu Yang. Hula. Lu Yang immediately felt the surrounding space freezing on him, leaving him unable to move at all. As if knowing what Sovereign Qinyong was going to do, Lu Yang exclaimed in panic, "Your Majesty!" After trapping Lu Yang in place, Sovereign Qinyong turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "Young master, may I borrow your Aeon of Ancient Sage?" Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian took out the canvas of 4 seasons and tossed it over. Sovereign Qinyong slowly unrolled the painting and drew out a surge of energy from within, after which he inched forward a little and placed his palm on Lu Yang's forehead. Hong Long. All of the energy within his body began pouring into the body of the immobilized young man. It's cultivation impartation. He knows that his end is coming, and he doesn't wish for the cultivation that he has built up over the span of his life to disappear into nothing. Thus, he wishes to impart everything to his successor. Ancient Sage Allfire exclaimed. Cultivation impartation was the process in which an expert passed on their cultivation to someone else. As convenient as it sounded, the process was extremely complicated and came with major risks. Firstly, the 2 people involved in the cultivation impartation had to be from the same lineage in order to ensure that there was no clash in their energies. Secondly, the person conducting the cultivation impartation had to carry the resolve to die, or else a half-assed attempt would only bring irreversible damage to both parties. Thirdly, the control of energy had to be extremely precise, as the slightest degree of error could result in severe consequences. The cultivation technique that Lu Yang practiced was a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art. Even though he was unable to change the nature of his energy as freely as Zhang Xian, he was indeed able to imitate the zhenqi of Sovereign Qinyong's lineage very closely. This was also the main reason for Sovereign Qinyong choosing him as his successor in the first place. If not for that, Sovereign Qinyong would never have dared conduct a cultivation impartation with Lu Yang. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Boom. Under the humongous influx of energy, Lu Yang's sempiternal realm consummation cultivation began to loosen. As the Aeon of Ancient Sage flowed into his body, the bottleneck that limited him burst open. Boom. Ancient Sage. Reached. Knowing that the Ancient Sage ordeal would arrive at any moment, Sovereign Qinyong did not dare waste any time. He continued infusing more and more energy frenziedly into Lu Yang's body, causing the latter's cultivation to soar. With his cultivation reaching Ancient Sage, Lu Yang's meridians had become significantly wider, allowing him to absorb energy at a faster rate. Roughly 10 minutes later, Sovereign Qinyong was finally done imparting every last droplet of his energy into Lu Yang's body, leaving him completely dry inside. Pacha. At that moment, the lightning tribulation arrived. Lu Yang swiftly rose into the air to fend off the lightning tribulation. The process lasted nearly an hour before Lu Yang descended from the sky. Even though he looked a bit ragged, he had managed to overcome his cultivation ordeal without much trouble, thus becoming a full-fledged ancient sage. I have given you all my power. Slowly assimilate it, and you should be able to easily achieve a breakthrough to the blood reincarnation realm within a single month. After losing all of his energy, Sovereign Qinyong looked as if he had aged several decades. His previous regal appearance had been reduced to that of a frail old man who would have trouble lifting even a single hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Yang kneeled on the floor and kowtowed deeply. Even though the other party was an otherworldly demon, at that very moment, he felt as if tears would pour from his eyes. While it was probably impossible for Sovereign Qinyong to recover, with his teacher's miraculous medical skills, it should not be too difficult for the other party to live at least a few more years. However, Sovereign Qinyong's very act of infusing the very last droplet of his energy into him meant that such a hope was dashed as well. Most likely, he would not even survive the day. I'll be leaving the spirit tribe in your hands. Please, take care of it well in my stead. Sovereign Qinyong smiled softly. From today onward, you will take my place as Sovereign Qinyong. As he said those words, he lifted his wrinkled hand and placed it atop Lu Yang's head. A crown materialized under his touch, emanating a might that none would dare disregard. This was the symbol of authority for the highest leader of the spirit tribe. Sovereign Chen Yong was not a name but a title. Anyone who inherited the crown would be respected as the great Sovereign Chen Yong. Liu Yang's body trembled in agitation. There were so many things that he wanted to say, but it felt as if something was clogging up his throat, rendering him mute. I made up my mind from the moment I challenged Sovereign Chen Ling to a duel. Sovereign Chen Yong shook his head, but halfway through his words, a gale of wind suddenly sounded from afar. A figure was flitting swiftly in their direction. Sovereign Chen Xing? Upon recognizing the figure, a deep frown appeared on everyone's face as their body tensed up warily. Chapter 1842 Sovereign Chen Xing. Sovereign Chen Xing had always taken a neutral position, choosing to side with no one. However, this time, he had paired up with Sovereign Chen Ling in order to assassinate Sovereign Chen Yong. This had already infringed on Sovereign Chen Yong's bottom line. His original intention had been to deal with Sovereign Chen Ling first before confronting Sovereign Chen Xing, but the abrupt turn of events had made it impossible for his initial plans to come to fruition. Yet, who would have thought that Sovereign Chen Xing would suddenly arrive just when everything was starting to settle down? Just as everyone was eyeing Sovereign Chen Xing warily, fearing that he would start something, Sovereign Chen Xing suddenly kneeled onto the floor and cried out, "I have come to make up for my sins, Sovereign Chen Yong. This is the lower body of Sovereign Vicious. I gathered it as an apology for my earlier foolishness." With a flick of his wrist, two skeletal legs materialized in front of Sovereign Chen Xing. They emanated incredibly powerful auras. They were the 2 feet of Vicious. To think that they had actually been in Sovereign Chen Xing's possession all along. Defecting as soon as you see that things aren't going your way? How convenient. Ancient Sage Allfire scoffed derisively. He had always had a fiery temper, and he could not stand seeing prideless individuals who switched sides conveniently to latch onto whoever was more powerful. Despite Ancient Sage Allfire's ridicule, Sovereign Chen Xing's head remained firmly lowered as he echoed his words once more. "I'm willing to accept any punishment that you have for me, Sovereign Chen Yong." Given that he was still severely injured from the surprise assault that Sovereign Chen Yong had launched on him back at the Temple of Confucius, the loss of his ally, Sovereign Chen Ling, was a huge blow to him. Furthermore, he knew that he was the next target on the hit list. Even if Sovereign Chen Yong died at that moment, his successor and allies would make sure to hunt him down to exact vengeance. Even with the huge commotion going on in the capital, you remained safely out of sight. You were waiting for the result of the battle in order to find out who you should be sucking up to next, weren't you? Zhang Xian remarked with a hint of disdain in his voice. The fight that had transpired earlier had rattled the entire capital. As one of the 3 sovereigns, there was no way that Sovereign Chen Xing would have been unaware of the happenings. Yet, he had chosen not to appear until the very end, when Sovereign Chen Ling was dead through and through. Very clearly, he had only ever intended to appear once everything had died down. If Sovereign Chen Ling had been the one to survive, most likely, he would have run over with the exact same treasure in order to beg for mercy. "I have always been the weakest of the 3 sovereigns. This is the only way that I can ensure the survival of my lineage." Sovereign Chen Xing replied with his head lowered. Sovereign Chen Yong shook his head silently. He turned to Liu Yang and asked, "How do you think he should be dealt with?" Such a question could be said to be a test to assess the capability of his successor. "He colluded with Sovereign Chen Ling to assassinate you, Your Majesty. That is a blatant violation of the rules that have upheld the peace among our spirit tribe for many years. Even if you are willing to forgive him, Your Majesty, the fact that he has placed the safety of our entire tribe at stake warrants punishment. We cannot allow such a thing to pass by so easily." Liu Yang shook his head. "Otherwise, this incident will diminish the legitimacy of our rules and encourage others to follow his behavior. My view is that we should have him killed, just like Sovereign Chen Ling." Rules were mere words. What gave power and legitimacy to the rules was their enforcement. Each time a rule failed to be enforced, the legitimacy behind it would be diminished. Without rules to hold the masses in place, how were the sovereigns going to establish their dominance over the entire spirit tribe? Some might even attempt to question the legitimacy of the 3 sovereigns' rule. Not expecting that things would turn out this way even after he had offered vicious lower body, Sovereign Chen Xing's face paled in fear. Sovereign Chen Yong, I beg you to spare my life. I was beguiled by Sovereign Chun Ling. As a blood reincarnation realm cultivator and one of the three sovereigns, do you truly expect me to believe that you were beguiled by another? Lu Yang spat contemptuously. Do you think that the world will accept such a reason? As one of the three sovereigns, how could Sovereign Chun Xing be shaken by another person so easily? If that was truly the case, the many years that he had spent cultivating would have been in vain. Ultimately, all he gave were mere excuses. The situation was very simple. Sovereign Chen Ling had invited him to make a move, and he had been attracted by the potential benefits that he stood to gain should the operation succeed. After all, if Sovereign Chen Yong died, he would be able to acquire a portion of the authority and resources that Sovereign Chen Yong possessed. It was just that he had bet on the wrong side and lost, thus resulting in the current circumstances. I'll abide by the will of the new Sovereign Chen Yong, Sovereign Chen Yong said as he heaved a sigh of relief. He was gladdened by the fact that his successor was not an indecisive individual. All along, he had been worried about the repercussions of quelling Sovereign Chen Ling and Sovereign Chen Xing, so he had opted to get along with them peacefully, despite being vaguely aware of the malicious intentions that they were likely to harbor toward him. Had he been more decisive in dealing with Sovereign Chen Ling and Sovereign Chen Xing, none of this would have happened in the first place. Knowing that his successor was unlikely to follow in his footsteps comforted him greatly. Lu Yang nodded and turned to Ancient Sage Ling and Ancient Sage Allfire. May I trouble the two of you to make a move in my stead? I'll repay this favor in the future. Boom. Seeing that the verdict had been made, Sovereign Chen Xing decisively turned tail and ran. Before he could get very far, a massive inferno descended from the sky, blocking his path, and right behind him, Ancient Sage Ling and Ancient Sage Allfire were hot on his tail. It took less than 10 minutes for the two experts to slay Sovereign Chen Xing. In the first place, Sovereign Chen Xing was the weakest of the three sovereigns, and he had yet to recover from the injuries that he had sustained at the Temple of Confucius. There was no way that he could have stood a chance against the collaboration of the two powerful blood reincarnation realm ancient sages. Young Master, seeing that the problem concerning Sovereign Chen Xing had finally been resolved, Sovereign Chen Yong finally turned his gaze to Zhang Xian. I'll have Yang Lu lead the tribesmen toward a peaceful coexistence with mankind. I implore you to show mercy to my tribesmen. In truth, what he was most worried about was not the other two sovereigns but Zhang Xian. Given the rate at which Zhang Xian was growing, he was bound to become another Kong Shi in due course. By then, the spirit tribe would be completely helpless toward him. If he willed it, the spirit tribe could disappear from history. Perhaps, Zhang Xian might still spare the spirit tribe, while Sovereign Chen Yong was still alive in view of the ties between them. However, once he was gone, there would be nothing left to stop Zhang Xian from making a move on the spirit tribe. Furthermore, the successor that he had chosen was simply too weak. If Zhang Xian bore malicious intentions toward him, it would really be the end. Thus, as long as Zhang Xian was around, the spirit tribe would have to lie low. The fact that the fate of the entire spirit tribe could be dictated by the will of a single man left Sovereign Chen Yong feeling deeply helpless and indignant, but it was impossible to change the situation. No matter how he felt about the issue, he knew that he had no choice but to accept the current situation. Rest assured, I don't intend to make a move on the otherworldly demonic tribe as long as your tribesmen keep themselves in line, Zhang Xian said. To be honest, Zhang Xian had already achieved his goal of resolving the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe once and for all. Due to his impartation, little tribulation had become a frightening adversity for the otherworldly demonic tribe. It could be foreseen that the number of Saint Nine Dan experts in their ranks would become fewer and fewer, and before long, they would no longer pose a threat to mankind. Not to mention, the newly appointed Sovereign Chen Yong was his own student. With this, he would be able to dictate the politics of the otherworldly demonic tribe and swiftly quell any factions who wished to bring harm to mankind. Since the otherworldly demonic tribe was no longer a threat, there was no need to go to the extremes. Instead, their existence would prevent mankind from becoming too complacent and falling into depravity, thus ensuring the continued prosperity of mankind. Thank you, young master. Knowing that Zhang Xian would hold true to his promise, Sovereign Chen Yong heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly turned to his successor and said, "Hurry up and thank the young master for his benevolence." Lu Yong quickly kneeled down. "Thank you, Zhang Shi." Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Enough. There's no need to employ such means on me. I won't renege on the promises that I've made. Now, tell me, how can I contact Ruoxin? Zhang Xian asked. Since the matter regarding the otherworldly demonic tribe had finally been resolved, it was time for him to deal with his private affairs. If you wish to contact the spirit god, you have to set up an altar on Thousand Leaf Mountain, Sovereign Qinyong explained. Thousand Leaf Mountain? Zhang Xian frowned. He had heard of that mountain the first time that he went to the otherworldly battlefield. It was the tallest mountain over there, piercing tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Indeed, this mountain is closest to the heavens, so it's easier to reach the deities by holding rituals there, Sovereign Qinyong explained. Yang Lu, I've already imparted the way to conduct the ritual to you. Take the young master there with me. I'll preside over the ritual. All right, Lu Yang nodded. He turned to the side to issue some instructions to a nearby sempiternal realm cultivator before picking Sovereign Chan Yong up, after which he turned to Zhang Xian and ushered him respectfully. This way, please. Just like that, the group began setting off under Lu Yang's lead. Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage All-Fire hesitated for a brief moment before choosing to follow along. Chapter 1843, Meeting the Spirit God Once More. Thousand Leaf Mountain consisted of sharp cliffs that rose into the sky, reminiscent of spears planted into the ground. It's rumored that Kongshi once fought with a deity in this mountain range, and this was caused by the other party throwing a weapon down, Ancient Sage Mo Ling remarked as they flew through the mountain range. Zhang Xian also could not help but be bewildered by the bizarre geography in the area. It did not take long for the group to arrive at the highest mountain peak. There was a flat plateau of roughly 30 for visiting. The silhouette lowered her gaze to look at Zhang Xian once more. The spirit god instructed you to offer me any help that I require, right? Zhang Xian asked. The silhouette frowned a little, but she eventually nodded in response. That's right. However, I'll only make a move once, so think it over. Don't waste this precious opportunity. I have already made up my mind, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. He pointed at Sovereign Qinyong and said, This person over here is Wu Chun, a subordinate serving the spirit god in this world. He has sustained severe injuries and is on the brink of death. I implore you to save him. Young master. Hearing those words, Sovereign Chun Yong's eyes reddened a little. 1 mu equals 666. 6 square meters. Chapter 1844 He's my student. The extent of Sovereign Chen Yong's injuries was horrifying. Not only were his foundations completely ruined, even his soul had started to dissipate as a result of the overwhelming traumas that he had sustained. When Sovereign Chen Yong decided to go against the two sovereigns and exact vengeance, he had never intended to continue living after dealing with them. Who could have thought that his young master would actually grant such a precious opportunity to him? If he had only acknowledged Zhang Xian due to his relationship with the spirit god previously, at that very moment, he had really submitted to the other party at heart. Even though his young master was unreliable at times, and he would often disregard rules and conventions, he was a person who stood by his principles. No matter how difficult things got, that was one thing that he would never abandon. Perhaps this was where his true charm lay. It might be why his disciples and tamed beasts willingly devoted their lives to him. Teacher. Lu Yang clenched his fists tightly. If he had been in his teacher's position, he would never have given away the opportunity bestowed by the deity so easily to save the life of another. It seemed like there was still a huge gap between the two of them. It's an honor to have a master like this. Ancient Sage Allfire also nodded in agitation. What was most fearsome for a tamed beast was for it to have entrusted their life into the hands of someone who cared not for their well-being. But along the way, His master had been shown to be extremely thoughtful and considerate, and he had never forced him to do anything against his will after that either. He would willingly give up his life for such a master. The same thoughts surfaced in ancient sage Mo Ling's mind as well. Everyone who witnessed the scene had some thoughts of their own, and complex emotions rippled in their eyes. Young master, there's no reason to save me. Don't waste such a precious opportunity on me. Sovereign Chen Yong struggled to shake his head. He knew how invaluable the favor of a cultivator could be. If Zhang Xian just asked for power, he might even be able to achieve an immediate breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm. It was a waste to use this precious opportunity on a dying person like him. I can decide for myself whether this is worth it or not, Zhang Xian said before turning to the silhouette in the sky. How about it? Since the spirit god has asked you to help me, surely you won't turn down my request, right? The silhouette lowered her gaze to look at Sovereign Chen Yong before asking with a deep frown, Are you sure this is your request? I am certain. Zhang Xian nodded. Very well then. The silhouette pondered for a brief moment before continuing. His life force has been severely depleted, such that it's impossible for him to survive in this energy-deficient world anymore. His only chance is for me to take him to the Azure. However, I'll suffer the backlash of the laws of this world if I attempt to breach the dimension barrier and bring someone over. I'll bring his soul over and try to mend it, but there's nothing I can do about his body. That's fine by me. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. As a soul oracle, he knew that the foundation of life lay within the soul. As long as the soul remained existent, it would just take a bit of effort to construct a suitable body for one. All right then. The silhouette lowered her hand and grasped lightly. The next moment, Sovereign Chen Yong's head crooked to one side as he breathed his last breath. However, his soul appeared in the grasp of the silhouette before being swiftly sealed by a unique surge of energy. Boom. After that was done, the silhouette slowly rose back into the dimension rift as she faded more and more. She was going to breach the dimension barrier and return to her world. All of a sudden, she stopped for a moment and said, I finally understand why the spirit god feels so deeply for you. However, your journey to seek her will be fraught with difficulties. I hope that you can persist regardless of the hardship you face. After saying her piece, her silhouette dissipated on the spot, vanishing without a trace together with Sovereign Chen Yong's soul. I will. Looking at the slight traces of light lingering in the area, Zhang Xian clenched his fists. The light finally scattered entirely, signaling the end of the ritual. Zhang Xian stood quietly on the spot in a melancholic mood. Even though he had failed to receive exact news regarding Luo Ruoxin, he had come to understand that the journey that he had to walk together with her was fraught with many difficulties, and the very first trial for him was to achieve a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm. Only when he reached that level would he have a chance to ascend to a higher dimension and seek his loved one. Master, Guild Leader, Ancient Sage Allfire, and Ancient Sage Mo Ling rushed over and called out. Zhang Xian turned around to look at the two of them. The three sovereigns of the otherworldly demonic tribe have been eliminated, thus leaving them without a leader at the moment. Even though Yang Lu has been acknowledged as the successor of Sovereign Chen Yong, in terms of experience and cultivation, he's still far lacking at the moment. Why don't we just... Ancient Sage Mo Ling suggested as killing intent flashed across his eyes. For many generations, their soul oracle guild had lived among the otherworldly demons, enduring hardship and humiliation so that they would be able to eliminate them one day. At that very moment, the opportunity had been delivered to their hands. With their guild leader's capabilities, he should be able to overthrow Yang Lu and easily take his place. Hearing the words of those two, Zhang Xian shook his head and chuckled softly before calling out, Lu Yang. Lu Yang immediately rushed up to Zhang Xian and kneeled on the floor. Disciple Lu Yang pays respect to Zhang Laosher. Disciple? Zhang Laosher? The two ancient sages glanced at one another in bewilderment. They could not understand what was going on. When did Zhang Xian take in that newly appointed Sovereign Chen Yong as his disciple? I am Zhang Laosher's direct disciple. I have been under his tutelage since a year ago, Lu Yang explained with a smile as he drove his cultivation technique back to normal. Gradually, the killing intent on him vanished, and his height also diminished as well. It did not take him long to return to his original appearance. Why you? You are a human? Ancient sage Mo Ling widened his eyes in disbelief. That's right. Lu Yang nodded. There were no outsiders there, so there was no need for him to hide the truth. Ancient sage Mo Ling and ancient sage All-Fire were flabbergasted by this abrupt turn of events. Sovereign Chen Yong was a wary man, and he had never allowed any spies to get to his side. The lineage of soul oracles had managed to infiltrate the ranks of the other two sovereigns over the years, but none of them had ever gotten close to Sovereign Chen Yong. Yet, who could have known that the successor whom Sovereign Chen Yong found in his later years would actually be Zhang Xian's direct disciple? Did this not mean that the otherworldly demonic tribe was already effectively under their control? All right, I believe none of you should have any objections anymore. Lu Yang has just been appointed as Sovereign Chen Yong, so there's bound to be many voices opposing his leadership. Thus, I need the two of you to support him for the time being. Quell the voices of all opposing Lu Yang's rule within a month and unite the otherworldly demonic tribe. He should be the one and only leader of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Zhang Xian instructed firmly. While Sovereign Qinling and Sovereign Chenxing had been killed, they still had many subordinates under them. Furthermore, the lords of the otherworldly demonic tribe wielded considerable power in their jurisdiction. Given that Lu Yang had just accepted Sovereign Chen Yong's heritage and had not gained stable footing yet, he would require the support of those two blood reincarnation realm experts in order to build his prestige and reputation. With their assistance, there should be no one in the otherworldly demonic tribe who would be able to stand against Lu Yang. Soon enough, Lu Yang would become the one and only sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. Rest assured, we'll surely give our full support to young Master Lu Yang in uniting the otherworldly demonic tribe. Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage All-Fire nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. I need to go into seclusion for a moment. Come and look for me after you have calmed down the rebels and united the otherworldly demonic tribe as one, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. The crowd nodded in agreement. Uniting the individual factions of the three sovereigns was no easy task, but with their feat of having slain a deity, as well as Sovereign Chen Yong's dying will, they had legitimacy on their side. It should not be too difficult for Lu Yang to garner the support of the general populace. Watching as the crowd left, Zhang Xian sat quietly on the spot for quite a while before entering the myriad ant-hive nest. Now that he finally had some time on his hand, it would be a good opportunity for him to try refining the corpse of the deity into a soulless metal humanoid. At the same time, he would give the legs and the feet that he had just obtained from Sovereign Chun Xing to Vicious for him to assimilate. Perhaps, by observing Vicious' recovery, he might be able to figure out a way to achieve a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatter realm. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.